人で何かに挑むとき、不可能なことはいっぱいある。でもみんなで挑めば不可能だって可能になる。
こんな場所があったなんて。声が大きいと調合に影響してしまう。僕は東に行くからついてくるなよ。地元のガイドをやめ。
わあ、ぽよーん。
Let's see.
ぽよよーん。わあ、とっとっと。
Save settings.
僕は東に行くからついてくるなよ。
波を追いかけて走ったことある？やってみたい？やってみようよ。ほら、今すぐ行こう。一緒にいい感じの海辺を探してあげるよ。
And Hannah is our first resub of the stream back. Thanks, Hannah, for the 50-month resub. Really appreciate you staying resubbed while I was away. Where have you been? Real life. Real life sucks. But you didn't need me to tell you that. But we're back. For now, anyway. Let's see.
遊びに行くってのは行くことが大事なの。来てさえくれれば、あとは全部私に任せればいいよ。
史上最大サイズなんだ。
I still do need to figure out how to put like a sub count tracker on stream. I know other streamers do it, but I took like the last hour or so to looking up how to do it, but couldn't find a satisfactory answer. Maybe I'll get people on stream to help me with that. Can't be that complicated. But I'll worry about that later. Cheyenne, thanks so much for the brand new sub, man. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the team. Thanks for the support, my dude. Hey, Dandelion over on YouTube, welcome back. Yes, we're back. Anyways, file in, everybody. Kick back and relax. We're gonna be going through some gacha today. I actually have to blow a few apples on FGO because a lot of my bond teapots are about to expire today, so kind of strange to think about, but I'd rather not let them go to waste, so here we go. Aragon, thanks so much for the 52-month resub, man. Welcome back. Good to have you back, my dude. Thanks for staying resubbed during the months I was away. I think for the last 2 months, I think it was. I don't think I've done my dailies yet. Yeah. Is it this guy? Yeah. I don't really care. I'm pretty sure I've already gotten the achievement for this. Who are the companions of the children's echo? What is their true name? I don't fucking know. Anyways, we're getting a few resubs here. Canatola, hey, welcome back, my dude. Thanks so much for resubbing for 54 At tier 2 even. Thanks so much, man. Greatly appreciate it. How do you feel about Yanagi? I assume you're talking about Z3. She got pink hair and booba you like? Yeah, of course. Bonus points for having glasses, too. NU Gamer G, welcome to the chat, man. Or welcome to the stream, rather. And yeah, I've been trying to do okay. Can't say I have, though. I'll try hanging in there best I can. Fiery Tipic, thanks so much for the 39-month resub. Welcome back. And J Shadow, thanks so much for the 39 months. Welcome back, everybody. And yeah, glad to have everybody back again.
Yep. Yep. かかれ。
風の行く先を知る。
せいよっ。
If you don't get Bernice, you'll be getting Yanagi. How about both? Let's see, let me pull up Blue Archive real quick.
悪くない芽が出たわ。今日も引き続きサボりましょう。調子が良くなってから仕事を一気に終わらせるわよ。 情報提供者から知らせがあったわ。うん。どうやらまた新たな変数が現れたようね。
The MILF part is unconfirmed. Time to impact, yep. Time to impact, the Zenless, and Rail, KEKW. Question about Genshin. As an FGO player, it's not uncommon, at least for now, for power creep to invalidate what was once a good servant. Does Genshin have this too? Oh boy, we're good. First stream back and we're already starting off on a great subject. First of all, what you think of as power creep doesn't really exist. Remember that both FGO and Genshin are single-player games. Like, yeah, a certain degree of power creep does exist for even still in gacha games, even if they're single player, and like you can't really get around that. But like, for you to say that the power creep invalidates characters is something I wouldn't personally agree with. Because at the end of the day, even though new characters come out, it's not like the older characters suddenly get any weaker. All that's happening is that you just have better options for tackling current age content than you did before. That's it. Now, with newer content, you can have new challenges, obviously, and obviously newer characters are better equipped to tackle those newer challenges. But like at least in Genshin's case, fucking Raiden National is still what everybody uses for at least one side. In FGO, that's a little more complicated because FGO has more bullshit when it comes to actual, like, you know, gameplay mechanics. So I can see more of a concern there for power creep. But to answer your question, just straight up answering your question, technically yes. Yes, there is a sort of power creep that you would have to quote unquote worry about, because newer characters are not mostly. You do definitely get characters that are stronger than the older ones. I mean, look at Farina and Novelette KW. Is that something you really need to worry about? No. I have a YouTube video that I made that I'm going to be posting, I don't know exactly when, but soon-ish, like maybe sometime within the next week or so, where like I specifically talk about this power creep issue and how I feel like everybody blows it out of proportion. Honestly, I'm kind of sick of it. Hence why I made that video. And again, you'll be seeing it on my YouTube channel, like this week or next. Don't know exactly when, but yeah. Again, just to answer your question, technically yes, power creep does exist, but like it's not something you should really focus on as like a point of contention as to whether or not you should start playing Genshin Impact or not. Or FGO for that matter. I mean, again, for FGO, that's a bigger issue. That's a bigger concern for sure, because FGO actually has gameplay that I would call challenging, and oftentimes bullshit. But Genshin doesn't have anything like that. Because again, reminder, the only endgame Genshin has are fucking Theater and Spiral Abyss, and Spiral Abyss we've dealt with for the past 4 years, so that's kind of a solved issue. Like, as long as you have Right and National for one side, you're good for... Yeah, as long as you have Right and National, you're good on one side. You just need to figure out what the hell you're going to use on the second side. And in Theater is just a matter of do you have enough characters or not. Like, it's not particularly challenging yet. Sometimes having gone through Theater for like the past couple of months, ever since it became a thing. Oh, ever since they made level 10 Theater a thing. Yeah, sometimes the final challenge, the final level that you need to get past, and like get like the 10th star or whatever, sometimes that can be bullshit. Because like you have to deal with you have to deal with a little bit of RNG, and you have to make sure you have enough characters to be able to do whatever the fuck the last thing is. Like but the biggest thing about Theater is that you just need to have enough characters. Enough characters that you just straight up have and that you have built. That's the only challenging part about it. Gameplay wise, I would still say Spiral Abyss is worse. But other than those two, where's the power creep that you would have to worry about, that is? Again, yeah, sure, a degree of power creep exists, but that I would argue that just has to... The kind of power creep you people bitch about, especially in Hoiverse games, I would argue that's almost necessary. Because if you don't have any power creep and you just keep releasing characters that are around the same power level as all the other characters you have had for like, you know, however many past years, nobody's going to give a shit about new characters anymore, because people are going to figure, oh, you know, there's no reason for me to get these new characters because they're all about the same strength as the old ones. So what the fuck am I even wasting what the fuck am I even wasting gacha currency on these new characters for? And if you let that happen for long enough, people will start questioning why they're even playing these games in the first place. If they don't have stronger characters to look forward to, what the fuck is the point of sticking around with a gacha game? My streamer is actually streaming? Yes, I'm back after like 2 months. Welcome back, Sarah. Glad to have you back, alongside everybody else. Your complaint is that ever since Merlin, there were a lot of cases where not having Merlin made stuff so much harder. Yeah, and that's because FGO's meta revolves around you having support casters. The absolutely busted support casters. Excuse me. And that is kind of an issue. Well, not just kind of. It is an issue with FGO. If that's the angle that you're coming at this from, then I don't think you need to worry about Genshin having that much. Like, the closest I can think of when it comes to that are, like, the super top tiers in Genshin. and then plus Bennett, of course. But here's the thing, even if you have those super top tiers, you can only have one copy of them. Because remember, in FGO, you only bring in one team. Voice crack. You bring in one team, and that one team goes through the entire fight for you, right? In Genshin, if you want to do Spiral Abyss, at least, you know, floors 9th or 12, you have to have 2 teams. The game won't let you use repeat characters. So, sure, you have some really strong characters in, like, obviously Bennett, Raiden, Ganyu, Kazuha, whoever else, Novelette, Yelan, Farina, whatever. But, their OP-ness, their brokenness, is tempered by the fact that you can't repeat use them, or you can't use them again in the other side of Spiral Abyss. You have to use another team. So you can't just rely on one uber broken ass character in Genshin and just have them just fucking carry your ass through the entire thing. Now for single player, Genshin's already single player. For story stuff, sure, whatever, but it's just story. And Genshin story isn't particularly challenging at all. The most challenging part about it is not falling asleep while you're going through it, because this game has no fucking skip button. But that's another story. But for Spiral Abyss and for especially theater, when in theater you can only use characters twice and that's it, they're gone. Yeah, no, you don't really need to worry about that as much. If, again, that's what you're worried about, if that's your angle. It feels intentionally designed that way. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah. You're not wrong. I mean, you brought up Merlin earlier, and like Merlin is the whole reason why we have break bars in FGO. So no, you're not wrong. Current age content in FGO is definitely designed around whether or not you have these characters or not. Let's not forget level 90++ farming nodes and events these days. Basically, more or less, revolve around. They're basically Oberon checks. Like, do you have Oberon? No? Okay, go fuck yourself. So no, you're not wrong. So yeah, again, for like the 3rd or 4th time I'm saying this. If that's your angle, then you don't need to worry about that in Genshin. Not as much, anyway. Also, Pocket, thanks so much for the 27-month resub. Welcome back. Welcome, Mr. A. Thanks. Took a little bit of a break, now I'm back. Let me see if there were any other resubs that I missed when I was going off on that tangent. Alphatim, thanks so much for... Actually, yeah, Alphatim did a resub. Thanks so much for the 38-month resub, man. Welcome back. I believe that's it for now. I have a lot of energy after playing all these gacha games. I actually don't. I'm pretty low energy these days. But, you know, a lot of it's psychological, to be fair. The characters are still playable. Yeah. Even in FGO, where, yeah, even though you do need to deal with the fact that, you know, oh, if you don't have these broken ass support characters, you're gonna have a hard time. If you're good enough at the game, then you can still do it. But yeah, it's gonna be significantly harder if you were as opposed to if you didn't have, like, you know, Castori or something. Insert broken ass support character here. Some games have real fucking power. Yeah, like all the gacha games I play, maybe with the exception of maybe Girls Frontline, maybe, but I don't play that game anymore, so do they count? But most of the gachas I play, it's like, yeah, newer characters will clear content faster for you, or like they'll be better equipped to handle, you know, content these days, but at the end of the day, you can still go through current content with all the old characters. It's just you may have to work harder and harder in order to do it, but what's important is you can do it. You can still do it. As long as you can still clear current content with older characters, that's fine. Within reason, of course. Obviously, there can be, you know, limits to that. What is FGO power creep? The main source of FGO power creep would be support cast or support servants. Yeah. Like plush, I know Plushy Mistress bitches about how Castori is a thing in FGO. He's not wrong. Like I think it would have been, I think we would have gotten somebody like Castori eventually in FGO. It's just I don't know if they really need to put her into the game as a, when did she come out? Year 5 or year 6? Like they could have waited a couple more years, I think, to put someone like Castori into the game. Like I think the game would have been fine had we gotten Koinskaya, Oberon. I actually don't think those two are quote unquote game breaking, because at the end of the day all they really are just glorified farming servants. It's just Castoria is different because she literally does everything. But she's like the most egregious example. Technically speaking, all the super meta support servants in FGO are evidence of power creep. Technically. Yeah. I guess maybe to a certain extent DPSs, but DPSs are weird in FGO when it comes to like meta, when it comes to like how they influence the meta. Because first of all, FGO operates off the whole fucking, you know, rock paper scissors, you know, counterclass bullshit. So even if you have one really good servant, it's not like they can like clear everything, unless your name is Arjuna, of course. Godjuna, that is. But even then, Godjuna has his he has his fucking Achilles heel where you can't really use them against, not reliably anyway, you can't really use them against enemy servants who have like fucking goddess core or some shit. Or like in challenge quests where you know they have like debuff immunity or some shit. Like yeah, sure, it'll still do a lot of damage, but not as much as if you were to actually be able to fucking debuff people. So even he still has like a weakness that like Lozangle can still exploit from time to time. Whereas support cast is the most they need to worry about is whether or not they get counterclassed. And even still, you're still bringing Castori against riders. Counterclass be damned, because they're just that good. You'll take that risk. Hey, welcome back, Robo Windseeker. I think you have Castoria, Coin, Oberon. Yeah, Crisis Core. That was what the guy over on Twitch chat was worried about, though. The fact that you have to have you have to have the super meta support casters or support servants. You'd really like to start Genshin again. You have an old ass account. Hey, Anon, thanks so much for the 10 gifted subs, man. I'm gonna have to really figure out how to put up like my sub tracker or sub count tracker. I tried like I mentioned this earlier on stream, but I was sitting here for like an hour trying to figure out how to what is it? Put it like a live sub count tracker on stream, but I wasn't able to figure it out. Hopefully I'll be able to figure it out later. Either on stream or off stream. Caliente, also, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs, man. Also, Hannah, thanks for the $5 on the dono. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being the first one to contribute towards the dono bar. Cute emotes, yep. I'd like to start Genshin again and you have an old account, but you feel so behind because you're a collector. You can't realistically get all the characters now. I guess technically not. If you were only missing like a handful of characters, then sure, you could realistically just wait for them to come back again. But yeah, depending on how long you've been out of the game for, yeah, it may be more challenging to get all of them now. Especially now that Genshin started doing that whole, like, the separate, what did they fucking call that shit again? Back when they put Albedo and Eula, into that special Wanderlust banner, where you could also roll for, like, the other permanent characters. What the fuck was that called again? But, whatever it was, now that they're doing that shit, yeah, if you're missing, like, a character who's kind of older and has already had a lot of reruns, yeah, I don't know how you'll be able to, like, reliably predict when they're gonna come back again. Like, I'm kind of waiting for Tartaglia to get another rerun, just because I want to pick up another copy of Polar Star for Ganyu, because apparently that's her best in slot bow, surprisingly. So just so that I can give Ganyu her bis, I kind of want a Tartaglia rerun. I don't know how long it's been since Tartaglia's last had his rerun, but I think it's been a while. And he's already had a ton of reruns, so I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with his ass. So who knows when I'm gonna be able to pick up another copy of Polar Star. If I even can. Yeah, so that sucks, but I would still recommend you get back to Genshin anyway, if you miss the game in any capacity. But yeah, missing characters is gonna suck. I know that feel. But it's up to you. Any thoughts about that Blue Archive looking gacha that was canceled? Yeah, Project KV or whatever. I heard about that on Twitter. I don't really have any thoughts on it per se. I honestly didn't know about it until it got canceled. I saw it like kind of popping off on Twitter, if I'm gonna be so real. Looking into it a little bit, yeah, I can see where it kind of looked like Blue Archive from. Honestly, like, should anybody be surprised given the popularity of Blue Archive? I honestly, I do kind of question why it had to be canceled in the first place. Was it something along the lines of like, oh, what is it? Blue Archive fans like accused the Blue Archive devs of like working on Project KV on the side or something, or what was that all about? I forget exactly why it was canceled. Cause like, depending on how fucking retarded the reason was, that'll influence my answer. Like, if the project shut down because of internal issues, like, oh, not enough funding, or like creative differences or whatever the fuck, then that's one thing. It's not, you can't really do anything about that. But if it got canceled because of external pressure, like, for example, Korean Blue Archive fanboys being retarded as shit as usual, then that's a different story. Regional banner? Oh, was that what they were called? Let me get to those resubs. Al Barbecue, thanks so much for the 7-month resub. Welcome back. And Senalava, thanks so much for the 8-month resub. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate it, everybody. And Gabu, welcome back as usual, too. It wasn't a gacha? Huh, surprising. Here I thought it was a gacha. Shows you how much I know about it.
遊びに行くってのは行くことが大事なの。来てさえくれれば、あとは全部私に任せればいいよ。
Yeah, back during 4.5, and we haven't seen it again since, yeah. That was kind of weird. It was not a gacha, it was a visual novel, and, they sued, basically. They sued him into the ground, due to, plagiarism. Huh. What were the, do you guys know the exact charges of plagiarism? Like, what was the evidence that they had in regards to plagiarism? I would assume it had to do something with the art, because if it's not a gacha, they can't sue for gameplay reasons. Actually, can you even sue games for copying, like, gameplay design? Maybe. But I would have to assume it was because of the art. Ow. some god of gacha, you turn out to be Kappa. I mean, compared to the rest of the gacha content creators scene, I'm still the god, so. Whether you like it or not, that doesn't change the fact that I am your god. At least when it comes to gacha. So stick around a while, buddy. Because you ain't got anyone better. What, you gonna go watch M-Tashed? What a fucking joke. While Shenhe's still missing. Yeah, I think I saw a tweet somewhat recently. Maybe it's been a month or so, so I can't really say somewhat recently. About how long it's been since Shenhe had her last rerun or something. I think there's like Genshin fan accounts on Twitter where they track like the last time a character has had a banner or something. Ooh, nice double commissions in Blue Archive. Definitely gonna need it to rack up some XP books, that's for sure. AG PC beta, yeah. I need to figure out where I can download the PC beta client. Would love to get it on that so that I don't have to use an emulator for it anymore. Li Hua Yin, thanks so much for the 17-month resub. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for all the support so far. Shenhe having a Eula moment, yeah, seems like it. Cause yeah, when's the last time Shenhe had a rerun, right? It's been a while, I think. Nintendo and Pal World right now, yeah. But from what I've seen and heard, it's not likely Nintendo will win the case. But I mean, you know, it still means Pal World will still have to. It still has a lawsuit on their hands. You can join me in the laid off club. Oof. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully things turn around for you. Wasn't much info on that other than some XBA devs quit. Nexon, I made a new studio for Project KV. Oh, okay. Nexon being Nexon as always, basically, from what I'm hearing. Hope you're doing well, and not really. Part of the reason why I'm doing a subathon / donathon right now is to help me turn things around a little bit. Even the Fob Master, I know that Fob Master has technically been playing gachas for longer than I have. However, when it comes to actually playing gacha, like I don't think he can hold a candle to me. Because again, let me know who else, what other content creator you know, and what other gacha content creator you know, plays and keeps up with 11 gacha games at once. Because I'll wait. I'll wait for you to name me one. Because again, like I said in my my Gacha God video, !vid, if you want to go watch that, by the way, if you're on if you're in Twitch chat. Like I said in that video, I don't know any other content creator who plays as many Gacha games as I do, and is invested as heavily as I am in every single one of them. Because you can have. Anybody can fucking download a whole bunch of gacha games and say that they play a whole oh my god, look how addicted I am to gacha games. But that all falls apart when you just ask them one simple question, which is, hey, can I look at your account? Yeah, we'll see we'll see how big your gacha addiction really is then, huh? Maybe somewhere in China, sure. But you know, it's China, so. Like, everything's bigger in China. Well, what's your point there? That, I'm not really trying to compete with the Chinese content creators now, obviously, am I? We're not even on the same side of the internet, after all. Good old Great Firewall over there. So they can go fuck themselves.
遊びに行くってのは行くことが大事なの。来てさえくれれば、あとは全部私に任せればいいよ。
時間を見つけて竜の異物研究会に鑑定を依頼しに行こう。
Not a lot of good content creators in this space dedicated to gacha. Yeah, and I think I know at least part of the reason why. Part of the reason for that is because gacha games as like a genre hasn't really been around for that long in like the mainstream Western gaming sphere, as say like other genres have, like shooters and MOBAs and RTSs and shit like that. The West is still relatively unfamiliar with gachas. A lot of people, like the vast majority of gacha content creators are approaching gachas with the traditional Western gaming mindset. If that makes any sense. I don't know if I'm just talking out of my ass by using a lot of fucking buzzwords here. But what I'm trying to say is a lot of content creators fundamentally misunderstand what gacha games, like how gacha games are meant to be played. And like how they're meant to be treated. I mean, you still have a lot of Westerners who look at gacha games and call them pay to win all because they have a gacha mechanic. Because the instant they see any sort of microtransaction in any game, they instantly call it pay to win. So you know. There's that whole stigma about them. Project KV, a lot of that situation is still under wraps, and not public. They just said that they had to cancel it. Okay. But yeah, not surprising. I'll put the blame on Nexon for now because that's exactly what Nexon would do. Because imagine being an actually good Korean publisher. Couldn't be me. As someone who's also a gacha god like me, what's better to start in Genshin or Wuthering Waves? You haven't played either yet. Well, if you are truly a god of gacha like I am, you wouldn't have to ask me that question now, would you? You would just play it because it looks interesting. Or that maybe because there's a character in those games that you really like, and so you're gonna try that game just for those characters. But for the sake of answering your question, I would say Wuthering Waves overall is a better game than Genshin. Like, if you don't care for like the nuances of Genshin, and most people don't, then WoWa is a better game. Is just an overall better game, in my opinion. Much easier to start in WoWa. So that would be the game that I would recommend people start first. Or start, if you had to choose between the two. I would still recommend for you to try both of them, and then play both games for like a week or so, and then make your decision on which game feels more fun to play. Because that would be the smart thing to do. But if you don't have time for that, or you only want to focus on one game and that's it, then I would recommend Wuwa. I think, yeah, we Joint Fire Angel ended yesterday, I think. I wonder if we have another raid today on Blue Archive. Did they say anything on Twitter? Let's see. Just double drop stuff. Anniversary coming up. Let's see. Oh, Toki's getting a rerun. Cool. Oh, fuck Gregorius. It's another Gregorius raid. Fuck this motherfucker. Well, guess I'll deal with that in the fucking morning.
時間を見つけて竜の異物研究会に鑑定を依頼しに行こう。
Let's see, let me try to catch up with Chad a little bit. Have you played Sparking Zero? No, I've watched other streamers play it. I don't really have much interest in playing it myself. How would you describe gacha games to like a classic average newbie? TLDR is fine too. A gacha is basically a single player game, but you pay for new characters. In essence, that's what it is. Gacha games are single-player games where the focus is mainly on obtaining new characters, and oftentimes you have to pay in order to do so. One of the ways that you can tell how good a gacha game is how easily you can obtain new characters. Now, that's not a solid rule. It changes from game to game. But as like a general guideline, when you're trying to, as you say, if I'm trying to explain how what gacha games are to like people who have never heard of a gacha game before, that would probably be what I would say. But yeah, it's mainly the first thing I said, where gacha games are single-player games where the objective is to obtain new characters, because gacha games revolve around characters. They're built around the concept of you playing them every day for the sake of obtaining new characters. At their core, that's what they are. And it specifically has to be the characters. But I think I would go. I think I would go with that. Do you plan on reacting to that CC grading gacha games like FG on YouTube? I think I know what you're talking about. The atrocious gacha review series. Yeah, maybe for content, sure. My first dono incentive at like what, $200 I think it was, is 2 hours of viewer media share. And basically what that is, for those who don't know what that means, is once we hit that dono incentive, I'll have 2 hours where you guys, the viewers, anybody can send me like YouTube links or TikTok clips or whatever you guys want, as long as it's Twitch TOS friendly, and we'll watch it on stream together for 2 hours. We'll just have 2 hours of that. So, you know, for example, if we hit that dono incentive, you can send me a link like that, and if I get around to watching it, we can watch it. And I'll be able to, if I do react to it, you know, I'll clip it out of the stream and maybe upload it on my YouTube channel as like a separate video. For a long time, you thought that Paimon's gonna be a big bad at the end. I mean, given how fucking stretched out Genshin's story is, like it might still be another 5 years or so before we really find out if that's the truth or not. I know it's kind of a meme, and that's what some people are suspecting, but at the moment we don't really know. So. Will you roll for Rappa or skip to get Ting and Alter? I mean, I would like to get both if I can, but if it came down to it, I would skip Rappa.
一人で何かに挑むとき不可能なことはいっぱいある。でもみんなで挑めば不可能だって可能になる。
BD2 is a good free-to-play game. I heard so is Limbus Company. Yeah, plenty of lesser-known gachas out there that are quite good and are quite generous. I think I'm good on Blue Archive here. So let me pull up Arknights next. Oh, excuse me. Loved the new YouTube video about time somebody came along and showed what a real gacha, what a real gacha gamer is. Yeah, man. Tired of all this fucking gacha content creator bullshit where people just run around masquerading as quote gacha content creators, end quote. Yeah, you call yourself a gacha gamer, and the only gacha games you play are fucking Hoyoverse and Wuthering Waves. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, if I may be so bold, in my opinion, I actually think that if you want to call yourself a quote-unquote true gacha gamer, if you care about that shit, if you actually want, at least, maybe let's not put it that way, because that makes me sound like an asshole, even though I am. Let me put it this way. If you want my respect as a fellow gacha gamer, you can't just play the new gacha. You can't just play the new shit. Like, if you want to know what being a real gacha gamer feels like, you have to play at least one, what I would call, old school gacha. And I would define an old school gacha as almost any gacha game that came out before Arknights. So, pre-2020. I have another YouTube video lined up that I'll probably put out again later this week or next. That kind of goes into more detail about this. But, like, in my opinion, at least out of the gacha games I play, Arknights is kind of like the cutoff where old school gachas transition into new school gachas. Like, anything before Arknights is what I would consider an old school gacha. Anything after, especially if it came out after Genshin, would be what I would call new school. With a couple exceptions being like gacha games that maybe came out right after Genshin did, but they've been in development for like, a couple years already. So they would have like that old school DNA, or the old school gacha DNA. Arknights is weird. There's a good reason why I have good reasons why I call Arknights the cutoff point, because in my opinion, Arknights is like a hybrid old school, new school gacha. Because it has a lot of quality, it has a lot of features that from both old school and new school gacha like doctrine. So it's kind of hard to pin down like what Arknights really is. As far as like, oh, is it old school? Is it new school? I don't really know. Because it has a lot of qualities of both. I would argue it has more new school features, but the old school features it does have are pretty important. So, even though it has a majority of new school gacha features, I can't really call it a full new school gacha. Arknights is just school, yeah, maybe. You always found the drama petty at best. Yeah, because clearly gacha content creators don't have enough content to make, so they resort to just fucking roasting each other. Omega lol. Does Bandori count? I mean, it's a gacha, and it came out, what, quite a while ago, I think? I've always heard of Bandori ever since I got into gachas, so I assume it's been around for a while. But then again, I think Bandori is a rhythm game, so I don't really know how I don't really know how rhythm gacha games work, so I don't know. I don't have any opinion on that. Excuse me. You remember Tectone from his Arknights video? Yeah, Tectone's played a couple old school gacha games, or older gacha games. Didn't Tectone come from like Summoner's War or some shit? Like that shit is actually pretty old. Like, think what you will about Tectone. He actually has a much more gacha experience than a lot of gacha content creators out there, which is kind of funny to think about. Tenna from Epic 7. I think Mr. Pokey came from Counterside. Fobmaster had dabbles in FGO and some other older gachas, I think. Doubt any of them play those games anymore. Yeah, no, they don't. Like, I mean, I even bring it up in my Gacha God video. But like, yeah, like how many like bigger gacha content creators these days who started on older gachas still play their old gachas anymore? I mean, to be fair, I might turn into one of those too, because, you know, especially if you guys watched my FGO Wales log, the last one that I put out, I think a week or two ago. Yeah, last week. I did mention that, you know, hey, like, given FGO's new content creator guidelines, just because of that, like, if I end up dropping FGO or at least stop making content for it altogether, then you know where that came from. So hey, who knows? I might join them too, as someone who used to play an old school gacha but dropped it eventually. But as of right now, that is not the case. Techie played old school gacha. Yeah, I think you can still find some of his like old Summoner's War videos, I think. I don't know what gacha game exactly he started on, but I know he played Summoner's War, at least briefly. At least I think so. I think he did. Tana Oma got sued by Smiley. Oh boy, what did he fucking do? Oh nice, Kachina is level 10 now. Yeah, what the fuck did Tenna do? Is that why I don't really see Tenna streaming anymore? Like, when's the last time he made a video? I mean, shit, I can look it up right now. When's the last time Tenha posted a video on his YouTube channel?
What is going on, everyone?
4 days ago. Okay, he's still been keeping up. Okay. Has he been streaming though? Let's see. Past broadcasts. I think he's deleted all of his. I think he's deleted all of his past broadcasts for some reason. It still seems like he's still streaming on Twitch, because his Twitch stream title is called Zealand, so he was streaming recently. I guess he just deletes all of his past broadcasts so people don't fucking dig up dirt on him, I guess. Knowing gacha content creators these days, everyone's got a fucking skeleton in their closet. Oldest video on his channel, on Tectone's channel, is in fact a Summoner's War video. Hey, there you go. There you fucking go. Didn't FGO's old content guidelines say that they allowed no content be a story, and now they're allowing it for up to lost spells? To be fair, I did not check the guidelines myself. I just kind of skipped. What I know of the quote updated guidelines is what was what I saw from like who was it? Chaldea Gurus and Soberoni's tweets. It seemed like they were complaining about it, so I just kind of automatically assumed that whatever shit that they usually put on Japanese FGO content creators, they were also applying on NA ones too. If it's actually like nothing actually happened, if that was all a fucking nothing burger, as they sometimes say, then I take back whatever I said in that last Wales log, because clearly I overreacted. But until I clear that up, I'm going to assume that yeah, we can't stream anything quote-unquote new. But again, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Possibly. But you know, it's Los Angeles, so Los Angeles / Aniplex, so you know how it be sometimes. What are your thoughts on Reverse 1999? I hear it's a good game. Reverse 1999 was one of the games that oh, Mr. Walks, thanks so much for the 48-month resub. Welcome back. Prime is free sub, chat. Twitch Primes? Any Twitch Primes? Or I think they're called Prime Gaming subs now. But thanks for the resub, Mr. Walks. Greatly appreciated. Anyways, Reverse 1999 was one of the games I would have tried on my own had I not gotten my ass laid off a year and a half ago at this point. Like if I still kept my old job, I would have had a reason to like check out Limbus Company and Reverse 1999. I think those two games I would have definitely started accounts on my own, and then like assuming they were good enough games, which from what I hear they are, I would have kept up with them and added them, brought them into the fold as part of my main gacha rotation. So right in an alternate timeline where I didn't have to do a subathon / donathon because I was dead ass broke. In a different timeline or in a different universe, I would be sitting here right now saying that I play 13 gacha games at once. Too bad we don't live in that timeline yet. But yeah, I hear it's a good game. It's interesting at the very least. Like the premise of it is something that I haven't really seen gacha games do before, like a sort of steampunkish Victorian era. I mean, steampunk usually is Victorian. A steampunk themed gacha. It's kind of rare. Not sure if I know of any other gacha that has done something like that. Like outside of like some Arknights events, maybe. Rhythm gachas are uniquely distinct. I would imagine they are, yeah, because their gameplay is obviously very different from others. But Bandori would still be old school in design, yeah, considering how old it is. Wouldn't be surprised. Excuse me. Your old gachas went EOS. Have you lost your gamer title? In that case, no, because it's not like you quit on your own prerogative. It's just like you were forced to quit. Well, in that case, that wasn't really your fault, now was it? So I would say no. However, if the older gachas you play got EOS and thus no longer available, and you still haven't moved on to pick up new gachas, then I would say that your god gacha gamer title would be more in question, I would say. But what's important is that you at least have the experience. Because at least you've been around for long enough to have played some older gachas, which is far better than, you know, most Genshin players at least. Especially the ones who play Genshin and have never played any other gacha, so the only experience they ever have with gacha is just Genshin. And they know literally nothing else. Let's see, and Caliente Tortuga also thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. Thanks for the 9 months. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Walks. Hey, working on final 3 thumbnails. All right, thanks, Mr. Walks, for the update. Yeah, exactly. They force you to quit mod director. Hey, to be fair, Xetra's apparently right around the corner. Didn't they say it was slated for a 2024 release? It's already fucking the middle of October, and they still haven't updated us on that. Unless they have a release date set that's on Steam or something. Actually, let me check Steam, because shouldn't it be on Steam, etc.? Yeah. Do they have a concrete release date set? No, I don't think so. Steam still says it's a 2024 release. I don't think they updated the screenshots at all. Maybe they added a couple new ones. I don't know. Who knows? I haven't seen any new info on that. Yeah, Godhood stolen. Verse 999 is good, but you feel like the story can be confusing at first because they focus on different timelines and eras and solving issues in them. To be fair, FGO's kind of the same way. It's just that it's a little bit more. It's a little bit easier to follow FGO's timeline or their chronology because it's all connected under the umbrella of we're specifically, you know, fucking race shifting to different eras and different time periods in order to like correct the timeline of humanity or some shit. So like, you know what you're doing at the very least, or you know why you're there. I don't know if Reverse 99's story kind of behaves the same way or has some sort of like continuity that you can work with. I don't know. Yep. We were doing that in FGO part 1, dude. Yeah. From how that other dude on YouTube described it, kind of sounded like that was what was going on. But again, I haven't played. I forget that laser beam attack is a one shot. From what I remember, or how that guy described it, seemed like that's what was going on. Again, though, I haven't played Reverse 999 though, so I don't know. It helps that Nasu's writing FGO is generally easy to digest. Yeah, for the most part. Like, there are some scenes where it's like some of the more like lore heavy scenes like are kind of hard to follow, especially if you haven't read his other works that would give you context to what the fuck is going on. But yeah, most of his stories they're very grounded, which is what I like about them. Because you can't be too conceptual in your storytelling, which is the problem that I have with Star Rail's main story. Because if you have a story that's way too conceptual or like way too forward looking, then most of your readers have no clue what the fuck is going on. And like the lore would feel a little bit too disconnected. Like it wouldn't feel impactful enough. But Nasu's writing is a little bit more grounded, so it's, yeah, like you said, it's easier to follow. You know what's weird? Any gacha post Genshin is new school gacha, but they all don't have rotations on materials yet. Genshin does, so why hasn't Genshin gotten with the times? Well, first of all, Genshin is its own thing. Genshin is the biggest gacha game, hands down. So again, as I explained many times before, Genshin has what I would call top gacha privilege, where they can do whatever the fuck they want. If they want to keep up with other gachas, they can, but they don't. But if they don't, who cares? I mean, do they care? So they certainly don't, right? Like, they literally can do whatever they want. And yeah, it's kind of stupid that they still have like fucking material rotations, like in their talent domains and their weapon ascension material domains. Like, why is that still a thing in 2024? But you know, if they don't want to change it, they're not going to. And there's not much repercussion for if they don't anyway. But yes, I agree, it's fucking stupid. As long as you can say, alright, Mohammed, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll catch you next time. Have a good one. Nasu is weird because he's simultaneously easy to understand and also has really hard to understand stuff. Yeah. But I think it helps that on the conceptual side, at the very least, even if it's hard to follow, what bits you can understand of Nasu's conceptual stuff is at least still intriguing. The example that I can think of is like the differences between the different eyes of mystic eyes of death perception that exist in the Nasuverse. Like, I think I read like a Twitter thread where somebody was detailing the differences between, for example, Tono Shiki's mystic eyes and then Ryogi Shiki's mystic eyes, and they're not the same, even though they're called they have the exact same name and they functionally do the exact same thing, but they're different. And to like a layperson, like, that doesn't really make sense, right? Like, what do you mean two different people have the same power that have the same name, they do the same thing, but yet they're different? So like, how do you like explain that one? But they are. Which is weird. But that's Nasu for you. Hey, 2024 release, Keck W, I know, right? They haven't said shit. What a fucking scam. Oh, I completely forgot to put up the Arknights window. Oops. There it is. Maybe it comes from they had different triggers / origins. Yeah, I think it was, from what I remember, it's like, yeah, they have different origin points. They also develop differently, too. And it turns out they don't actually do the exact same thing. They do things a little differently. Because I think, if I recall correctly, Ryogi doesn't see dots now, does she? She only sees lines. Whereas technically Tono's mystic eyes are stronger, technically, because he can see both lines and dots. They're stronger, but they also come at a greater cost, which is kind of the trade-off. Whereas Ryogi's mystic eyes aren't as strong, technically, but they come with no downsides. Like, she doesn't suffer in the same way that Tono does, where he just devolves into Satsujinki towards the end. You prefer that Wu stands on its own and saying people, instead of people relying on saying that it's better Genshin, and that's their only argument to why the game is good? I mean, if you're a gacha casual, then sure, yeah, but, you know, I'm gonna still sit here and say that Wuthering Waves is essentially a better Genshin, but I can actually give you reasons as to why. Because let's face it, Wuthering Waves is a Genshin clone. There's no getting around it. As much as you'd prefer, as you said, to, you know, judge Wuthering Waves on its own as its own standalone game. But the truth is, it exists in a world where Genshin also exists. So naturally, people are always going to compare the two, whether you want people to or not. It's just kind of how it is. But at the very least, you have someone like me who can sit here and explain to you why that is. Because most people can't. Or even if they could, most people don't want to sit there and fucking yap on and on for an hour as to why Wuthering Waves is essentially a better Genshin. Babylore goes crazy in Arknights, yep. What do you mean? We knew these people. What do you mean Ascalon's gonna fucking murder us in our sleep? The fuck did we do? Can't wait for Fate Extra Remake. Lore? What lore? Can't wait for Camellia. Yeah, lots of people are excited for her, naturally, because she's basically fucking Coomer bait. Our biggest Coomer bait after Chang-Li, I guess, technically. Because who did we see first in story? You guys are gonna have to answer that one for me, because I did not pay attention to Wuwa's story at all, pretty much. But I forget. I don't know who shows up first who appears first in Wuthering Waves story, Chang-Li or Camellia. Because I know Camellia shows up in, like, the very beginning of the game, right? So yeah, I would assume it has to be her. See if I can kill this motherfucker in time before he one-shots me. Weather in SoCal has been nice. Yeah, it's been good. Finally, I don't have to worry about sweating my ass off like I was like for the past like 3 or 4 months. So that's cool. Yeah, Camellia first. Yeah, because she shows up at the very beginning of the game. Now that I think about it, like when we first enter Jinzhou City, right? She's the girl who's sitting on that fucking tree or whatever, watching us go in. So yeah, we had to have known about her first. Doctor, the day he remembers his past. Oh shit. Mina, thanks for wasting $5. I forgot that's what my my donor message says. Let me read your message. Been watching your FGO videos a long time, so what got me into FGO? Oh, greatly appreciated. And Gachi's played on emulator and had really bad hard drive crash about 6 months ago. And the accounts are tied to a pass and code and password. She stored on said drive. Oof, sorry to hear that, man. I love my content. Hey, thanks for watching anyway. But yeah, that's happened to more than a few people actually. And yeah, that sucks. And every time I hear it, but. Hopefully you've tried recovering your account from Aniplex. Like maybe you've already submitted like a help ticket to their help desk or whatever. If you already have and nothing happened of it, then sorry to hear that. But if you haven't, I would suggest at least giving it a try if you care to, you know, bring your FGO account back. But yeah, it happens. But yeah, greatly appreciate the support at least. They really did make Camellia the jiggliest, and she doesn't even have tits that big, does she? So that's kind of an achievement. Let's see, what else do I need to do in Genshin? I think I have enough. I think I have enough essential materials for Zelo. I don't have her yet though, which sucks. Yeah, I have enough for her. That is, if I can even roll her ass in the first place. Guess we'll see. Oh yeah, we have this event to finish off. Oh, you were talking about her ass, so gotcha. You may have to grab a fifth gacha. One of us. One of us. Who did I want as a healer again? Who are you saving for now in Genshin? I want to pick up Zealand. Wow, there was a a fucking Pyroculus here all this time? Really? Oh, that's weird. Maybe it just never turned up because this place is so high up. Huh. But I do want to pick up Zelo. I already threw enough at Gacha for her to get spooked by Tignari. So my next 5-star will be Zelo. Assuming I can even get there in time. But at this rate, I'm not sure if I can roll for her weapon, though. Right over here. Let's see. I think I have to do this. Let's keep kicking this asshole. Where'd you run off to this time? Up there, okay. Alright, where are we going to next? These guys give me more tether power. Next up, over here. Z3 needs to stop making such hot people. And then meanwhile, Mihoyo would be like, how about I do anyway? Oh yeah, I haven't done story yet, so I haven't met this dude. Who is the better choice, Lingsha or Topaz? If you're super into break teams, it depends on the type of teams you like to play. If you like super break teams with Firefly, then Lingsha is the obvious choice. If not, then probably Topaz. I would say if you really like using Robin, if Robin is your go-to Harmony support, then Topaz is kind of a no-brainer. Because obviously Robin synergizes with follow-up attackers really hard. And Topaz is really a really good follow-up attacker because everything she does is a follow-up attack. So in your case, Rex, for your question, Rex, it comes down to what kind of teams you like playing. What are your thoughts about Mualani? She's super cute. If it weren't for Zelo and Mavuika, is that how I say her name? Which is surprising because Mavuika isn't coming out on 5.2, right? Because they drip marketed Chaska and Auron, I think. Which is kind of strange, right? Because every other Archon debuted with their second or technically third patch. But they didn't do that this time, so I don't know when Mavuika is slated to come out. Maybe we got some leaks that are saying when she will, but I have 6 crowns, and I plan to give them to Zelo and Mavuika. But if Mavuika isn't coming out on with 5.2, then I'm considering just tossing 3 crowns to Mualani right away. if that shows you how much I like her. As for her gameplay, I'll be honest, I have no idea how her Night Soul shit triggers. She does a fuck ton of damage. She's meant to be a reverse vape sub DPS. Like, that much is obvious. Put her in a team with like Xiangling and whatever. Like two pyros, right? Two pyros. I don't know if you want to put in Bennett in there, because obviously Mualani scales off of HP, and so I don't know how well she would benefit from having Bennett on her team. But like two pyros, one of them being Xiangling, and then a main DPS, and then have Mualani as your sub. And yeah, just have Mualani just do reverse vape damage, and she just fucking nukes people. I think her ult has extremely high scaling. I think I saw her do like 300,000k on her own. I think off of a single reverse vape hit. So she can do damage, that's for sure. I still don't know how she actually works though. I think the trick to her is that you need to trigger Night Soul on her or whatever. I don't know how to do that. I haven't read too much into her kit yet. She's been out for what, over a month and a half already. Do Azure Lane girls flash you in game at all? Like show like titty, like actual nips? No. Azure Lane doesn't go that far. All the things in Azure Lane, like, they're lewd, they're suggestive, even sometimes provocative, but they don't actually show anything that's not supposed to be shown. Like, they tiptoe the line, but they never cross it. So if that's what you're saying when you're asking if they flash you, no, they don't. But if you just mean like just massive fucking bazongas, even if they're covered up, right? Even if the nips are covered, if you're just talking about just the girls just pulling out the titties, then sure, yeah, they flash you all the time. So yeah, it depends on what you mean by what you mean by that. Like, what is your definition of girls flashing you? Yeah, personally, I would go for Lingsha because, in my opinion, Super Break teams are the most busted teams in the game, or is the most busted team archetype in Star Rail. Like, they only have one hard counter, and that's enemies who turn themselves immune to toughness damage, and that's it. Against any other enemy, they just kind of blow them out of the fucking water. Like, Super Break teams are pretty fucking broken by design, or in concept, and in theory. They just have one hard counter, and that hard counter doesn't really even show up a lot of time anyway. So, and in my opinion, I think Star Rail will continue releasing more characters who can deal Super Break damage. Like, doesn't Fei Xiao do Super Break damage somewhere? Or did I read her kit incorrectly? I probably did. But, even though people are like, oh my god, Lingsha is power creeping Gallagher, in my opinion, I don't really give a fuck about that, because I'm not gonna think about power creep until we have enough characters in the game who can deal Super Break damage for you to be able to field two Super Break teams at the same time. And I think Star Rail is gonna go down that path too. I think they're gonna put in more Super Break characters as time goes on. So yeah, Link Shot power creeps Gallagher. Yeah, whatever. Suck my fucking dick. Like, the moment we get 3 more Super Break characters, you know for a fact that I'm gonna be sticking Gallagher with those 3, and I'll have 2 Super Break teams at my disposal at once, and they can go fucking murder MOC together. Dancing through the fields of flowers together, while setting everything on fire. Whee! Fun times. Let's see, how much condensed resin do I have? I should probably use some of this. I guess I'll go waste some shit over here. Actually, let me check if I can upgrade any of the characters I have. Whose shit did I need to upgrade again? Shenyun, she's at 99. I'm still thinking about triple crowning Shenyun actually. I don't know if I actually will though. But considering I've already triple crowned Shenhe and Ganyu, it's like, well, you know, it'd be cool if I could triple crown their teacher too. That'd be nice. Unskippable cutscene. Yep, welcome to Genshin Impact. What do you mean your gacha games have skip buttons? We don't do that here. Because fuck you. Let's see. I already took care of Archive, Arknights. Let's see. Ether? I guess I can take care of the off stream. Azure Lane time. Speaking of Azure Lane titties. Put that down there. Pull up Azure Lane. Whoever came up with the idea of putting Himeko slash Mavuika in a biker outfit needs a raise. I see you have a type. Let's see. So Shenyun is still waiting. Who else? Chlorine is already. Chlorine is already triple crowned. I keep thinking of triple crowning Ayaka too. Ah, right. I'm still working on Zigwind. That's right. I still need to farm more of these fucking crystal things. God fucking damn it. So, Zigwind should be all my 5 stars from now. Mualani still is already at 99. Just don't have enough contention books for her. Actually, can I farm these today? Yeah, I can. Maybe I should farm some of those, actually. I think everyone else is okay as far as all my 5 stars go. And for 4 stars, oh, that's right, I need to pick up this thing. Kachina is at, oh, she just needs one more. One more of these things. Fading Candle, don't have that though. Lynette's good. Charlotte is almost good, actually. I've been working on her. Oh, I got enough of these things now. Justice tomorrow, okay. Is it 2 more? Mika's good. Seth's good. Yao Yao's good. Kirara's good. Kole. You're good. Yeah, Chevy's the one that's still stuck at 666. Because she shares these with Zigwin, I think. So that's unfortunate. Let's see. So the ones I can work on this week are Zigwin and Charlotte, I think. Yeah. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Charlotte, Zigwin. What books did you need again? Equity. Oh, I can actually go ahead and fucking farm that shit today, then. Cool. Time to go farm. Time to go commit more fucking turtle genocide. Woohoo! Ganyu is hot. Mm-hmm. I like it when fan art gives Ganyu bigger tits than she really does. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Where are some tutors that I can murder for content? Map genocide. Mm-hmm. Genshin Impact encouraging animal and racial genocide since 2020. This post brought to you by the Chinese Communist Party. Good to see you're streaming again. Hey, yeah, we're back. At least for now. I am broke, so I must stream for money. Let's see how much damage this does. Whee! Bop! I can't even see the damage number. Let's see, that should get Zigwen up 1, I think. So, yeah, we can level her basic up. And then we can level either her skill or ult up. I don't know which one to pick, actually. It probably doesn't matter. I don't really use Zigwen in the first place, so... Azure Lane's new 3D dorm. Yeah, it's kind of cute they added that. I haven't really messed around with it much myself, though. Like, hell, I haven't even messed around with, the fucking, raise your own daughter lolly thing. One day I'll get around to doing that, but... Good to see nearly 100 people here. Yeah, and we'll try to push for even more. We shall try. I will do my very fucking hardest at the very least. Whee!
Yes.
Into the Ayaya land. CCP, I can't. The worst thing that happened to Gacha games. If not for them, we could have had exposed belly button Shenhe. On one hand, yeah, no censorship, but on the other hand, Ludus things come from the most restricted stuff. Still wish we had it. Though, yeah, you're not wrong. For whatever reason, people love, like, the most degen shit comes from, or a lot of the time, the most degen shit you've ever seen comes from IPs that are traditionally not that degen. Unless your name is Blue Archive, of course, but that's an exception. But yeah, it's kind of funny how that works. Even still, though, yeah, like even if the CCP didn't exist and like MiHoYo could go even harder on the lewd shit, like it wouldn't have been like fucking like, I don't know, BD2 levels or like Azure Lane levels. Yeah, sure, you'd have some teases here and there, but like, I don't think we would have to worry. People would have to worry about Mihoyo turning into fucking Manju. So yeah, it's still nice that we. It would still been nice if we had that shit. Still hung up on Nikkei censorship? Yep. I still want Rupee's uncensored default skin, where she literally, like, you can straight up see her fucking leopard print panties from the front, and you can see them at all times. But you know, Tencent. At least you can still see it the uncensored shit out there on the internet, at least. Let's see, I think we can go here. Hey DCC, welcome back. Still looking for a good welding job yourself? Welding, huh? I'm kind of surprised, you're having... I don't know how long you've been looking for a job like that. But from what I understand from America's current job market, like I was under the impression that like blue collar jobs such as welding, I think welding, that's what blue collar jobs are, right? Where you have to like actually work with your hands and shit. I was under the impression that finding blue collar jobs wouldn't be that difficult, because the U.S. is in the middle of what is it? Is in the middle of reindustrializing right now. So like we need as a country, America needs more like blue collar jobs. So I figure jobs like that would be easier to find. I don't want to say they're easy to find. What the fuck do I know? But best of luck in finding one though. Hopefully you find something. Nikkei, what? Yeah, Nikkei is censored. Asiniax, if you never knew. If you don't believe me, look up Rupees. There are several characters in Nikkei who are famously censored. The two that come to mind for me are Pravati and Rupee. Rupees makes sense at least. Like, okay, yeah, I can see why she was censored. But Pravati's censorship makes no fucking sense. Because what they censored about Pravati was they censored her fucking burst animation. Because her original uncensored burst animation, you can see the bottom half of the screen. Maki Wong, thanks for the 2-month resub. Welcome back. Which meant you could see her, like, I don't know, the lower half of her body, which wasn't even that lewd. Like, she wears hot pants, yeah, but, like, you see them in full display in her regular, like, standing default pose, like, in the lobby. So, like, why they censored her burst animation is beyond me. I don't know why they did that. Because at least Rupee's censorship makes sense, because she's literally fucking flashing you. So, like, yeah, okay, I kind of get that one. But Pravati's, hell no. What the fuck? What kind of retard censored that? There are other characters who got censored too, I think. I forget which ones, though. Juggle your ass like it's Marvel fucking 2. Or I should say Marvel 3. Anywhere else? Is that CCP related or Tencent? I would imagine it's both. Because remember, Tencent is still a mega fucking Chinese is a Chinese mega corpo, but they're under the thumb of the CCP at all times. Because remember, the CCP does not like it when like other entities in China become rich and wealthy, because that means that they could potentially have enough power to challenge them. So it's a bit of both. Did you pull for Zila? I did, but I got spooked by Tignari, and so I'm still trying to roll for her, but it's still gonna take me a little bit. I forget how many rolls I've already done after I got spooked by Tignari. We can count real quick. Oh, did I pass Tignari? I think I did. Yeah, right there. So I have done 60 rolls. So I have 15 to go until I enter soft pity territory, so that's gonna be fun. Trying to scrounge up enough, what is it? Trying to scrounge up enough, primos and fates for that shit. What sucks is that ever since they added the ability for you to buy crowns directly using, Star Glitter, that means that I can't use, my Star Glitter here. In order to exchange for more intertwined fates. Because if I could, I already have 10. I could blow them. I can blow them on banner right now. But because if I do that, that means I can't buy the next month's crown. It's like, ugh. That means I have to save. So that fucking blows dick. Okay, that event's done. See, I think I've already done all the test runs. Yes. I guess I can finish the get started on the fucking main Archon quest. New Zealand. What is this? This one. Oh, I assume this has to do with the Archon quest. That's whatever. Okay. So we can go through the Archon quest for an easy 500 primos, I suppose. Not bad. Compare that with, I believe Spiral Abyss is going to be resetting soon. Yeah, tomorrow. Well, technically 2 days. So maybe I'll have enough for another multi. Rupee still flashes you a bit though? Yeah, but it's not as much as before though. Let's see. Actually, are we still on the Genshin? I think we should still be on the Genshin category, right? Because I think the last stream I did, I last streamed me trying to pull for, who was it again? I think it was Amelie. And I rage quit the stream because I got spooked. Yeah, it's still on Genshin, so we're good. Oh, let's see, what was I doing again? I think I was trying to level up Zigwin's books. What was she again? Fuck, I forgot. Equity, okay. Buying crowns not worth it. It's not, but remember I'm also a completionist as well. Or I really like crowns just because that means that I can max out my favorite character's shit. So, unfortunately, I actually value crowns more than rolls. It's to my detriment, but, you know, that's how it is. The struggles of being a fucking gacha god, I guess. For lack of a better phrase. But yeah, for anybody else, yeah, I would agree. It's not worth it. It's not worth it buying crowns with star glitter. Because, again, you don't really need crowns. They're just kind of something nice to give to your characters. how many equity books did I have again? Just 1, 11. Okay. Time to go farm equity books. Woohoo! Where was the talent domain again here? Where's the third crystal fly? It's right here somewhere. Oh, it is. You have a favorite character's triple crown and you still have like 20 crowns? You better get more favorite characters then. I think this one was... you have to fight against those two like alien core things, I think. We can afford using a different team for this. You think Arknights Enfield would be a great game? I sure fucking hope so, man. And for like, I'm on record for saying that Arknights is the best gacha game that you can currently play. At the very least, it's the best gacha game that I play out of my rotation of gacha games. So, yeah, I sure fucking hope Enfield is good. Will it be as good as regular Arknights, or will it be able to compare to other games? I'm not sure. I've never played any of the betas. I've only ever watched other people play, so I can't say how good the betas were. But yeah, here's crossing my fingers that it turns out to be a good game. Am I rolling for the music band Girls in Blue Archive? If they're meta, and I think one of them is. I think. I forget which one it was. Maybe band Kazusa? I forget who. If they're not meta though, no. I would like to roll, you know, if I had the money, I'd roll for band, who's that girl's name? The blonde tsundere girl. The girl who uses a Scar. Scar H as her rifle. Because I think she's the only one in the game who uses a Scar rifle, and just for that I like her. And her banned version is far better than a regular one, because I think she's a default 2-star, right? There's a way to uncensor Girls Frontline? Yeah. It's also built into the game, Gabu. Like, you have to put in, like, a certain voodoo recipe, and then you restart the game, and that'll tell your client the next time you boot it up to download the uncensored assets. Like, I can pull up, like, to prove it to you, I can pull up my own Girls Frontline account to show you what the uncensored files look like. To be fair, not everything is uncensored. You can look up the voodoo recipe on Google. Like, it should be like the first entry or something. But yeah, you can uncensor GFL. They have a lot of work to do to improve Enfield. You were not impressed with the CBT, yeah. Which is why I say I hope it's gonna be good, because I did not hear very good things, or apparently people were not all that impressed with Enfield. Can you elaborate on why you feel like Arknights is the best you've played? I actually have a video about that. It's not released yet. I've made it, but then I need to upload it. It'll be part of my my like my backlist of YouTube videos that I'm going to be uploading like every other day or maybe every 3 days on my YouTube channel. So that'll come out like maybe next week or so, maybe later this week. But I have made a video about it. But the long story short is that Arknights has the most content that I've seen any gacha game have. The most amount of readily available content that you can just do whenever. It handles content the best out of any gacha I've ever played. Not only that, but its gameplay is surprisingly mostly skill based and not a fucking RNG fuckfest like a lot of gacha games are, and Blue Archive. And the production quality is among the highest out of any gacha game out there. Like, in almost every aspect that a gacha game can be good, Arknights is great or better. From my experience. But that's the short version of it. I'll have a video going up on my channel maybe later this week or next that explains in more detail why I feel that way. Hey, Vin Spirit, welcome back, man. And yeah, good to be back. Not a fan of the combat. Yeah, one of my initial concerns about Enfield gameplay was like, okay, so how does combat work when you can control your entire team all at once? Or when your entire team is out on the field at once? And from the beta footage that I saw, like when I was watching streamers like Kilston play, it didn't look like you could control your AI teammates all that much, if at all. So like, how do you prevent your teammates from taking damage when an enemy like does like a big ass AOE attack? Like, how does that fucking work? Like, can you issue directions to your teammates at least? Because I know that Enfield's gameplay, like the combat gameplay, did have like bullet time, like where you could slow down time so you have time to like aim your skills or whatever. But like, does that also apply to you like directing your teammates too? Like, how does that work? Because if it doesn't let you do that, then unfortunately that style of gameplay just won't work because all your teammates are gonna fucking die. Because in a game like Aethergazer, right? Because Aethergazer is basically Honkai Impact or Genshin, but instead of you only having one character on the field at a time, your entire team is on the field at the same time, and they're all attacking enemies at once, right? It works in Aethergazer because your AI teammates actually fight and dodge and shit. They're not the best at it, but for like 90% of the content, it's good enough. It's just they might have trouble with like the harder challenge ones, like say if you're doing like level 20 fucking variable dimension, or like maybe tier 6 chasm or whatever, and maybe the enemies are hit a little bit too hard and they attack you way too often and your AI teammates just can't keep up, right? So they have their limitations, but anything besides that they can handle themselves just fine. So that the gameplay works out. But in Enfield, if you can't control your teammates, then what the fuck? The fuck is the point? So that was my main concern. Let's see if they've addressed that when they put out Enfield for full release or something. Or whatever. We'll see. At least it's unique in that aspect. I guess, yeah. If you ask me, I think if Enfield didn't do that, I think another gacha game would have come along and done something like that instead. Yeah, because Aethergazer was kind of like the natural evolution of like arena style, like high combat, like high intensity, high octane, like open, quote unquote open world. Maybe I guess I could call it 3D RPG gameplay, right? Because you already had games like Honkai, Genshin, right? And then Ether Gazer was just kind of like the next step in the evolution of those kinds of games, where instead of one character on the field, a PGR2, instead of only having one character, now you have all three. And so Enfield is kind of the same way, where compared to Genshin, it's like, okay, well, you have a 4-man team, but instead of only having one character on the field, you have your entire team on the field too, right? All 4 characters are present and they're out there doing shit with you, which is very cool until you realize that you can't actually control them and they just kind of go off and fucking die on their own, at which point that's not as cool. So hopefully they give us a way to like control them better. I don't know. We'll see how they want to handle that. But at least it's like the first attempt at creating a Genshin clone that instead of having one character on the field, you have your entire team on the field. And yeah, I expect more gacha games down the line to kind of do what Enfield does, but just, you know, optimize that formula better. Assuming Enfield can't do it itself. Like Xenoblade style combat. You know, obviously Xenoblade wasn't the first one to do that, but like I get where they're coming from. You put Ether... Yeah, they're the same genre. I'm just saying that Ether Gazer is like the next step in the evolution of that genre of game. Because, like, I believe in Honkai Impact, right? I've never played that game, but I'm pretty sure in Honkai you can still only control one character at a time. But yeah, like, they're the same genre. It's just Ether Gazer is kind of like the next step in the evolution of those kinds of games. Because instead of one character, you have your entire team. Fancy. Ether Gazer needs a goddamn PC port. Well, good news. They are releasing the beta client tomorrow. I don't know where to download it from. I assume off their main website, but it's not available yet. Ether Gazer, a hidden gem. Yeah, a lot of it, it's got a lot of interesting ideas, interesting and good ideas that I wish more games would do. More gacha games do, just for the sake of simplifying how you upgrade your characters and whatnot. It's definitely got a lot of stuff going for it, that's for sure. It's just, the devs did not market that game at all, pretty much. What's another game on the bottom right trying to get into new gacha games? Because, oh, you got promoted at work, so you have spare money. Hey, congrats, man. The game on the bottom right is called Azure Lane. It's not so much of a game as it is just a waifu simulator. The most important gameplay of Azure Lane is what you're looking at on screen right now. If I can grab my Azure Lane screen and explode it up a little bit. This is the gameplay. You just sit here and stare at your waifus while they wear no panties and have big fat tits. Jokes aside, this game isn't as much of a game as it is just a waifu collector. There just kind of happens to be a game attached to it that you may or may not care for. Main reason why I say that is because Azure Lane's gameplay is kind of boring for the most part. It's just auto. The only time where it doesn't get boring is when you actually start doing challenge stuff, like the specific challenge mode game mode right here, or like if you're like a completionist like me and you want to go for all the characters in the game, and so which means you'll have to do the harder story missions or the story chapters, such as chapters 12 and above, 12, 13, 14, and then most recently 15. Anything before chapter 12 is pretty easy, but chapter 12 is where the game goes from a waifu simulator to, what the fuck? I thought this was Azure Lane. What do you mean this game is hard? But that is Azure Lane in a nutshell, though. But I would recommend only picking up Azure Lane if you like collecting waifu characters and you like buying skins. That should be your #1 priority or your #1 reason why you should start playing Azure Lane. If not, if you actually want to have a game you can actually play, then I would recommend picking up something else. Arknights has a skip button? Yeah, it does. It's great. Dude, what? That game is not that good, LMAO? Are you talking about FGO? Or not FGO, sorry. Arknights? Because if you're disagreeing with me that Arknights is the best gacha, sure, you can have your opinions. However, you are probably not a god of gacha. You are not a gacha god, and therefore I don't really know how much I care for your opinion. Because no, I stand by my my statement that Arknights is the best gacha game that you can play. Mainly because I'm looking at it from a content availability standpoint, a content and production quality standpoint. And to me, the most important part about a gacha game is, can you fucking play the damn thing? Because, like, one of the biggest pet peeves I have with gacha games is if they have some sort of fucking stamina system. Now, to be fair, Arknights does have a stamina system of its own, yeah. But, I forgot, I still have my Azure Lane fucking screen just kind of blown up like this. But anyways, yes, Arknights has its own stamina system, but you know what it also has? It's got fucking 3 different, what's that called again? The roguelike game mode, the integrated strategies. It has 3 different ladders of 3 different versions of integrated strategies for you to play, and it also made the what is it? The Into the Sands. What was that game mode called again? I forgot. But they made that shit permanent too. They also bring back all old story content, which I don't know how many other games do that. Not a few gacha games do, but not to the extent that Arknights does it. Where, like, you can not only read past event stories as well, but you can also play the fucking nodes over again. Maybe you might not get the same rewards, but you still get a little bit. Like, I fail to see, at least out of the gacha games that I play, no other gacha game has the same level of content as Arknights does. Maybe there's a gacha game out there that I don't play that can kind of match Arknights in terms of actual content, but I would have to play them myself to really compare. Which method would you recommend when pulling characters? You were originally using the Steefire. I don't really care for, like, pulling methods, like rituals and shit like that. I don't give a fuck. The only ritual that you should believe in is pulling out your credit card. Or, you know, paying for gift cards. My method is pull until you can no longer pull, or until you get who you want. Rituals and shit like that, like, if you want to use them, go ahead. More power to you, but that's exactly what they are, just rituals. Equity books. See how many we can make here. 16. It's not bad. Nice. 2 bonus. I'll level up her skill first. Why not? next up, we go for her ultimate next. I think the next one I could level up was Charlotte's talent. But I need to wait for, what is it? I need to wait for tomorrow's talent domain. Let's see, have I used up, have I done this one yet? No, not quite. Just make one fragile resin for now. Did I make two? Fuck. No, whatever, that's fine. I need to use one of these transient resins anyway. We'll just use that just so it doesn't expire on my ass. There we go. Let's see. Guide to kindling. I think I actually have enough kindling books at this point. I could use it to get more justice books. I'd rather grab some more contention books though. We can just farm justice books tomorrow. Soon to be 4. Yeah, there you go. Looking for a better one if possible. Part of the reason why I place, like, since I'm this deep into gacha games, I have a personal stake. I have a personal stake or investment in like seeing the evolution of gacha. Like I have an opinion. I have quite a strong opinion on like the direction I want gacha games to go in, which is to make gacha games look like normal games as much as possible. Right. What I mean by that is eventually I want gacha games to be so that I want the standards for gacha games to be such that you can obtain every character in a game, in a gacha, so long as you just play every day, right? I want players to be rewarded handsomely for their commitment to playing their games every day, right? And I don't want gacha games to be progress in gacha games to be gated behind fucking stamina bars or stamina systems. I've always thought that was really fucking cringe, and I pray for the day where like it's a staple among gacha games to not have stamina bars at all. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get there, but you know, as a gacha player, as a heavily invested gacha player myself, I long for the day that I can see that with my own two eyes. So yes, by nature, I'm always looking for quote better gacha games to play. Allegedly, we might be getting a 5-star character who uses a sniper in Wuthering Waves. That would be interesting. That'd be kind of hard to do though, considering that would be the first character that doesn't use a pistol, and pistols are our only firearm type in Wuwa. So, like, if they were to add a rifle character, they would have to add, like, an entirely new, like, subclass of weapons. Which, I mean, I'm sure they could do that, but that'd be interesting. I think more likely what's going to happen is if a character like that ever comes out, they'll probably use their rifle as part of their, like, ultimate, or at least their skill. But then their base weapon is going to be something else, like a sword or something. Sword or pistols or whatever. But we'll see. We'll see what they want to do. Seeing how much better gacha has become after all the super degen old shit we had to deal with back in the day. Yeah, man. Yeah. Like, there definitely has been progress in the evolution of gacha games over the years. Not perfect, but we're going in the right direction. Thank God. Yeah, exactly, MSD. Exactly what I said. And most likely, yeah, it would be something like that.
おっしゃる通りです
You're 3K deep in Azure Lane. You're not the only one, man. If you don't care for tower defense, well, yeah. Like, I mentioned it in my Arknights video that'll be putting out later this week or next week. But the only flaw, the biggest, maybe not the only flaw, it's a gacha game after all, but the biggest flaw that Arknights has is that if you don't like tower defense, then you're not gonna like Arknights, because that's basically all its gameplay it comes down to. Like, there really isn't much deviance in its like core gameplay. Like, yeah, they twist the rules on a lot of the game modes that you play, the you know, the extra game modes that you can play, but it does come down to tower defense at the end of the day. So if you don't like tower defense, then there's not much else that you can do to convince somebody to pick it up, to be fair. But that's like the only like glaring flaw it has, if you can even call it a flaw. I mean, I could argue it's not even a flaw at all. It's just, you know, a skill issue, personal skill issue on the part of the player. We have quite a lot on our plate. Yeah, exactly. We got a lot of content. Almost too much content. You're assuming stamina makes them too much money for them to take out a gachas completely? Yeah, for sure. But that's not gonna stop me from wanting gacha games to like move away from the whole stamina system entirely. Because there are gacha games out there that are still quite successful and make a shit ton of money, even though their games don't have stamina bars. I mean, Nikkei is the most relevant example that I can think of. Right? Nikkei is proof that you don't need to have stamina systems and still make a shit ton of money. You hope Azure Permilia doesn't have stamina? Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't. It probably will though, but we'll see. You're curious about my opinions on SD Gundam G Generation Eternal. That's a fucking long ass name for a gacha. But then again, it's probably Japanese, so I'm not exactly surprised. I have not heard of that game. I mean, I assume it's got Gundam in its name, so yeah, I assume big robots and shit. I don't really know about that game, to be honest with you. Maybe I'll check it out on the side or something, but I don't really know much about that game, to be honest. Matter of fact, it's probably the first time of me hearing it. I do know that there have been like Gundam-themed gachas before, or gacha games that had worked with the Gundam IP before, but that specific game, I've never heard of it. But since it's Gundam, I assume it's being created, it's being developed by a Japanese studio, and the problem with Japanese gacha games is that they just don't get marketed very well outside of Japan. And I've said this before, but Japanese gachas had this problem where their developers or their publishers or both just don't bother marketing their games outside of their home country very much at all. Like, the reason why you hear about a lot of Chinese gachas is because the Chinese know that they need to market their shit. Like, they're not satisfied with just, you know, catering to their home audience. They're gonna listen to their home audience the most, obviously, but they still want to make money, bro. So of course they're gonna try to market their shit out to the West too. The Japanese studios, on the other hand, they don't bother with that shit, bro. So I'm not exactly surprised that this is my first time hearing about this new Gundam gacha. Ugh. King of gacha? Nah, bro. Why be a king when you can be a god? Shoutouts to Eminem. What do you think of Wuwa so far? Oh, great time to transition over to Wuwa then. Yeah, just exit out of Wuwa real quick. We'll pull up Wuthering Waves next. I do need to go through, what is it? TOA. Because TOA reset earlier today, I think. Alright, Wuwa time. But, what do I think of Wuwa so far? I'm having fun with it. I'm now at the point in the game where I'm starting to get a lot of characters well invested and built, and so now I think the last TOA cycle I was able to clear 28 stars, which is the most I've ever cleared so far in Wuwa, ever since it came out. So yeah, I'm still on the grind to get my first 30-star clear in TOA. It'll take another, I think, month or so, I'm expecting, but I'm getting closer to that, which is the important part. Logged in. Hopefully the Wuthering Waves screen shows up. Yep, there we go. Thoughts on characters with large extremities? Large extremities? Are you talking about characters with huge fucking tits? I'm a boob guy myself. So, you know, waifus with huge tits like Chang-Li are right up my fucking alley. That's for sure. But if you're referring to something else, then oops. I think I've already... Did I already do my dailies for today? I think I did. Yeah, I already did, okay. I think I already did today's weeklies earlier this morning. What else do I need to do right now? Guess I can keep working on Jeji's skills, because I want to max her out too. Let's go over to... I think it's this one, yeah. How long is today's stream gonna be for? I'll probably go until like, I want to say like 8 p.m. or so. So another about 4.5 hours. I'm streaming for 2.5 hours already. So probably like a 7-hour stream. A rough idea. Anyways, let me answer Master's question over on Master224's question over on YouTube. Wuthering Waves is a great game. I had mentioned earlier that I think Wuthering Waves is basically an improvement, is basically a better Genshin overall. Now, personally, I still prefer Genshin's exploration. I would say I would argue overall I still prefer personally Genshin over Wuwa, but I have very nuanced reasons for that, and I recognize that my own personal reasons are not going to apply to everybody out there. I would say that for the general audience, for like your average gacha gamer, I would argue Wuthering Waves is a better game than Genshin is. Like I said, an improved Genshin overall. But as an actual game, like, we're not talking about like overall experience. I'm talking about specifically combat gameplay. Wuthering Waves is by far better. Mainly because Wuthering Waves' gameplay is far more interactive than Genshin's gameplay ever is, or has ever been. Ruskin, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 53 resub, or 53 months. Greatly appreciate it, man. Did you get Marciana's skin, the Gacha skin? Yes, I did. I, in fact, have gotten what is it? Marciana skin. Let me put them like this together. Let me pull up Nike real quick, because I think I can pull it up with without my PC blowing up on me. But yes, I do have the Marciana skin. If you had to drop half your gachas, would you quit and why? Oh god, I forgot that my Nike fucking thingy is was not disabled. I'll let it boot up a little bit first. If I had to drop half my gachas, which would I quit and why? Well, first of all, I wouldn't drop any of them. At least not without, like, extreme pressure. But for the sake of answering you, which ones will I drop? I would probably drop Ether Gazer. I will drop Blue Archive, that's for fucking sure. Blue Archive, Ether Gazer, those are 2. Snowbreak, 3. Since they said half, I would have to pick at least 2 more. So those 3. Star Rail. So that's 4. 1 more. And the last one will be FGO. So those 5 I would drop if I had to. Oh, you're gonna create like a tower of defense probably? We'll see. I mean, hey, they fucking added the whole theater game mode. So, you know, since they were willing to do that, who knows? Maybe they'll add another fucking, you know, endgame mode eventually. You never know. FGL, I mean, I've played that game for long enough, man. So, like, I'll try not to drop it. I'll keep it around for as long as I can. But if push comes to shove, it's on the chopping block, unfortunately. Let's see, settings, graphics, vertical. Yes, put it like that. I actually don't have Marciana on my lobby. I'd have to put it on. I would have to put it. Actually, no, I already do. I'm fucking lying. Let's see here. Let me pull up Nike real quick. There we go. Well, like, put it on the side somewhere? I don't know where to really put it, though. Maybe we're, like, right there. Yeah, there you go. And then there it is. Gonna be kind of covering the UI there, but you can see it. Unfortunately, the side here kind of covers it. There should be a way for you to like look at the lobby unimpeded, right? I forgot what button I can press to do that. Or can you only do it on like this? No, it's right here. Yeah, there we go. Nike getting dropped? No, I'm not dropping Nike. At least not when I have those other games I could drop first. Nike is too low commitment for me to drop. Like, it doesn't take much at all for me to keep up with playing Nike. So I don't see a reason for me to drop it. Bottom right side, yeah, the little eye with the dash through it. Yeah, I found it. FGO is that one game where common sense tells you to drop it, but you see what's coming in the future, and you say you'll quit after this one character comes out. I still keep up with FGO because there's no other game quite like it when it comes to its actual gameplay. Like, it's extremely unique in that sense. And I can still appreciate FGO because FGO is a very knowledge-based game, whereas whereas all the other games that I play is more mechanically focused, right? Where it's just, can you play good, is the most important part, and that's preferably what people should have, or how gacha games should be. It's still nice to have a gacha game where the more you know about the game, the better you perform, or the better you play. At least for me. Like, because I have FGO as that gacha game that I play where it's like, oh, do you know this game? Right? That satisfies, that scratches the itch I have for, like, like wanting to play a game where the more you know about it, the better you'll do. So that allows me to pick up all sorts of other gacha games where those other games are not like that. If that makes any sense, right? It kind of strikes a good little balance. Well, I say balance, and yeah, FGO is like one of the 2 turn-based games that I play. The other being Star Rail. Like, if Star Rail were actually a legit better game than it was, then I would actually be more open to dropping FGO, because if Star Rail actually took more skill to play, and not just, oh, do you have the right characters? Do they have all the right gear? Oh, if you do, then you basically win. Then yeah, I would have no problem dropping FGO. But Star Rail is not that complicated. In fact, it's quite a brain dead game. So unfortunately, Star Rail doesn't quite do it for me as like a quote-unquote skill-based turn-based game. So FGO is still hanging out for the time being. Can you explain why those gachas were the gachas that I mentioned were on the chopping block? Sure. FGO is obvious. I've been playing that game for long enough. And like FGO hasn't really shown enough signs of like improving over time for me to warrant sticking with FGO, right? Whether that's because it's Lozengel's fault or Sony's fault, whoever's fault it is, it's kind of secondary to the fact that FGO has not really changed that much over the past 7 years, 9 years in the case of JP, right? It's still more the same shit over and over and over, and game hasn't really changed that much. Like the core gameplay can stay the same, sure, but like they haven't even put in shit like, oh, like let us play old story fights again, right? Without having to like rely on fucking anniversary events to do that shit. Where's our story playbacks, right? Where's our I don't know. What are other examples that FGO could? What's other shit FGO could do to like improve as a fucking gacha game? Oh yeah, what the fuck is up with those servant coins thing? Oh, and why is it that we need to now we need to roll for how many copies of is it now? Like 7 or 8 copies of a fucking 5-star to unlock their 4th Appen skill? Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? Like, whoever thought of that and over at Lozengel or Sony or whoever, whether it was Yoshinori Ono or whoever, fucking get their ass fired. Yeah, 5 Appens, 7 to 8 copies. What the fuck? Fucking kill me, dude. Jesus. You bought a sub and you got charged $6.99 Canadian dollars. Well, I think Canadian dollars are a little bit weaker than American dollars, I think. Then I heard that Twitch subs were gonna get more expensive. You might have, if you're on mobile, then that's definitely more expensive. Because I think on PC they're still $4.99 USD. I don't know how it is. I don't know how what the Canadian conversion is on PC. I don't know. Did it get more expensive? Is it also $4.99? I don't know. But if you're paying through mobile, then yeah, mobile always pays more because what is it? Fucking iOS or whatever wants their cut. They walked back the coin stuff a bit, but the fact that he even tried it. Okay, so it's that how much of it did go through then? Like, do you still need like 7 or 8 copies of a 5-star, or is it still 6 for now? MP8 is no more. Okay, so they walked it back. Okay, thank fucking God. Seems like the Japanese players did not like that shit either, as they shouldn't. What GPU do I have? Hey, Terra, how's it going, man? GPU, I have a 3090, I think. Just a regular 3090. Ah, fuck! I took a non-coin Sky support. Fuck this asshole. Augustine the Second, I think that's how I say it. Or Saint Augustine the Second. Hey, thanks so much for the brand new sub, man. Greatly appreciated. They also buffed how many coins. Okay, so do you still need to roll for MP6 if you want to if you want to perfect them, like triple app and unlock and 120, or is it now did they decrease it to MP5? Because I can forgive them for the servant coin stuff if they made it so that if you want to triple app and 120 a 5-star, you still only need 5 copies like you traditionally do. If it's still 6, then yeah, whatever. Stays. I guess you know, status quo stays the same. Still MP6. Okay, then yeah, nothing changed then, or yeah, everything went back to quote normal. But yeah, that 8 5-star copy thing. Oh my God, holy fucking shit. Yeah, I have actual savings in a home. Just annoying that Twitch did that. Yeah. Like, maybe it's inflation, maybe it's Twitch being a fucking shitty ass platform. Whatever the case. Still appreciate you resubbing, my dude. Been following me since Combat Arms days? Yeah, you're OG then. That's for damn sure. Greatly appreciate the support over the years. Surprised you didn't mention Azure Lane. Azure Lane, it has too many waifus, too many skins that I've paid for. I would rather not let that go. I mean, technically, I could drop Azure Lane and be like, and just treat it like Girls Frontline, where it's like, oh, I still have the account, so I can pull it up whenever I want. I just don't play it anymore. I could do that. But I respect Azure Lane as a gacha a little bit too much for me to just drop it outright. So I'm more willing to keep up with something like Azure Lane than I am with something like FGO. Anyways, let me explain why I would drop each of the gachas that I mentioned, because I think I kind of started on that, except I got sidetracked. FGO, I already said, like, oh yeah, whatever, been playing it for too long, so that's that. Blue Archive is a great casual game, but as an actual game, it's utter shit. Blue Archive is nothing but RNG upon RNG upon RNG. Like, Blue Archive, like, it has that, excuse me, it has that casual coat of paint, but underneath that coat of paint is just this vile fucking stereotypical Korean dog shit game. Dog shit fucking Korean design ass game where it's not really skill, but just layers upon layers upon layers of RNG, and the more you spend, the better you do. Blue Archive is like a quintessential Korean game, but it's disguised as a gacha game, and it has a whole bunch of cute fucking lollies that Japan is obsessed over, so they get a pass. But not me, man. Not me. Nexon can go fuck themselves. So I will drop Blue Archive in a heartbeat. Out of all the gacha games that I would drop, that I mentioned I would drop, Blue Archive is the first to go, I would say. So that's why I would drop Blue Archive. Ether Gazer, even though Ether Gazer is a good gacha, for me, the issue for me with Ether Gazer is that while it does have a good amount of content, there's not really what I would call a suitable endgame mode for me to play. Like, even as much as we talk shit about how Genshin doesn't have an endgame, it still has an endgame in Spiral Abyss, right? That we can play like every month at this point, because ever since they changed Spiral Abyss, how it works or how it resets. At least before Theater came out, it used to reset like once every 2 weeks. Now that Theater's here, it only resets once every month, which is bullshit, but whatever. But yeah, like, at least with Genshin, like, we have, like, Spiral Abyss to kind of look forward to. I don't know if that's the right phrase to use here. Like, it's endgame mode that I know I can clear, and I can go in there with new characters that I've had ever since the last time Spiral Abyss reset, and be like, okay, let's screw around with this new character and see how well they do in this Spiral Abyss. Ether Gazer doesn't really have that, unfortunately. Like, the story's easy, for the most part. I mean, there's like some parts where they're kind of tricky, but like that's mainly a skill issue. So you just play better and you'll be able to get past it just fine. Like, I guess technically if you want to, you can make the dimensional variable, the roguelike game mode in Ether Gazer, are actually hard if you want to crank up the difficulty all the way to like 20. But like, personally, that's not fun to me. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't want to, like, fucking drag my balls through, like, playing level 20 dimensional variable. I don't know. Like, a game's not really fun when enemies can, like, touch you twice and you're dead. So, I don't know. It's not really for me. Not to mention, Ether Gazer has this problem where because you have your entire team fighting at once, there are times it's kind of it's a similar problem that I had with Wuthering Waves combat, where it's like at certain times during combat, when you're fighting a boss particularly, there's so much shit going on the screen that you can't see what the fuck is going on. Like, it becomes very hard to see what enemies are doing. So a lot of the time you get hit by attacks that you should have seen coming, but you didn't because you physically couldn't see what kind of attack the enemy was doing. It's actually worse than Wuthering Waves, because in Wuwa, there's a lot of enemy attacks that you just don't see coming. There are some like that in Ether Gazer, but most attacks are telegraphed, with like this big flashing red warning sign, like, hey, you're about to get hit, get out of this range. But when all your characters, when all your units are just going at it, even still it gets hard to kind of see what's going on. So like what Ether Gazer's combat devolves into is basically just button spam and dash spam. Because you can't see what's going on, sometimes your best chance of dodging an enemy attack is just to spam your dash button and pray that you dodge on time, or you dodge in time. Rather than what it should be, which is, oh, you see an enemy incoming attack, you skillfully press the shift button, and so that way you can time your dash and, you know, have a much higher chance of dodging whatever it is that you're about to get hit by. So, yeah, Ether Gazer, while it's a good game, and I like a lot of characters in it, content-wise and gameplay-wise, isn't as... what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not as engaging as some of the other gacha games that I play. And that's the main reason why I'm willing to drop Ether Gazer. And, like, new characters that come out these days don't really have the same appeal as they used to. Like, ever since... I think I would have to blame Genshin for this. One of our more recent characters. I think she came out earlier this year, right? Genshin? Genshin is absolutely fucking busted. So yeah, it's like, well, Genshin probably obliterates like 90% of the game's content, more like 95. So like, if you have her and you have a team that you know is built around her, like say you have Lingguang, Genshin, and maybe Jinwoo, then like, bro, what's stopping you? Like, sure, I can't do Chasm 6 yet, but like Chasm 6 is literally meant for people who have like fucking Omega tier units, and like they just kind of blow. Everything else is kind of like a cakewalk for them, because like Omega tier S rank units are fucking busted in Ether Gazer. The only way you can get them is to like roll for them in Gacha, just more copies of them. But Blue Archive is peak lolly design, yeah, which is why I call it a great casual game. But I'm not talking about. I don't care as much about how casual they are. I care about, are they a good game? And Blue Archive is not a good game. They're just not. And besides, if I cared about their casual content, I would just go look up fucking fan art on Pixiv or Dambaru. That's where I'll get my casual content. Keck W. Let's see, what were the other ones? Snowbreak. Snowbreak I play mainly because it's the only shooter gacha game I play. It's kind of this, I get the same vibes as Ether Gazer, except Snowbreak is actually different where it's an actual shooter. But even still, Snowbreak isn't that engaging, at least not for me. It does have a lot of content though. But yeah, it's not as engaging, I would say. So I feel less guilty about dropping Snowbreak. I'll still respect that as a gacha. I respect Snowbreak far more than I do fucking a game like Blue Archive. But is it as engaging as, say, some of the other games that I play? Not quite. And like, yeah, the meme is that Snowbreak devs are based because of their decision to turn Snowbreak into a Coomer game. And that's fine and all, but like even the Coomer shit that Snowbreak has is nothing compared to the degree of degeneracy that I can get from some of my other gachas like Azure Lane or Nikkei or whatever. So yeah, that's why that's why I'm willing to drop Snowbreak. And then lastly, Star Rail. Star Rail is not that much of a game. Like, it's only barely better than Blue Archive. Star Rail's turn-based gameplay is extremely simple. Like, I think I saw somebody in my YouTube chat. Yeah, Minhua, you said thanks for explaining that feeling you have on Star Rail. Star Rail's gameplay is extremely simple. There's not much of a game to it. It's basically just how can I best describe Star Rail gameplay? It's basically, do you know when to press E and Q? Yeah. That's more or less what it comes down to. Star Rail's gameplay mechanics are extremely simple. Like, it's the Genshin of turn-based games, which is kind of funny to say because Genshin actually does have some deep mechanics to it. Whereas Star Rail, I think the deepest mechanic that I know about Star Rail is like speed, like how speed stats work, and like how many cycles a character can get like at certain speed thresholds. But like that's the deepest that the gameplay gets, unless it's something that I'm not aware. Which there might be, but even if there is, clearly that doesn't matter, cause like I've been able to fucking 12-star, 36-star, whatever MOC and Pure Fiction, and now most recently Apocalyptic Shadow ever since that game mode came out, for like over a year now. So like, if there were more secret like gameplay mechanics that Star Rail has, did I really need to know them? No, probably not. Because besides any possible secret mechanics that Star Rail has, all Star Rail gameplay comes down to is press Q, press E, press Alt when you have it, and there you go. You just fucking win. Not only that, but Star Rail's gameplay also comes down, besides like the actual in-game mechanics, you mainly need to worry about, oh, do your characters counter like element counter, right? Can they break enemies, right? And as long as they do that, you're good. Oh, and did you roll the last new character? If so, okay, you're good. If not, maybe you can still do it. If your older characters are geared well enough. You have the easiest time if you actually have new characters, though. Like Fei Xiao for Fei Xiao with this current MOC reset, I think. But yeah, Star Rail's gameplay is extremely simple. Almost too simple. So it's like, okay, whatever. Anyways, those are the reasons why I would drop those 5. Thanks for listening to my Gacha TED Talk. Oh, I should also switch the directory over to Wuwo now that I've switched games now. Okay, what was I doing again? Oh yeah, I was making more of these things. See if this is enough. You changed your YouTube name? Yeah, I did change it to 2. Too many points for VIP badge. I'm thinking of changing the channel point stuff. So some of the things are more realistic to have. I'll think about changing them later, like going over them again later this week or something. See if there's not stuff that I can like rearrange and stuff. Zero cycling dead. Yeah. I'm not like, I know Mr. Pokey and other content creators like doing zero cycles in Star Rail. Like, I respect it, but like it's not really for me. Yeah. Like, I don't like, if you guys like watching people zero cycle shit, then that's on you. Like, if you're impressed by that kind of thing, then sure, you know, more power to you. But me personally, I'm not terribly impressed by that. Star Rail is basically perfect for mobile and boring on PC. Yeah, probably a good way to put it. Are you gonna play Infinity Nikke? Infinity Nikke? Is that related to Nikke Goddess of Victory at all, or? Anyways, let me go do TOA because now it's reset. Zero cycle equivalent to TAs and actually only in concept. In execution is no, it's night and fucking day. Like, the main reason why I don't really respect zero cycles in Star Rail is mainly because you win at the character select screen, or like you win not even in MOC, but when you're grinding gear. Like, from what I understand, zero cycles is basically a gear check and what eidolon your characters are at. Maybe your characters don't need extra eidolons, but like it's definitely a gear check though. Like, turn-based, in my opinion, turn-based games become fun when there's like actual mechanics that you need to think about and keep in mind and keep track of in order to best play, play out the situation at hand. Star Rail just doesn't have that. Let's see. Let's check out our Resonant Tower's arrow damage bonus. Kind of wish I had my Yang leveled up, but she's not quite ready yet. Fusion damage bonus. Okay, well that Echoing Tower is fucking demolished already. But arrow damage bonus might be a little bit tricky. TA is poster girl check. Surprisingly, the couple of TAs that I've done didn't really use Poster Girl. I think one of them did. I want to say. Actually, no. The one at the Valentine CQ, my favorite one that I did, that one didn't use Poster Girl. Actually, I don't think so. Anyway. People drop thousands of dollars in Star Rail to Zero Cycle. Okay, yeah, then eidolons do matter then. Because of course, why wouldn't they? You found original Uni and now you're simultaneously overjoyed and enraged? Not very surprised. Did you lose the 50-50 IRL? Well, yeah, and weighs more than one, unfortunately. You don't like speed mechanics? Yeah. Like, getting shitty relics isn't as bad in a game like Genshin, because at the end of the day, the game still relies on your mechanical skill, right? But in Star Rail, where there is no mechanical skill to be had, yeah, you rely so much more on you're so much more at the mercy of stat RNG. So yeah, I would have to agree with you there. Like, so much of your performance depends so much more on like what kind of stats you got and how good your relics are. And that shit fucking sucks. Min turning can't be an MP check. Technically it is. You're not wrong. However, I would argue that, one, it's farming, so who the fuck cares? And two, over the years, Lazingo has made it easier, to, like, min turn farm. You can see this in releases of characters like Castoria and Oberon and Koinskaya and other our more recent super broken casters. Because like Scotty was the first one to like kind of introduce the concept of universal 3-turn farming, where it's like, oh, now you don't need to be as big of a whale and like fucking MP5 everybody to have a chance at like min-turn, like 3-turn farming, 3-turn farming shit using multi-core teams. Even then, Scotty farming was still pretty expensive, right? Because you were still only limited to certain quick loopers, and they needed to be pretty high MP level, right? And you still needed, super scope. but at least it unlocked it for a decent amount of people. But then Castoria came along and was like, oh, well, all these barriers to entry, they're no longer a thing now because art's looping, motherfucker. And then Koyanskaya came along the next year or 2 years later, I think, and made shit even easier. And now Oberon is here. It's like, huh, MP max. You don't need max MP level. You just need MP1. What are MP levels when you just have Oberon, where he just puts his third skill on you, and oh, what's that? 1,000,000 damage? Oh, cool. Nice and easy 1,000,000 damage. All thanks to our edgy-ass Mothman over here. So, the whole min-turning thing, it's gotten easier. Now, granted, it still hinges on whether or not you have a couple of characters, but hey, like, that's gacha games in a nutshell, though. Like, all gacha games are fucking guilty of that. So. But no, at the end of the day, you're not wrong. It can be an MP check. It's just that Star Rail doesn't have anything like what doesn't really have what FGO has. So yeah, in FGO, what is it? Eidolons matter a lot fucking more. Because remember, at least with FGO, right? The more MP levels you get of a character, the only thing that's changed is how much more damage they're doing. They even at MP1, characters still do the same shit. It's just a matter of how much damage they're doing. And yeah, that can make a difference. But it's not like MiHoYo games where the more copies of a character you get, they can potentially fundamentally change how they behave or how they perform. Like, that's a little different. At least with Genshin, having extra constellations doesn't matter as much because again, you can improve the performance of your characters by just playing better. Right? Again, Genshin still has mechanical skill to a certain degree. Not so much the case with Star Rail, because it's a turn-based game. So, the only ways that you can improve your performance of your character is to get lucky or spend more money. That's it. So, it's a much bigger problem in Star Rail than it is in games like FGO or like even Genshin. Ugh. What the fuck is TA and FGO? TA and FGO stands for turn attack. It's, in my opinion, TAs are like the ultimate evolution of FGO gameplay. It's when you take a challenge quest and you try to beat it in as little turns as possible. Like, think of it as basically a turn-based style speedrun. But since obviously it's not real time, right? Because it's turn-based. Instead of being tracked in real time, it's just how many turns can you how can you beat a challenge quest in as little turns as possible. That is, in my opinion, turn attacks are the ultimate form. It's the ultimate FGO gameplay demonstration because it kind of combines everything that you that kind of goes into FGO gameplay. Like, it's a knowledge check. It's like knowledge check to the fucking absolute maximum degree. That and, are you a fucking whale? Because, like, in Star Rail, all zero cycles really come down to is, did you get lucky on relics and are you a fucking whale? But in FGO, that's not quite enough. Like, you actually need to know the game. Hey, son of a fat 24, welcome back, man. And yeah, I am back. Chilling on some Wua right now. Just look at C6 Bennett, literally halves his team comps. It's not as bad as it used to be these days, Mackie Wong. Back in the day, like year 1, year 2, yeah, you didn't want to C6 your Bennett. These days, it really doesn't matter. Like, realistically, the only team that C6 Bennett would fuck up is, like, a Eula team. And, like, tell me how many people even use Eula these days. Because, like, who is it? MiHoYo has made sure to release most of our DPSs, if not all of them, with elemental infusions that can't be overridden. So, like, Bennett's Pyro infusion doesn't matter anymore. because he can't override them anymore, so it doesn't matter. RJD, thanks so much for the 4-month resub, man. Welcome back. Good to have you back, my dude. Time attack, yeah, it's what the Japanese call speedruns. Min-turn servants are a solution to a problem they created. My goodness, well, yeah, but it's a gacha game, so you can argue that with every gacha game that compels you to roll for more copies of a character. And I can sit here and argue that that's actually not quite accurate. Like, developers didn't intend for you to fucking... I don't think FGO devs intended for, like, 3-turn farming to be a thing. Like, yeah, sure, we had shit like like Kaleidoscope, obviously. Like, Kaleidoscope was a CE that's always been in the game, sure. But even with something like that, I don't think they intended for people to, like, eventually figure out a meta where, the optimal way to play FGO is to clear everything in 3 turns. And, I'm not saying that to, like, defend the FGO devs. I'm only saying this because I don't think the devs knew, FGO devs, it's clear that the FGO devs didn't know what the fuck they were doing. It just kind of turned out that way. Like, that's just kind of how players eventually evolved how they played. But, like, did the devs intend on, like, focusing FGO or, like, turning FGO into, like, a 3-turn fucking farming frenzy? No, not originally. Try playing Z3. What are your thoughts about that game? I will play Z3 after I'm done with the WUWA. After I'm done doing going through Tower a little bit. But what are my thoughts on that game? I think the Z3 is a great game. I think I remember, y'all remember when Z3 first came out, like 2 months ago or so, 2 or 3 months ago? How long has it been? 3 months? Yeah, almost 3 months and a week, because it came out on July 4th here in NA, in the middle of Anime Expo. Y'all remember the people who were talking mad shit on Z3? Yeah, I think those people are fucking retarded. Z3 is a great game, in my opinion. Which is why I didn't select that as one of the gachas that I would drop when somebody in YouTube chat asked me, oh, if you had to drop half your gachas, which ones would they be? Like, there's a reason why I kept Z3 on there. Who am I using here? Mainly Arrow. So Gian. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll bring in Shangli. Yeah, Shangli Yao. I'll just call him Yao. And then who's the last guy? Who's my third that I want to bring in here? What was it? Rover? What did I want to use here again? Yinlin maybe? Sure, I'll just bring these 3. Fuck it. Physical characters forgotten for the last 3 years, yeah. I mean, in my opinion, like, physical characters kind of had their work cut out for them from the very beginning. Like, in a game like Genshin where, like, elemental reactions are a thing, like, what... Did physical characters really have a chance? Like, not in my opinion. Like, they were always going to be forgotten. Like, with how powerful reactions are, what the fuck are you going to do with physical? Really? Excuse me. Like, Eula was, like, a nice attempt at, like, making physical teams, like, sort of relevant, but, like Eula is so much work for not that much payoff. Why bother using Eula when you can just ride in National and just murder everything? early game was meh, but end game is real good. Yeah, I think Z3 is a rare example of a gacha, of a Hoyoverse gacha that actually gets better the more you play it. Because yeah, to be fair, the early parts of Z3 are not really that interesting. Yeah. Which, you know, makes sense why people talked so much shit on Z3 in the beginning. But like, I saw its potential back when I was first playing through it. I'm glad I stuck with it. You need Eula Yelan threesome where they freeze your dick and shatter it? Nice. Oh, you were talking about TAs as Minturn? Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you wanna Minturn or TA in FGO, then yeah, you better have MP5s out the ass. But yeah, of course. Like, what else did you expect, really? Farming 90++ is dreadful. Yeah, because again, like I said earlier in the stream, 90++ nodes are basically an Oberon check. Like, do you have Oberon? If not, you know, you're not doing this node. At least not quickly. You need to pull Jean to actually have fun with Z3. That's a shame. Because I found Z3 to be plenty fun even before Jean. Thanks, Jean. Very cool. You can just play Piper, yeah. Like, yeah, Piper is basically the first Jane at home, basically. You going for rap or is it Skippa? I'd like to go for her as well, but given that I'm trying to go for a Lingsha, I still haven't gotten her yet because I got spooked by, who was it? Fucking Bellabog Shield guy. I'm forgetting his fucking name. I got spooked by his ass, so I still gotta roll for a Lingsha. And I know I only have a week left on her ass. I'll probably have to skip her, unfortunately. Yeah, Gepard. They add another tier a few months back. Oh, fucking wonderful. If 90++ was an Oberon check, I can't. I shudder to imagine what the fuck 90 star is. The fuck is that? It's for Ordeal Call only currently. Oh, is it like an exclusive thing even? Did you pull a Shorekeeper? Yes, I did. And I got her weapon too. Double star, 90 double star node is pretty harsh. Kind of expected to be, yeah. Let's see, this is star recommended, or arrow recommended. Who do I want to use here again? Because these ones take up 4. Let's see. I wonder if I should use let's see, Jinshi, Zeji, and Jian maybe? This is gonna be kind of a weird team. I'm not sure if they'll be able to get this done in time. Maybe instead of Jian, I just say fuck arrow damage and go with a buffer like Verena. Let's try this. Not sure how well this team's gonna work when I have no arrow characters here, but give it a shot. Maybe instead of maybe actually instead of Jinshi, maybe I should bring who was it, Jian, just for the extra arrow bonus. ME4 Rover was the answer all along. Hey, last TOA cycle, I think we had a Spectral damage bonus condition. So yeah, my Spectral Rover put in a shit ton of work there. Once I'm done leveling up Yang, I'll probably level up Havoc Rover too. Later on, so I have at least a single Havoc damage character. At the moment, I don't think I have any Havoc damage characters that I've invested into. We don't have a other than Rover herself, of course. We don't have like a 5-star Havoc character yet now, do we? I don't think so. I think the only Havoc characters we have are like Danjin and Taochi, I think. And they're both 4 stars only. Alright, Jinshi, do your thing. Don't you have Encore? Encore is fire, not Havoc. Or Fusion, as this game calls them. Didn't dodge that in time. No. Camellia will be Havoc. Okay, cool. She'll be our first Havoc then.
植物だって生きてるんです。進化をお見せします。今
Looks like I'm definitely gonna need Gian for this.
ちょっと待って、大丈夫です。ザリョウ先生、主に出よ。方向一変。影と舞い踊る。あまたる光よ。花よ。進化を見せたいの？飛んでけ。画風を変えます。任せてください。進化をお見せします。ズルよ、舞い上がれ。平和を迎えるために。さあ、しくじった。世の構え。花よ。植物だって生きてるんです。進化をお見せします。画風を変えます。ザリョウ先生、任せてください。いけますか？日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。兵士、出よ。幽輪の力で。ほっ、失礼。剣の先へ。
Finally, only got 1 star on that. We can try it again with Gian, actually. See if we can't do it. See if we can't get at least 11 stars. Kind of unfortunate this has arrow damage bonus, otherwise I should be able to use, who is it? Who is it? Yang Yang, but I don't have her leveled up at the moment. Let's see. Can we restart? Can we reset this? Let's see. Yeah, we can. Instead of Genshin, we'll use Gian here. Yeah, I think my Gian can definitely do it. Let me see. Let me see if I can play that better. Why not use more Teffy? Because I don't have him built. What's on the bottom right, Nikkei? Okay, at least got 2 stars on that with Gian there. I'll take that. For some reason, curiosity got the better of you, so you looked up Sunday R18 on Pixiv. Half of it was Yaoi, and the other half was him fucking Robin. What do we think about that? Oh, well, you know, Pixiv be Pixiv, you know? What more is there to say? Pixiv be wildin' out here, I guess. It is what it is, boys. The Robin stuff was good though. That boss is cool. Yeah, he's cool. I still have to learn his attacks, so that way I don't get fucking wrecked by him every time I fight. Every time I fight him.
メロメロあんこの力を見せてやる。これ楽しいね。ほえろ。おっと。火力全開。変身。ほっよし。オッケー。かすり傷だ。くらい。
確実に脳をかける星々を同一最高値最高値
Bop, bop, bop. Oh. Yao is out of energy, so we will use Yinlin to get us past the third stage.
礼に飲まれろ。これ楽しいね。おっと。ほらほら。変身。つい。うおー。ああ、負けた。目来て。あんこに近づくな。火ついてなかったね。変身。アンコールの時間だ。ドカーン。これ楽しいね。あんこの力を見せてやる。あんこに近づくな。飽きたわ。さようなら。
Don't know who you want from SSR ticket. This is on JP, right? I think they announced it with their last download campaign or whatever. Ugh. Let's see here. Let's see. I think I'll take these three, actually. Encore Gaming, yep. Oh, this asshole
星
again.
の歌よ。火力全開。変身。かすり傷だ。逃げ切れるかな。さっき。雨が降り注ぐ。こんな手はどう？バレバレに。正確に。これ終わりにする。深海入力申請を授ける。私の出番のようだね。変身。くらい。かすり傷だ。あれい。ほらほら。まだまだ。よっしゃ。任せて。カゴの中の鳥は誰？さっき。
Oh.
こんな手は
Oh, that's funny. You can still bring up the gadget wheel in the middle of TOA combat. I actually didn't know you could do that.
正確に。中堅終わりにする。大事なアドアストロ。変身。
Nice. Yeah, ever since Shorekeeper came out, Shorekeeper has made it made TOA significantly easier. At least on the side wherever she's at. Turns out, making your characters get their ults even faster is kind of broken. Or at least it's really good. TOA is not fun to you. TOA is a lot more challenging than Spiral Abyss or MOC is, at least to me. I've noticed that in TOA, if you want a 3-star a floor, you have to clear everything in less than 2 minutes. Or yeah, in less than 2 minutes. Whereas in Genshin, you have 3 minutes. Like, going from 3 minutes down to 2 is very challenging. That means you have to build your characters in Wuthering Waves a lot better. You have to build them a lot better, and you have to play a lot better, too. Like, there's not much room for error here. I mean, technically speaking, in Genshin, it's the same way, too. Because, to be fair, in Genshin, for Spiral Abyss, you need to clear both halves in under 3 minutes. So, realistically, you only have, like, what? A minute and a half at tops per side. Whereas here, it's at least 2. Even still, though, I think I would still say TOA is harder. Maybe it's only because TOA is new, so I don't have like a fully built team or anything, or I don't have like my entire roster at my disposal. So. Are you much of a fan? I listen to some of Eminem's songs. I respect him as a musical artist, though. I mean, if not just for the memes. But yeah, I can listen to his music. I don't usually listen to like rap. Rap isn't usually a genre that I listen to a lot, but I can appreciate it. And like I'm not really interested in like the hood rap, your stereotypical rap where rappers go in and fucking rap about how much drugs and fucking whores and making money and shit like that. Like, I'm not really too interested in that, just because rap like that is a dime a dozen. If I'm gonna listen to rap, I'd rather it be something a little bit more substantial. If that makes any sense. At the very least, even if Eminem's raps are nonsensical, you can still appreciate the skill that goes into his lyrics and his actual rapping skill. But I wasn't aware he came out with a new album. Actually, I think I did hear he did put out a new album. The way I found that out was because apparently there's one of his new songs has a line that disses P Diddy. Especially with all the recent P Diddy allegations. So that was kind of funny. But yeah, no, I'm cool with Eminem. Let's say that I wouldn't mind playing his music on stream if his music wasn't DMCA. Can you parody Game Awards but make it about Gacha instead? I mean, if I were a bigger content creator, then yeah, I would be open to the idea of doing something like that. Like how Fillion did the VTuber Awards last year. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Except, what's a fucking 100 viewer Andy streamer like me gonna do? Like, as much as I sit here and call myself the god of Gacha, what use is being a god when nobody knows who you are? You know? Let's see if we can do these two. I wonder if these are the same from last time. Thundering Memphis. These might be the same dudes from last time, actually. I wonder if these change at all. Let's see. Which ones would be better? Because I'm confident in my Changli Shorekeeper team. In them just clearing content. Or clearing one of these sides. I think they should do it within... I think they can clear 3 stars. It's just a matter of just picking which side I want them to do it on. Maybe we do it on the Thundering Memphis side? Because I think the last time I tried doing... Last cycle I had trouble with the Thundering Memphis side. So let's try... Oh, right. I forgot Encore doesn't have enough for that. Spectral Rover it is, then. I'm a god to you guys. Thanks. I appreciate it. Maybe one day I can sit here and be a god to even more people. I can only dream, I suppose. Oh yeah, I remember this guy. This fucking asshole. This dude teleports all over the fucking screen. Or all over the fucking place. Gotta fucking chase him down to the ends of the earth. All the way to fucking Narnia. Whee! Was that in time? Yes, it was. Even with the Changli team, I don't know if I can do this with 3 minutes left. I think we'll get close, but I think we would need a little bit more. Maybe if I were to level up Rover's skills, maybe it would make a difference. Or hell, maybe even Havoc Rover can do it, because I think people have told me that Havoc Rover has better damage output than Spectral Rover. Oh well, I'll take a 2-star on that at least. It's also your main team, Changli, Shorekeeper, and Rover. Yeah, Shorekeeper and Changli are my 2 mainstays. Currently, this is my main team with the Jeji, because Jeji is like one of the only characters we have that has like off-field capability with her ultimate, I think. But yeah, before Jeji, I was running Changli, Rover, and Verena. Let's see. Jaywalker, hey, thanks so much for the resub at 40 and gifting 5 subs. Greatly appreciate it, man. Thanks so much, my dude. Let's see what we can do on second side. Let's see. Jinshi, Jeji, and then Verena. Let's try this out. Alright, I got a minute to beat this guy's, to beat this bird's ass. Go, Jinshi, random bullshit, go! Whee! Not even on range. Yeah, not in time. We'll settle for a 2-star then. Assuming I can even do it in 30 seconds. I'll not be able to. Yes. I can't even get 2 stars on this. Oh boy. Gonna see if leveling up Verena and then getting Jeji's and Jinshi's skills to max level is gonna help me out with that. Only, how many stars is that? 24, 25, 26. If I get 27, that'd be okay. I'll see if I can tighten up the gameplay later. How much stamina do I have? 89? That's fine. How do you feel about Genshin stealing basic movement things from Wuwa to their limited characters? Genshin stealing? Like what exactly? Like the Natlan characters? Like how Zelo can basically skate up, roller skate up the side of cliffs and shit. And then, oh, that's cool. Zeji actually takes a step down an idol. That's kind of nice. Nice attention to detail. and how like Kinich can tether. I don't think that's stealing. Yeah, you're probably referring to the Natlink characters, right? No, I wouldn't call that stealing. Because remember, any gacha, not just big ones, any gacha game that's worth its salt has to plan for content years in advance, right? Content just doesn't come out in like a matter of months. Like, you can bet your ass for a game a gacha that's as big as Genshin. You know damn well, or maybe you don't, but you should know for damn well that MiHoYo plans out their content years in advance. It's why they've been able to, with a couple of exceptions, and they were understandable. It's why for the past 4 years they've been able to maintain this like 6-week patch cycle, like content cycle, where it's like every 6 weeks we get a new client update where it brings in new content, new characters, perhaps new region expansions, new events, blah blah blah, all the shit that you're familiar with. Content just doesn't kind of like shit out on its own, unless you want that content to be fucking garbage. So all the shit that you see Natlink characters do, that's been in development for months, at maybe even years. While it's easy to look at Natlink characters and then draw the assumption that, oh my god, MiHoYo stole these things from Wuwa. Look how similar they are in function. That's not really the case. Like, that's personally, I don't really buy it, my dude. First of all, because Genshin has always done this sort of thing, which is something that I don't like, but it's what they've always done. So at the very least, I don't think you should accuse them of stealing anything from Wuwa in this case, because like when it comes to like giving limited characters like different movement options and they're exclusive to those characters, bro, we've had Wanderer and Yelan for years now. Kazuha, let's not forget. Kazuha is the only character in the game who has like not the only one, but he's got the best vertical movement in the game with his air jumps, right? His fucking fart jumps that you can do in midair, by the way. And you can keep doing it in midair, right? So you can have Kazuha. If you have Kazuha, you can jump off a really high point, and then he can travel a lot further than most other characters, just because you can cancel glide into using his skill midair. You can't charge it, but you can still use it, right? You can just tap it, and then that way he can cover a lot more ground when he's gliding, right? Wanderer has this fucking Dragon Ball Z Dragon Ball, air movement, air dashes and shit, right? Yelan and Sayu's a 4-star, so, a little bit, that's nice. But, like, Yelan has her fucking E where she just dashes with no sprint stamina cost. That's kind of busted for, like, from an exploration standpoint. Because you have to cover, with her, you get to cover a lot more ground than you can with other characters. You see this shit pretty regularly throughout Genshin's limited characters, where they like every once in a while they release a new character that can move in ways that other characters just can't. So I don't think they stole the shit that Zilo, Kinich, and now Mualani have, and I guess Kachina too, for that matter. They didn't steal it from anybody. They just kind of came up with it on its own. It's kind of a coincidence that it just kind of looks similar to whatever the fuck you do in Wuwa. And to be fair to you, I don't blame you, because Zilo then roller skating up the side of cliffs. Well, that's Wuwa cliff riding, or cliff running, or wall running. And then Kinich with this tether shit. Oh yeah, that's all the tether stuff you can do around Wuwa just with any character. But with the tether stuff specifically, I mean, we've had that since Sumeru, and Sumeru was fucking 2 years ago at this point. So technically, that's not anything new. So no, I don't think MiHoYo stole anything in that sense. Again, it's just kind of coincidence. If anything, you should accuse Wuwa of. I don't know if you should. I don't. Let me take that back. I don't think Wuwa is. You should accuse Wuwa of anything. At least not in this sense. It's just that Wuwa developed in a way. It developed, different ways of exploring so that they can differentiate themselves from Genshin, right? Give you a little bit of a different exploration experience than what you would normally have to deal with in Genshin.
Yes.
Excuse me. And if you still insist on like, oh, this game copied this game, well, here's the thing, right? Like games have been copying from each other for fucking decades. Like games taking inspiration or stealing shit from their predecessors, that shit is fucking common. And I'm not even saying that as like Chinese games, because the Chinese do nothing but steal from each other and copy Keck W. It's not even that. Like games all around the world do that shit. When you see somebody come up and like hit the jackpot with a really good game, right? That really capitalized on like an idea or whatever, right? You always have imitators and successors come up out of the woodworks, not too long after, trying to imitate some of that success. Like it's one of the natural laws of just game development, whether it's on purpose or by accident. Like you're going to see similarities across different games that are of similar genre. Just how it works. Just what happens. Now, obviously, I think you should still treat things on a case-by-case basis, because obviously, nefarious things can happen, right? Developers are not, completely 100% morally and ethically correct. They're not all angels out there. So yeah, some things can definitely get stolen. And so, as players, as community members, you should watch out for that. But in this case, I don't think it's fair to say that miHoYo stole anything. If you saw 3 gacha companies, I assume you're talking about developer studios, make one game together, who would you pick to make the best gacha in the market? Hypergriff, the developers of Arknights, miHoYo, and third one's kind of up for grabs here. Let me check my list of gacha games and see if there's any that like really hit the mark here.
Yes.
Let me take Hypergriff, miHoYo, and I have to pick between Shift Up, devs of Nikkei, or Kuro Game. I'll go with Shift Up. Yeah, I think I'll go with Shift Up. Because we already have 2 Chinese devs in Hypergriff and miHoYo. As much as I respect Kuro Game, if I'm going to develop my own, or if I'm going to have 3 companies or studios collaborate on a single gacha game there, I don't want all the developers to be Chinese. At least one of the dev teams has to be non-Chinese. So I'll go with Shift Up. Type Moon just for Nasu. At that point, at that point I wouldn't even consider Type Moon to be a studio. I mean, honestly, Type Moon doesn't even work on FGO. It's just Lazengle works on and develops FGO. Nasu just writes the stories for them. So technically, I can kind of, I guess that would be kind of a, I guess that would kind of be a loophole that I can exploit, where I say, I'd be like, okay, I'll have Hypergriff, Hypergriff work on gameplay stuff, musical scores, and shit like that. I'll have MiHoYo work on character design, and I'll also have Shift Up work on gameplay design, level design, and you know, like content polishing, production quality, like quality control, and audio stuff like music scores. Hypergriff and Nikke. I'll leave the music to those two because I have doubts. I don't really, you know, MiHoYo does good music, but compared to Shift Up and compared to Shift Up and Hypergriff, and then they can't really compete. What MiHoYo excels at is character design. So they should just concentrate on making characters as coming up with like the best characters possible. That's why I would have MiHoYo on, because that's the best thing that they do, in my opinion. MiHoYo characters are some of the best waifus and husbandos on the market. Like, say what you will about that company, but they know how to make characters. So yeah, those three, and then as a sort of a loophole, I would get Nasu to write the story. And Nasu's only a single guy, so he's technically not a studio, so. Z3 music, though, to be fair, as much as Z3's music is what I would consider to be a step up from Star Rail and Genshin, it's not striking enough. Like Z3's soundtrack is mostly ambient music, at least from how I've experienced it so far. Like, it's very good vibey music. Great music for like when you're just chilling in the overworld and just running around doing shit. But like the actual combat music, I'm not sure. Maybe the soundtrack that plays when you fight Pompeii. Sure, that's cool and all. But the Z3's combat music doesn't really get me going. I would consider Hypergriff and Shift Up to be superior in terms of producing music that actually gets your blood pumping, you know? Like actual combat music. Kuro, I had to pick between Shift Up and Kuro. The only reason why I didn't pick Kuro is because I didn't want all three gacha studios to be Chinese. I need at least one non-Chinese gacha studio. I went with Shift Up. Not only that, but Kuro Game is still pretty small. Is a pretty small studio compared to the others. I'm sure with Wuthering Waves, they're adding more people, so I'm sure they'll become a bigger studio that hopefully can match MiHoYo or Hypergriff or the other bigger Chinese studios. But at the moment, I'm under the impression that they're still kind of a small studio, so I'm not sure how much they can really get done, right? Like I'm sure they've got enough on their plate trying to manage Wuthering Waves as it is. And keeping and supporting PGR still, because it's not like they stopped supporting PGR, right? Hoyo has more females than males to sell porn figures of. I mean, have you seen their last drip marketing tweet with Sunday? Like, bro, that shit was their most retweeted, their most viewed tweet of all time. Like, don't underestimate the guys, my dude. More accurately, don't underestimate the female player base of Star Rail, or just the female MiHoYo fan base, just in general. Honkai is Mihoyo's best. I'm not surprised, but unfortunately for you, I do not play Honkai Impact, so I have no context as to how good Mihoyo's music making can be. I'll take your word for it. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that Mihoyo's music, they can produce some really good they can make some fucking bangers when it comes down to it, but if it's for a game that I don't play, then what the fuck do I care? But I mean, hey, you guys can make me play Honkai if you guys give me, what was the sub incentive for that? Let me check my notepad real quick. Subathon. If I hit, what, 16? No, not 1600. 2250 subs. I'll start playing Honkai Impact. I'm a man of my word. You like the bass music, so you actually really like Z3? Oh, that's nice. Then yeah, more power to you then. Do you plan to keep the stream on and just start? No, I'll start and stop each day. I don't want to fucking leave my computer running the entire day or overnight. I don't think I'll go that far. But yeah, I'll turn off the stream, come back. It'll just be like regular streaming. But I'll try streaming every day, any day that I can. And yeah, Azura, Sasana, welcome back, man. Yeah, good to be back. We back to the degen way of life? Nah, bro. I'm still broke as fuck. Still living, you know, month by month. Wondering if I can still keep up with this influx of you know, trying to whether or not I can keep up this gacha lifestyle. But I'll try hanging in there at least. How Sunday was so lame? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Sunday, but you know, Mihoyo fans don't really care for character depth now, do they? Like, remember, Mihoyo fans think Panakani was actually good. But when it comes to, like, characters and stuff, who cares? Who cares how deep they are? All that matters is how fuckable they are. Welcome to Gacha games. What are my PC specs? 3090 GPU, Intel i9. I'm forgetting the actual, my CPU type. I think it was at least a 12,900K, I think. I believe 32 gigs RAM. Yeah, those should be the important ones. Sad, yeah. Life, it is what it is. Let's see, how much will they... 14 hours? Okay, I'm good. Let's see. Shorekeeper's banner resets in a little over a week. What's our next banner, chat, in WUWA? Because I think the only new 5-star they drip marketed for this patch for 1.3, I think we're on, or are we on 1.2? I forget. Was Shorekeeper, right? Did they announce any other new 5-star? I don't think so. And actually, who's even our next rate-up 5-star then? If we don't have a new second character, then I assume it has to be a rerun. Jian, oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. Because, yeah, Jian was our first limited. So GN, yeah, GN's having a rerun. So I'm assuming Yohu or whatever her name is, the 4-star on blue encore, will be on GN's banner then. Well, that's unfortunate. Would have preferred Yohu to be with the Shorekeeper, but I suppose it is what it is. Panakini started off good, but holy shit, it jumped off a cliff midway. I'll put it to you this way, MSD. When I finished reading through Panakini, I summed it up as the Star Rail writers. It felt like the writers knew how to end Panakini, but they just didn't know how to get there properly. I don't know how much you would agree with that, with my assessment of that, but that's what it really felt like. Because Panakini's ending, the ending was actually good. Like, it was actually pretty damn good. It was solid. I enjoyed the ending of Panakini. But if you want me to call your story an actual good story, like overall a good story, you can't just nail the ending. Like, the rest of your story actually has to be good too. But it was the ending of Panakini was actually anything. It was actually anything worth that I would consider decent. Like, most of the rest of Panakini leading up to it was kind of like ranged from either like to like, why the fuck are we? What the fuck is the point of us learning about who is it? Aventuring's backstory. What the fuck did that? How the fuck did that contribute to my enjoyment of Panakini? Like, I'm not even trying to roast him for being, you know, a husband, like not a wife or anything. It's just like legit. It's a legitimate question. How does that enrich Panakini's story again? Like, we didn't need to know anything about Aventuring's backstory, and it wouldn't have changed anything about the second part of Panakini, I don't think. So it's like, huh? Okay. You do you, Mihoyo. Pomfine, thanks so much for the five gifted subs, man. Greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciate the support. Cheers, man. GN with Yohu caged behind him. Oh, yeah. Rip Yohu. Hopefully she shows up in another raid up in the future. Yeah, like, yeah, that's the conclusion I came to as well. It's like, yeah, they put in this backstory shit just to try to sell his ass as best as they could, because they knew that Acheron would be the star of the show. So it's like, gee, I wonder why they're trying to push his ass this hard. Elia DLD, thanks so much for gifting 2 subs, man. Greatly appreciated. I will try my best to figure out how to put up like a sub count tracker, because I know other streamers have done it before. I just need to figure out how to do it myself. But yeah, appreciate all the gift subs today, chat. Thanks so much. Am I pulling for Shorekeeper E2? No, I do not have the funds to get anything more than like you know, S1 or S0, 1 copy of the character, 1 copy of the weapon. And honestly, I've been getting very lucky in Wuwa, because I think my last 3 limited characters, ever since Chun-Li, all the new limited characters that have come out, I've won the coin flips for. Because I remember losing the coin flip for Chun-Li, because I think I got spooked by this motherfucker. When I went for Chun-Li, right? Ling Yang. That's how I got Ling Yang. But ever since Chun-Li, so Jeji I won the coin flip. Shang-Li Yao was free, so I didn't have to worry about rolling gacha for his ass. And then Shorekeeper I also won the coin flip for. So I've been getting very lucky so far. Like, that combined with the fact that in Wuwa, right, your weapon gacha, your 5-star weapon gacha is guaranteed, right? Guaranteed rate up. Unlike MiHoYo games, has meant that I've been able to get, you know, Jeji and her weapon, and Shorekeeper and her weapon together. Now it helps that I didn't bother going for Shangli Yao's own signature weapon, which is fine because I can just give him I just gave him the what is it, the battle pass catalyst, and it's also crit rate main stats, so that's good enough for him, at least for me for the time being. So that helps, but so far so good. But that also means that I can't afford going for extra copies of them. I'm sure E2 is really good. Let's see, Stellar Outrealm, I assume that's her ult. Now increases attack of all party members by 40%. Yeah, that'd be nice to have. But for now, I'll just have to deal with what I got. I gotta work with what I got. Robin just becoming a Deus Ex Machina. Sunday stealing her chance to be a character for both to end up being uninteresting. Yeah, I remember talking shit about how Star Rail handled Robin, mainly Robin, because like Sunday does get quite a bit of screen time, but like my biggest issue with how they handled Robin was like they had like one segment of like what Sunday and Robin walking through the streets of Panakini together, and then all of a sudden Robin has a change of heart because she sees like 3 different things where maybe my brother's plan of like, you know, whatever his plan was, I forget exactly, it's been a while, but like maybe my brother isn't exactly right about this. She just has a sudden change of heart right fucking there. Maybe that's not quite accurate because we knew that like Robin always knew about what the Dusk Dream Reef or whatever. She always knew about that place apparently. So maybe it wasn't like a completely irrational jump in logic, but like I would have much preferred it if they had actually taken the time to like do that repeatedly, right? I think what would have been best is if they had put in a segment for Robin at the beginning, the first third of Panakini, right? When Panakini chapter first came out, when you first like enter Panakini, right? They give a segment of Robin and Sunday like walking through the streets of Panakini, right? And then she sees those things where it's like maybe Sunday's plan isn't exactly all that she isn't what she really wants, right? But it's not like she makes the decision to like betray him there. Or betray is a strong word, but like, you know, maybe they didn't need to show her like change her mind there, but it would at the very least made it so that okay, there's precedent now, right? It's not the first time like the idea first gets into her head, and over the course of the story, you can kind of assume that she kind of thinks about it more and more and more, which leads up to her changing her mind, like yeah, maybe my brother's kind of full of shit. Yeah, like, I don't think Robin had enough screen time, but that's, to be fair, a lot of characters didn't have enough screen time. It's just, I think Robin was one of the more egregious ones. And that's unfortunate. Oh, speaking of Star Rail, we should switch over, because I think I'm done with WoW for today. Exit out of that. Star Rail time. You still need drops? Oh no. Oh, I'll come back to playing WoW tomorrow, dude. Don't you worry. Plenty of other WoW streams out there that you can just lurk in to grab drops for anyway. But I appreciate you hanging out for the drops at least. But yeah, we'll play more WoW tomorrow. Star Rail needed way more time. Yeah, but I mean, and to be fair, it's not technically. I would say that's not even a strictly a Star Rail issue, or yeah, it's not just a Star Rail issue. It's just an overall MiHoYo issue. Like MiHoYo is afraid of writing longer stories because they don't want to bore their casual audience. Which is kind of funny because I think casual MiHoYo fans don't really have a problem with having longer story. At least I don't think they should. I mean, they do need to add a skip button, but you know they're never gonna do that. Cause it's MiHoYo! And they can go fuck themselves. Christ. Switching to Star Rail, yeah, just clearing some stamina, and we'll go do I think MOC reset, something reset, so we're gonna go do that. See you later, Azure. Life ain't that great at the moment. Your grandpa passed away, so you're kind of depressed. All right, Azure, take care, man, and yeah, you look after yourself. Sorry to hear that your grandpa passed. Yeah, just glad to have you here hanging out in chat. But yeah, take care, man. But yeah, for real, Star Rail needed more time to cook, man. Or specifically Panakini, man. And yeah, like, I don't feel good calling Panakini like subpar. Like, it could have been so good, man. Like, it had the characters, it had the setting, it had the plot, it had everything it needed to be good, but MiHoYo fucking dropped the ball on it so fucking hard, it's insane. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fucking stupid. Venny Riz 22, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Hour. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks for the gift sub. Thanks for the support. Really disappointed potential was there. Yeah, exactly, man. So much potential. And given how much MiHoYo was like, you remember all the fucking promotional shit that they did for what is it, for Panakini 2? My god. Like all the live action shit that they did, all the content creators that they brought on to help them promote the fucking game. Like, dude, you're gonna go that hard on. Oh yeah, I remembered. I have to go do what is it? Go do my weeklies. Echoes of War shit. But yeah, given how much they were fucking promoting Panakini, like, I was like, I actually kind of got my hopes up, to be honest. I was like, huh, maybe the Panakini story actually might be pretty good. And like the little tidbits of like what it was gonna be about seemed interesting enough to like warrant having a little bit of hope for it. And then it came out. And then it's like, oh. Well, it's still MiHoYo at the end of the day, that's for sure. It's like, Christ, dude. Who is the RMRF? Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 54 months. Really appreciate it, man. Cheers. Let's see. This physical, ice, and imaginary. I think I can run the Yunli team here. Let's see. Kind of want to run these two and see how it works. Let's see if they can auto this shit. Good luck, everybody. Also, if any Riz, that's your first time chat here. Like my FGO videos, Castoria is best girl. I am definitely, actually, you should probably already notice if you watch my FGO Whales log videos. But yeah, I am trying to get my Castoria to 120. So I like her a lot. Castoria is definitely my favorite saber face. Your biggest problem with Penacony was that it introduced too many characters with too little interaction or development with very little payoff. Yeah, my example for that would be Misha, right? Because you don't see, like, Misha, you get like a very quick like foreshadowing piece with Misha, like as when you first enter Penacony, but it happens too fast, and most people aren't gonna catch that, right? Most people are gonna look at that and be like, oh, okay, whatever, right? And yeah, he doesn't appear for, like, I think he shows up like once, like after the foreshadow, he shows up once when you first enter the hotel lobby, right? And you don't see his ass at all again for like the entire rest of that story chapter for like what 2.0, right? And then I think he shows up again for 2.1 because I think he's there when you first enter the Dreamflux Reef area, and that's it. And then the last time he shows up is what is the reveal on the last third, right, for 2.2 I think it was, where it's revealed who he really is, or what he really is, and that's it. It's like, huh? How the fuck did we get here? Did you see the debate with Tectone? No. What kind of debate did he get into? Was it about me, or was it about like other people or whatever? Adventuring story kind of felt out of place. Yeah. Now, I won't sit here and say that MiHoYo shouldn't have written adventuring some backstory, but they should have written it in a way where it made more sense of the story. Because with how it was, as it was, it didn't really make that much sense. Like, I didn't feel anything from it. So it's like, why the fuck do I care? And literally all Adventuring did was like fucking get his ass yeeted into a black hole by Acheron, and he's like, okay, well, all right, I guess that's that. And bro, we didn't even see his ass get saved by Argenti. The game just kind of hand waves that shit, be like, oh yeah, by the way, Argenti saved his ass. That's how he's still around. That's why he's not fucking. That's why he's not fucking dead. Right? This is a pretty good body piece. Well, the Yun Li team can actually challenge this weekly boss guy pretty well. People said MOC is kind of hard this time around, but it was you think it was break effect favorable? I mean, any MOC, any content is going to favor Super Break. Again, Super Break teams are fucking busted in this game. The only thing that can stop them are enemies that are immune to toughness break. Like, that's their only problem. So like technically that means that any MOC that doesn't have enemies that have toughness immunity means that Firefly teams just kind of shit all over them. So yeah. And also thanks for the follow as well, anyways. Glad to have you. And the only characters we actually recruited from Penacony were Robin and Sunday. Kind of funny to think about, isn't it? Because, like, Gallagher, yeah, but he's quote-unquote dead. Or he no longer exists. We'll see what kind of relation the evil Gallagher lookalike has with the real Gallagher, if they're even related at all. Misha, well, you know, he's also kind of like in a similar boat as Gallagher. Acheron isn't even from Penacony, obviously. Is there anyone else we're missing? Adventuring isn't Adventuring isn't even from Penacony. I don't think so, right? He's IPC. So yeah, he's not from his ass ain't from Penacony. I guess like Sparkle. What about Sparkle? I guess Sparkle. I don't know where she came from. So who knows with her?
亡者再臨
Oh yeah, Black Swan should be from Penacony herself, right? No, she's not? Interesting. The Luofu Shenzhou has the most limited 5 stars. Not surprising. No guesses as to guessing why, or no prizes for guessing as to why. What do you mean in a Chinese gacha game? The oh god, speed boots but all triple flat defense. God, fuck that shit. This one is it doesn't have break effect, so fuck that shit. What do you mean a Chinese gacha has the most limited characters that are Chinese? Surprise, surprise. Also, Delphi, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 36 months. Yep, 3 years. Thanks for the continued support, my dude. Really appreciate it.
天使を授けん
Sparkle too busy invading Honkai, but yeah, I heard she got added to Honkai. It's pretty cool. Now we just need to wait for Kiana to Kiana XP to eventually join. What is it? To eventually join Star Rail. Luofu Shenzhou is legit the least interested, the worst of Star Rail, and they're even doubling down on it. Yep, Chinese game. You will like our Chinese space opera. Whether you are going to read our Chinese space opera and you will like it. Yeah, all hail Space China. Plus 10,000 social credit.
天使を授けん
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
厄介を避けん
You soft banned yourself from Honkai and Genshin. It's called uninstalling. Nice. Very good. Oh, that's cute. I actually got a light cone as a drop. It's very rare. Do I care? Probably not. Defense body with HP percent and break effect. That's actually not bad. I'll actually keep that. It's actually not bad. Oh, I actually got another light cone too. Cool. Oh, excuse me. All right. Let's see, we can do Divergent Universe real quick. Sure, why not? Where's my good old Firefly team? Come here. Let's see, where is she? Ruin May, Firefly, HMC, and Gallagher. At least until I get Lingsha. Destruction. Destruction. Only one destruction. Actually, you don't need. I didn't need to fucking torch these guys because they all end up with 1 HP anyway after you hit them. Also, this guy rules. Thanks so much for the 53-month resub. Welcome back. Glad to have you back, my dude. Destruction. A lot about Sparkle still isn't known. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Cause yeah, she was basically that, you know, mysterious character archetype, but you know, runs around threatening people by fucking planting bombs everywhere. And what comes of that? Absolutely nothing. Woohoo! Oh, it's just a minigame. Hot take, but the Myriad Celestia, they're called the anime shorts for certain characters, just detract from the game because they tell us from them outside of the story. If you don't watch them, you lose important info. If that's the case, like I understand why they do that, why MiHoYo does that, because like they want their fans to like follow all their content, right? Like, it's not because here's the thing. MiHoYo games are usually, like, they're not pitched to be hardcore. Like, they're trying to cater to their casuals as much as fucking possible. And you know what casual players eat up? Like, all this tangential shit. Like, YouTube shorts and, like, animated shorts and all that sort of stuff. The casual fans don't really care about the actual gameplay itself. Like, they'll go through story and shit, but that's really about it. Right? They don't actually care to play the game. So it's like, yeah, of course MiHoYo will focus more of their efforts on, like setting up the spectacle, but not actually making the spectacle good. Because most people aren't going to play the damn game enough to know that, you know, the game itself is actually not that good. So what the fuck do they care? It's unfortunate how that kind of developed, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess. I mean, for me, I care very little about this game's story or, like, even the characters' backstories themselves, because most characters aren't really that deep. At least not for the most part. So it's like, okay, well, if characters get, like, an animated short on YouTube and I don't watch it, what am I really missing out on, you know? Like, sure, okay, there might be some lore that it would be nice to know in order to understand a particular character, but, like, what use is that lore when I don't care about learning about the characters in the first place? Where are the rest of the gacha games? I don't want to put up all my gacha games at once because it causes my PC to really fucking chug. I would need to get like an even better CPU if I want to get have 11 or 12 gacha games up and running all at once. So the best I can do is just have like maybe a handful of them up and running at the same time. Oh, and streaming makes it a little more, it makes it more difficult to have like a whole bunch of programs running at once too. So that's not fun. I think the games that have PC clients my PC should be able to handle at once pretty well. I think Wuthering Waves might be the one gacha where that might still struggle, because Wuwa is nowhere near as well optimized as, like, say, the MiHoYo games are. But I have to compromise, and I can only have like maybe a handful, maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 gachas running. Hey Naruto, welcome back. How's work? What work? I haven't had a regular job since the last time I got my ass laid off. Like how many months has it been? Like 4 months ago? 4.5 months ago? Been rough, my dude. At least for me. Masamune, thanks so much for the 44-month resub, man. Welcome back. Did he play Dokkan? Did I ever play Dokkan? No. Like, I've known about it for a while, but I've never bothered playing it. I'm not like a huge fan of Dragon Ball, so I've never really felt anything for any of the Dragon Ball IP gachas. I do know about it, though. And I also know that it's been around for a while, too. Dokkan Battle should actually be pretty old, right? It might be old enough for me to consider it to be an old school gacha, actually. Funnily enough. Alright, let's do this little mini game. When was the last time I upgraded my PC? This current PC I've had for the last 1.5 years. I got this current PC at the end of 2022 / beginning of 2023. I don't know if I'll be able to survive this. Okay, I do. This one is kind of confusing. Okay, here we go. Will you play Sparking Zero? Nah. I'm not a big fan of like arena fighters like Sparking Zero or like Tenkaichi Budokan Tenkaichi or whatever that series was called. If I'm gonna watch a fighting game, I'm gonna watch something like Street Fighter or Tekken or something like that. Arena fighters have never really like really grasped me personally, so I'm good. I'll pass. We don't really need that. Let's grab this. Sure. Sure, reward. What gacha fandom has the best art, but it doesn't represent the game from when you play from said art? I mean, fan art in general doesn't really represent gacha games properly, quote unquote, if you care about that sort of thing. Remember, fan art is drawn by either casual players or people who don't play the game at all, and they're just drawing fan art of the game because it's popular and it'll get them money, right? At least that's how it is for the vast majority of artists. There are some artists out there who actually do like are heavily invested into some of the gachas they play, and so they'll be able to portray the game more accurately than most others. But those are kind of rare, if I'm gonna be honest. So technically, there's not really a gacha community out there or a fandom out there that like can properly portray how their game really is through fan art. Yeah, playing games in 2024, we just auto that shit. Dokkan is actually as old as Granblue and Ecchi. Oh, there you go then. Then yeah, it's definitely an old school gacha. Arena fighters also don't have very good competitive scenes for a reason. Yeah, it's because fucking camera angles, bro. Camera angles get really fucking weird in arena fighters. So competitively, they're not very viable. Not only that, but you know, oftentimes they just devolve into fucking button mash fests. So gameplay wise, they're not terribly interesting. I don't think I needed to use Ruin May's ultimate there, but whatever. That's not useful. None of these are fucking useful. Nihility, that's nice. Destruction, I guess we can take this. Ooh, take that one, thank you. Need to upgrade your game because your PC stutters as soon as you get into like the mini city areas in Z3. I see. Obtain random rewards, thank you. See ya. If I pull for new characters in Genshin, I only have Mualani so far. I skipped Kinich to roll for, who is it? Zelonen, but I got spooked by Tignari, so I don't have Zelonen just yet. Hopefully I'll be able to get her, but even if I get her, I'm not sure if I can get her weapon afterwards, so. Oh boy. I guess we shall see. That one's nice. Let's see, we can overwrite that. Oh, that's nice. That works. All destruction, nihility, freeze. We're not building towards a freeze team here. Destruction launches an attack. Next attack deals 50%. Sure, those are fine. We can change the preservation blessing. We can take this. We have that at least. So these two will have synergy. Leptune, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 34-month resub. Welcome back. Greatly appreciated, man. Thanks for sticking around. Greatly appreciated. Upgrade that. Upgrade that. I didn't even use my my techniques. Don't think it's camera angles. Unless newer arena fighters have made the camera angles better. From what I understand, they can still be issues. I don't know. Maybe Sparking Zero does stabilize camera angles better, so they're not as much of an issue as they were before. But no, you're also right, Naruto. Like button mashing and other things make arena fighters a little less competitively viable for sure. Guess I'll take that fucking propagation blessing. Why not? Take the fucking cheese. Take that, I guess. Alright, do we want to go to the store? Nah. Do you like Fox Girls? Why, I'm glad you asked. Yes, I do. Quite a bit. Did you play new MOC? No, not yet. I'll do it after I'm done with a run of Divergent Universe. Obtain 2 blessings, 1 blessing of 3-star, 3-star rarity, and 3 curios. Sure. Oh, excuse me. Did you play Naruto Storm 4 for the first time this year? Oh, okay. That one's apparently pretty good then. Can you name all the Fox Girls you like in each of my gachas? Sure, I can try. FGO, Tamamo, obviously. Suzuka. I like those 2 mainly. I'm not sure if you can qualify if the Koi and Skya's qualify. I guess they do. So in which case, we'll have to throw in KOL and KOD. Koi and Light and Dark. I'm trying to think if there's any other Fox Girls in the game. There probably are. I'm just forgetting about them. I don't know if Dobrynia is a Fox Girl. I don't think she is. But she does hang out with KOD a lot, and I like her a lot too. But I guess I'll leave the decision to you guys to decide if she's a Fox Girl or not. Oh, cool. Perfect. Let's see. These 2 are kind of ass. Oskabe Hime does count. True, she is a Fox Girl, technically. However, I do like Tamamo better, so. Girls Frontline doesn't have a lot of Fox Girls, I don't think. However, I do know that there's this one character in the game named General Liu, who has a Fox Girl skin. Several of the Chinese characters have Fox Girl skins. General Liu is one of them. I think JS9 also has a Fox Girl skin too. JS9 and I think Type 79 as well. I think those 3 have Fox Girl skins. I want to say. Azure Lane, well, all the Japanese carriers, most of the Japanese carriers are Fox Girls. Some of their battleships are also Fox Girls too, so basically all of them. I guess the standout Fox Girl characters. Actually, I have Azure Lane open on my screen right now, so we can check it out real quick. Also, there are Kashino's big fucking titties. Let's see. Sort by Sakura Empire. I don't know if Musashi is a Fox Girl. She has a tail. She has ears. I don't know if they're considered fox ears. I mean, I think Miko from Genshin has the same exact style of animal ears, and she's a fox girl. So if that's the case, then by, you know, correlative, that's not the right phrase. By extension, that would mean Musashi is also a fox girl. So yeah, there's Musashi. Amagi is very obviously a fox girl, so there's 2. Who is she again? Tosa is a fox girl, pretty sure. Is she? Close enough. No, Shinana's obviously a fox girl. So there's 3. I don't know what. Hakuryu is an Oni, I think. With just judging by her horns, so she's an Oni, not a fox girl. Same thing with Ayanami. She's more of a. I think Ayanami's a Oni, or at least she's supposed to be. What the fuck was her name again? Yukikaze is a fox girl, I think. If not, then she's something close to it. Kawakaze, obviously fox girl. I think Kazugumo is also a fox girl, just judging by her ears. Regular Amagi is obviously also a fox girl. Nagato is obviously a fox girl. The Akagi and Kaga, the carrier twins, are very obviously fox girls. I think you get the point. There are a lot of Japanese fox girls in the game. A lot. Yada yada yada. You can go on about that. Arknights does have a legit fox race. Unfortunately, I don't know if I particularly like anything from them. I think the closest I have to a waifu who's a legit fox girl in Arknights would have to be maybe Angelina, because I think Angelina's race is Vulpix, is like a Vulpes, right? I don't whatever the fox, like the fox race is, like whatever their name is called in Arknights. I think Angelina is one of them. So she'd have to be the closest one. Volpo, there you go then. Unfortunately, like Angelina is the closest one to a waifu I have from Arknights, so it would be considered a fox girl. I gravitate more towards characters like Surtur and I forget who else. No, isn't Poziemka a fox girl too? She's just Russian. Or Ursian, if we're being lore accurate. Yeah, we have a couple of Volpos in Arknights, yeah, like Province, Angelina, a couple of others. I think some of the lore rarity characters are also Volpo. I guess, yeah, Poziemka would be the closest, actually. Sorry, Angelina. I would scratch Angelina. I would have to go with Poziemka. Oh, she's not Fox Girl, she's Lupo. Okay, well, she's got big ass animal ears, so it could have fooled me. But yeah, if we're being technical, then I guess no. Poziemka is not a Fox Girl, she's a Wolf Girl. A Wolf Girl with a big ass fucking crossbow. Look, a blessing that is completely fucking useless. Yeah, Franca's a Volpo as well. Yeah, cool. Texas Alter, your beloved probably the most famous Lupo in the game, probably. What's my opinion on Blue Archive? Great casual game. One of the best casual games out there that you can play. However, on the flip side, it is one of the worst like actual games you can play. If you just want a chill gacha game where you just, do your dailies and, just you just want a gacha game you don't want to take seriously. You're only there to enjoy the casual part and the memes, because you know for a fact that the Blue Archive community has plenty of memes, especially of the whoa type, the cute and funny type. Then Blue Archive is one of the best gacha games you could possibly play. Great casual game, and if you like gachas that have a very vibrant casual community, like an online community where they produce a lot of like fan-made content, whether it be fan art or cute little animations and stuff, Blue Archive is one of the best, one of the absolute best. Whatever you're looking for, they've got you covered. As an actual game, hell fucking no. Hell fucking no. Blue Archive can fucking burn in hell. It can burn in a dumpster fire for all I fucking care. But yeah, those are my opinions on that game. Great casual game. Absolutely atrocious fucking just game in general. Do not play that game hardcore. It is not worth it. Like, treating Blue Archive as a serious game is kind of like playing an old school Korean MMO and playing that shit seriously. It is not worth it. You will lose brain cells and a couple of years off your life. Don't do it. And daily reminder, Nexon can go fuck themselves. Oh yeah, I can't even control it because I have that one item where everything autos. It's also 18 plus, yet it's still tame. Gabu, he's referring to like the actual in-game stuff. And yeah, I would agree. It's not really that bad. Well, if you're used to the cute and funny side of the internet, then yeah, it's not that bad. It's still kind of weird to, like, outside people. Or maybe it's just because we're so used to how degenerate the actual Blue Archive fans and their fan art gets that we forget how we forget that the game itself is actually like, outside of a few questionable areas, it's not really that bad. But we as the player base have kind of like red-pilled ourselves into thinking that Blue Archive is this fucking, this cesspool of degeneracy. When it's not really meant to be, it's not really that bad. Outside of, Sensei canonically licking and sucking Iori's toes. Only in Korea then? Maybe. Make it sound like 18 plus is everywhere, or like it's 18 plus everywhere now. Yeah, it's probably just 18 plus in Korea. I don't know what Japan rates it. Honestly, I don't even know what America rates it. Like what the American iOS / Google Play Store rates it here. 17 plus on Android too. Oh, that's funny.
ドリームカムトゥルー燃やし尽くす生きるために燃やし尽くす
I guess the memorial lobbies got iOS, the Apple Store, and the Google Play Store down bad. Eh? They take one look at Bunny Karen's memorial lobby with their fucking fat ass hanging out on the screen, and they're like, nope, gotta be 17 plus. It is a crime to be walking around with a fat ass like that. You really like the sarcasm girls in Arknights, aka the demons? Yeah, they're pretty good. I think my favorite so far is, actually, does W count as a sarcasm? Is she sarcasm, actually? I forget. W is sarcasm. Nice. And Walter will be here soon on NA. We have to cook, Skylar. Doctor, we have to cook. Let's see. I guess we can drop that. Doctor, we have to cook. You hope Nexon makes a Blue Archive game where they age up the characters by 10 years. They're never gonna do that. Because if they do that, Japan immediately loses interest and there goes all their revenue. There goes all their revenue, you know? Time to pull out the Daniel altar. Your take on Red Hood's dress? It looks real fucking good, man. I'm glad it won. No complaints here. Though to be fair, I don't get personally invested into like the what is it, the skin competitions we've had. The free skin competitions we had. The first one was for Modernia, right? And the second one was for Red Hood. I don't really care as long as the skin turns out to be great. That's fine. Let's see. Do this. Alright, come back, Firefly. I need to override any equations. Nope. Let's see. Overwrite this. Fuckalation. Override that. More destruction. Ew. All of these are fucking trash. Override it again. More destruction. Let's see. We don't really need the crit boosts, so we will re-roll their asses. We'll grab the Abundance Blessing, it's useful at least. 4 stacks of crit boost. Speed buff is nice, but we don't really need that. I don't even know if we really need dewdrop boosts either, but whatever. Don't care. Ugh, these are all trash. Let's see, upgrade that. Level up 2 of the 2 1-star ones. Yeah. Sure. Whee! It's criminal that Shun only has one version and it's a damn lolly. And guess what? Blue Archive players prefer the lolly version too. I prefer Big Shun, same here. Who is my favorite gacha antagonist? That's a good question, actually. I don't usually think about antagonists. That's a rather interesting question that you've pitched to me here. The problem with that question is that I have to sit here and remember, try to remember like what kind of antagonist would be my favorite. I guess by principle, my answer would have to do with something like, you know, it would have to be like a character who used to be an enemy but now they're playable. So like considering like Grailed Koyanskaya Dark, KOL and KOD, like I suppose they would count. They would have to count here, but like I still prefer Atomic Casters, so it's like, So honestly, I don't know. I guess technically Wakamo, because Wakamo it starts off as being your quote enemy, because like you do fight against her in the very beginning of the game, but then she becomes playable. So Wakamo, I guess. I just don't have a better answer for you. Moriarty, probably. There's also W. Yeah, and Arknights has plenty of characters who used to be enemies, but now they're working for you now. W, Mudrock. Oh, this is a buff that I've never gotten before. Sure. Why not? Viviana. Wakamo's voice type Tama, yeah, which is a big reason why I mentioned her, or why I brought her up in the first place. Wakamo is just Tamamo in a different universe, or if I can twist my my perspective enough, she's basically Tamamo's daughter, or the daughter that I have with Tamamo. Kek. Really? That aggro? It's funny. Bob is watching one of my videos right now. Is he watching the Gacha God video? I know he watched a couple of my videos before. Wonder what he'll think about me taking some shots at him of him playing FGO. But yeah. Shout outs to him watching one of my videos. I wonder if it's like one of his viewers sent him the link, or like posted a link in his chat and he just happened to watch it randomly, or is it because he knew that is because he's actually subscribed to my YouTube channel and he actually went out of his way to watch it on stream or something. I don't know. I'm guessing it's just one of his viewers just linked him that video and wanted his reaction. Turning this into a lengthy process of analyzing villains might be a solid content idea. I mean, everybody, like, maybe not everybody. I'm sure you can find people out there who don't really like this concept. But the idea of like enemies turned allies, right? Is like Gacha players especially love that shit, right? Because it's like, oh, like you gave us hell before, but now you work for us, or now we get to use them. Like that concept is always pretty cool, and it's really great when it's done well. When former enemy characters get turned into playable characters. I mean, that's a big reason why people are so excited for fucking Sunday, right? Like, in general, more people like that concept more than people who don't like it. So, it's always a very popular trope of, or that kind of trope where, you know, for enemies one day are working for us the next. God, all these blessings are absolute fucking shit. What the fuck? Whee! Old man Moriarty's really cool, but he's not allowed to do anything cool. Yeah, I think FGO fucking turns him into more of a you know, a joke most of the time. Yeah. Like his only real serious moment was during Shinjuku, like the actual Shinjuku story. But ever since he becomes one of our servants, he just doesn't really, like, he can't really be evil. I mean, I guess it's understandable why he can't. He said he doesn't play as many gachas as I do because he has a girlfriend. He got salty. Good for him. I actually didn't even know he had a girlfriend. Shows you how much I watch his streams. But I mean, hey, if he's got a girl, then good on him. Doing better than me at life, at the very least. So hey, what can I say? But you know. Still not as much of a gacha god as I am, so. One of the oldest tropes in fiction, that and enemies turned lovers. Yeah, and you know people fucking eat up the whole enemies turned lovers trope for fucking, you know, all throughout fucking time, man. People love that shit. Is it worth playing this? Sure, why not? Why not? There's also Trom, but you don't really like young Moriarty as much. Yeah, I think old Moriarty is cooler. Like, nothing against young Moriarty, but old Moriarty is I feel like he was cool. He was a cool. He was just cooler in character design. But you know, that's just me. Discard all curios. Nice. Kind of vaguely interested in what kind of equations we can get. We can grab this one. Cool. Getting all those remembrance blessings paid off.
鳴り響き乞うご期待
Obtain 1 negative cuckoo clock. Randomly increases the chance. Whatever, I don't really fucking care. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. God, all these blessings are like useless now. I don't even have enough fragments to really overwrite them either. It's kind of funny. Have you seen some of the mods in Hoyoverse games? Yes, I have. I'm familiar with the modding scene in the Hoyoverse games. Let's just put it that way. You're tempted to start modding, but if you fear you do, you'll never go back. I'm of the opinion that mods greatly enhance your experience with games. I think that if you truly care about the longevity of your game, you allow mods, or at the very least, you let people mod your game without any repercussions, right? You don't actually go after people for fucking modding your game. Like, don't pull a Nintendo or anything like that. Just don't say anything about it, right? Just don't ever bring it up, so that way people can just mod your game and not have to worry about, oh, what's gonna happen if I start modding your game. MiHoYo obviously doesn't like it when you mod their game, but from what I understand, as long as you don't do anything fucking stupid like record yourself or stream yourself using mods and you leave your UID exposed, so that way MiHoYo mods can fucking snipe your account and ban your ass. As long as you don't do anything stupid like that, or you as long as you just play with mods in your own time, like in private, right, just on your own, then it's fine. Nothing. No one's gonna get you or anything. Mainly because mods, from what I understand, Hoyoverse mods, or just most mods in general, are client side. So MiHoYo or like the servers will never know that you're using mods. It's all client side, so only you can see them. So if you're afraid that if you use mods you're gonna get banned, probably not. Like, yeah, there were some people out there who claimed that they got banned after using mods, but most likely they got banned for doing something else, like actually cheating, and they just didn't want to say that it was because of cheating, so they just blame it on mods. Like, most people I've seen use mods haven't gotten banned. So yeah, like, I would say if you're getting bored of Genshin as it is, or Star Rail, or Wuthering Waves for that matter even, you can dabble into mods. It's up to you. You just gotta figure out how they work. Can be kind of annoying sometimes, though, from what I understand. But that's up to you. Ooh, nice. An actual useful blessing. Hunt. The true antagonist was the gacha system after all. True. True. Fucking true. Drew. Let's see. I don't think I need to upgrade anything. Let's see. Ah, fuck! I accidentally yeah, I didn't want to do that. Not a I don't want to overwrite that. Oh well. Don't really need it anyway. Oh well. Would have been a nice remembrance blessing to have, though. Sure, whatever. It's all overkill anyway. Ink Eyes, thanks so much for the 9-month resub, man. Welcome back. Really appreciate it. Haven't seen me stream in a while. Yeah, T-Dub's been like 2 months and a week. Yeah, I've taken some time off to work on some YouTube content to upload. But yeah, I'm back now. Mainly because I gotta pay rent. So yeah, streaming, here we come. That time when the Hazuker's thick Mona mod broke the internet. Yeah, yep, I remember when that one Hazuker mod went viral. Yeah. Cosmetic mods are fine as long as you don't get caught. Technically, you can stream yourself playing with mods. It's just you always need to remember to hide your UID. So that way, any potential MiHoYo mod watching your stream doesn't know, like they don't know what your account is. So technically, you can get away with it. You just need to be careful at all times. But I do not condone that behavior for legal reasons, obviously. Yeah, I got banned for using mods, yeah, while they have a cheat engine in the background, yeah. Kind of reminds me of FGO players who claim that they got their accounts stolen, when in reality tried selling their accounts and got fucking ripped off. Fucking serves their asses, right? I also forgot to change my category. Oops. Thanks for letting me know. I'm surprised nobody else told me about it. Maybe you guys did, I just didn't pay attention. But yes, let me go change my stream directory. Save current file. There we go. What are we using sub goal? I actually need to find a way to put up my current sub count. I know other streamers have been able to do it, but I haven't been able to figure out how. So I'm gonna try figuring that shit out later this week, hopefully. See if I have enough for a multi. No, not quite yet, unfortunately. Okay, time to go do MOC. Excuse me. Do I want you to donate money? However you can support, man. Either through donos or through gift subs. Gift subs, whatever. However, whatever way you want to do it, that's fine. I'm not trying to be picky at all. Did you do Pure Fiction yet? Yeah. The Pure Fiction updated like a week or two ago, so like I should have it done already, right? I think we have to go to Shenzhou. Or was it Aram Alley? No, it wasn't Aram Alley. Cloudford? No. The Commission? No. Was it Alchemy Commission? No, it can't be. No, I don't think it was here. No, it can't be. Stargazer? No. Exacting Alt. Yeah, it was here. Exacting Altum. Pure Fiction. Yeah, I already did it. Man, it doesn't. Pure Fiction still doesn't reset for another month? Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking clown shit, yo. Anyways. Oh, I see these guys. Okay, I instantly know what team to use there. Prepare to die. Oh, what's that? You give us the Panakini enemies? Oh, you shouldn't have. Prepare to die. Oh, you're weak to wind, huh? Oh, interesting. Oh, then, don't fucking mind if I do. Fei Xiao, Robin. Let's see. Wind, so, Huohuo doesn't really make sense in a Fei Xiao team, but, I mean, we could still use her anyway. Anybody weak to imagine it? Oh, we can actually use Luocha here. Topaz and Luocha, sure. Whee! MOC quite easy until the final stage. I mean, that's usually how MOC goes. Everything is kind of a cakewalk until you hit MOC 12, and then that's when shit really kind of hits the fan. A friend of yours who was a beta test told you that they don't care until you until you mod or touch like gacha related things like unlocking characters for yourself. Yeah, like private servers, yeah. But yeah, if that's how MiHoYo really, if that's MiHoYo's actual policy towards mods, then yeah, that's how it should be. Like, they don't give a shit until you start messing with like actual gacha stuff. Gacha, or like you start messing with like combat values. Yeah. Because yeah, any developer studio or whatnot, yeah, that's when they should care. That's you're actually messing with the game itself. So yeah, that's a big no-no. Like, if it's all just cosmetic, then yeah, they shouldn't really give a shit. Who has the biggest ass in Star Rail? I mean, Topaz has the most. I mean, she should have the biggest, but you know, MiHoYo being MiHoYo, unfortunately, they fucking nerfed that shit. So, thanks, CCP. But Topaz definitely has the most visible gap. As for others, I'm not sure if we can really judge. Unless, of course, they wear hot pants like Fei Xiao does. But I'll let you guys decide on that. Face Out team and Firefly teams made it pretty easy for you. Yep. No surprises there. I guess we can still use the Firefly Super Break team against the meme dude. Now that I think about it, I guess that'd be okay. We'll have to see how well it goes though. First team, let's see, Lightning and Imaginary. Let's see, Lightning and Imaginary. I noticed some of these guys are weak to physical as well. Actually, I think I have Mosey built. I'm kind of interested, kind of curious to use him. Let's see how well he works. It's only MOC 8, so shouldn't be a big deal. Robin. Let's try these two. I have no idea how they're gonna work together, but you know. Also, what was Mosey's technique again? Does he have an offensive technique or a utility style? I'm assuming he loses it. Yeah, when he switches. Okay, yeah, so he's got an offensive one. That's fine. We'll just use Kafka's instead. Alright, random bullshit, go. Who's that? Oh, Olucio, thanks so much for the 52-month resub, man. Welcome back. Good to see you back. Yep, I'm back. I gotta make some bread. Are all my characters E0? For the first, like, 6 months of Star Rail, I actually did spend a little bit. I say a little bit. So, my Selly, however you pronounce her name, is E2. My Silver Wolf is E2, my Kafka is E2, and I think maybe one or two other characters are also E2. But I think starting with, like, Topaz? Yeah, I feel like it was Topaz when I first started, when I stopped rolling for more than E0. Yeah, some of my 5 stars are E2, but most of them are only E0. So, like, I think the first maybe 3 or 4 months of Star Rail, I did get the characters to, like, E2 if they were characters I wanted to get them to E2. But everybody else past, like, Topaz is only E0. If I isekai'd to Teyvat, what would I do? Go find Mona and hook up with her. Why didn't I enable Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta enable membership over on the YouTube side. I'll do it tonight after I'm done streaming. Hopefully I remember to do that. Thanks for the reminder. And did I get the job? I don't know which job you're talking about, but I did get a job back in April, and I worked there for I think about 2.5 months, and then I got my ass laid off because I figure management got rid of me before my 3-month probation was over. So like, yes, I did get a job, but I've since lost it, and I'm back to being an unemployed bum again. Is that E1 Robin? No, E0. I can tell you that. I can tell you right now that my Ruin Mei and my Robin and my Firefly, they're all E0. Like Kafka is the only 5-star I've used in either of my teams here for this MOC that isn't E0. Matter of fact, since you guys are asking, I'm gonna check my roster to see exactly how many E2s I have, because it's not a lot. Not with how long Star Rail's been going on for nowadays, or up until this point. I've been planning to get another job soon. If I feel like by the end of my subathon, which is gonna run through New Year's, until New Year's, if I feel like the subathon isn't really productive enough and I haven't made enough to really justify continued streaming, then yes, I'll go back to hunting for another job again. And most likely, if I do that, if I go back to looking for another job full time, and I determine that my subathon has not been successful enough, most likely I'll just quit content creation altogether, because I can't sustain just like trying to like half-ass both looking for a job and trying to do content creation at the same time. So, and I've been doing content for like the last 10 years or so, like 11, 12 years at this point, 13 maybe even technically, and like I think I've done enough. Like I don't mind just ending it here, and just kind of calling this my last hurrah of sorts. And disappear from the internet altogether. Obviously, my Discord server will still be around, obviously, but me being a consistent streamer, And that's not even me trying to like guilt trip you guys into like donating or gifting subs or anything. It's just I'm just trying to be real with you guys. That's kind of where I'm at right now. So, like, if it works out, great. If not, oh well, at least I tried. Let's see what I want to do. All right, look at my roster. Okay, 5 stars. Walt is permanent, so I've got him at like what, E1, I think. Oh, E2 technically, but he's permanent. So these two were spooks. Daniel Alter is only E0. Aventurine is only E0. Dr. Ratio is only E0, but he was free, so can't complain. Trailblazer is free, so whatever. Silverwolf is E2. I remember paying $1,000 for her ass, so that wasn't fun. Sally was E2 only because I deliberately rolled more on her banner to try to get spooked by other characters, but I ended up getting Sally 3 times in a row, so funny how that works. Fushuan is only E0, Sparkle is only E0, Jade is only E0. Bronya is permanent, and I just recently got spooked by her, I think the last time I rolled. I forget. No, it wasn't a spook. I think I got it from a random permanent gacha roll from this banner. So, funnily enough, that got me my second ever Bronya copy. So she's finally not E0, which is kind of funny to think about. Blade is E0, Huohuo is E0, Fei Xiao is E0. I think I already said Jade is E0, yeah. Black Swan is E0. Kafka is E2, because again, she was one of my last like characters that I bothered going out of my way for to get E2. Jingyuan is E0. Chinese Space Dragon Lolly is E1, but again, permanent. Akron is only E0. Gepard is now E2, unfortunately. Yanqing is also E2, unfortunately. Jingliu, yeah, almost forgot her name. is E0. Ruin Mei is E0. Himeko is also only E0, even though she's permanent. Topaz is E0. Firefly is E0. Boot Hill is E0. Luocha is E0. Clara is E0. And Yunli is E0. And then Robin is E0. So yeah, literally the only limited 5 stars I have who aren't E0 are Silverwolf, Selly, and Kafka. That's it. And makes sense too, because they were, I think they were our like first couple of limited 5 stars that came out within like the first 2 months or so. Because Selly was our very first limited, and then after her was I think Jingyuan, yeah, and after Jingyuan was like Kafka. I think it was either no, it wasn't Kafka. Kafka didn't come out that early. I think after Jingyuan was Silverwolf. I forget who was after Silverwolf though. Because I think Kafka was after Silverwolf's patch. Whenever that was. But yeah, to answer your question, I only have 3 5 stars who are E0. Hope that helps. Oh, it's these motherfuckers again. Okay, Firefly team, go. Let's see. Lots of fire. Fire and ice. Fire and ice. Fire and ice. If that's the case, Jinglu, go! Jinglu. Huohuo makes a lot of sense here, actually. Huohuo. Any other fire boys and or gals? Topaz, sure. And then lastly, probably Pella? Pella is the most reasonable choice here. Sure, let's go with that. Bruh. Never stream again? At least not for a while, no. And honestly, I wouldn't mind just kind of fading into the background and just becoming forgotten. Because hey, even to this day, I have my doubts of being a streamer, man. I haven't been shy about the fact that, unlike most streamers, I'm way too introverted to be known for yapping. 'Cause like, I think it's a little, from my perspective, me being the introverted motherfucker that I am, who doesn't really say shit most of the time. To me, it's an actual fucking skill that people have where streamers can just yap whenever they fucking want about literally anything. Like, to me, that is incomprehensible. For someone like me who can only yap when I'm prompted, right? Because, you know, you guys in chat ask me questions and I'm answering them. That's the only time that I can yap. If nobody in chat is saying anything, right? If chat is like pretty chill and nobody's really talking because it's like late at night or something, then I won't really say anything either. That's just kind of the person that I am. And you veteran, for those of you who've been watching me for a while, you guys will know that. That's just kind of how I am as a person. I don't really say shit until somebody else starts asking me stuff or starts talking to me, then I'll talk back. Or I'll start interacting with you guys. But to be honest with you, in my opinion, if you want to be a successful streamer, you can't be like me. You have to take the initiative on your own. Like, you have to, like, yapping is an essential streamer skill these days. If I'm gonna be so real. Like, if you can only yap just because only when other people ask you to yap, then that's not good, man. At least not as far as streamers are concerned. So yeah, I've got my doubts of me being a streamer in the first place. Am I really cut out for this? I don't know. I wish I could sit here and tell you that I am, but I don't know. I've got my doubts. Am I really that good of a streamer? Maybe. I just wouldn't know. You feel that my content is too saturated, so for concurrent viewers, you don't know about most of the games I play, / any interest in them to watch them, which is why I mainly stream the more popular gachas like Genshin, Wuwa, Star Rail, and now Z3. Because yeah, if you try to be a content creator without playing those games, it's kind of lost cause, because most people aren't going to know what the fuck they are. Most people aren't going to know what the fuck you're even playing. So in my opinion, if you want to be a successful gacha streamer these days, you kind of have to play a Hoyoverse game. It's not impossible to still be a gacha content creator and not play a Hoyoverse game, but then you'd have to be known for something else. Like, oh, you're like you'd have to become like an integral part of that community to the point where people recognize that and like they know you as that guy who streams this or that gacha. But for someone like me, that's not an option either, because I enjoy playing a lot of different gacha games. So me being an expert in any one of them, or like a specialist in any one of them, is kind of out of the question. I mean, FGO is an obvious exception, but how many people really play FGO these days? Let's see. We can throw Firefly's team at this bitch. And then these guys. Oh, what do you mean it's a Fei Xiao team? Or it's a Fei Xiao MOC. Imaginary wind. I'm kind of tempted to put Blade in here, actually. See how well that goes. I guess we'll throw in Robin here as well. Fuck it. Maybe I should have just used the Blade's technique. Not sure how useful Fei Xiao's technique would have been there. We are living in a world where real content creators that actually enjoy gacha CCs can't make it, but the ones who don't or aren't really that into gacha games are famous. Yeah, because at the end of the day, streamers are there to entertain. Most people don't really care about what is it? I would say most people don't really care that much about how good or how invested you are into gachas. Most people who watch streams are there to be entertained. Hence my worries as like how good of an actual streamer I am. Yeah. Am I someone that people would consider watching? Or am I just a gimmick? Am I just streaming off of a gimmick by saying I'm the god of gacha, but that's really all I have? Oh, you're saying that videos on YouTube, they feel too random? Yeah, which is why I have a regular pipeline of YouTube content coming up. I'll try to release another video tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. Because I have like a list of like, I have like a backlog of like 14 or so YouTube videos that I've made and are ready to go. Or maybe I need to like make a few revisions on them in order to like update them, because it's been a while since I last made them. So maybe I gotta update them. But yeah, I think for the next month or so, I'm gonna have like a consistent like upload schedule basically. And yeah, I'm hoping that one or at least a couple of those videos like go viral or some shit and really help put my name out there. Because if I could do it with the gacha addiction video, then I know I can do it again. It's just here's the hoping that the YouTube algo will bless me again a couple more times. So we'll see. Yeah, kind of like how Rexlin is kind of that guy for PGR, and to a lesser extent Wuwa. Yeah. Also, Silver Meteor, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the 52 resub or 50-month resub. And yeah, I'm doing. I'm not doing well. That's for sure. Just trying to make it, you know. Wouldn't mind an Arknights stream. I do want to do like a stream where I just do nothing but play Arknights the entire day, because I do need to keep up. I do need to play through integrated strategies a little bit. I do want Typhon skin from IS3, I think. So I've got a reason to at least. So yeah, maybe later this week I'll do like an Arknights only stream. You said I was doing sponsors. Yeah, I'll be interested. I'll be open to doing like sponsors. I'll still be pretty selective about them though, but we'll see if I can't get like a sponsor going or whatever. Hey, I'd be more than happy to do like a fucking HelloFresh or Factor sponsor, considering, you know, I could sure use their services. Oh, it's Kafka here. All physical, huh? Interesting. Actually, I could use Facial here too, now that I think about it. But instead of Blade, I think I'll go Facial, Robin, Yun Li, and... oh, Luocha. We can use Luocha here still. That's cool. Sure. Funny, because you found my channel through the Gacha addiction video? Yeah. Yeah, quite a few people have, actually, surprisingly. So yeah, I've got more YouTube videos on their way that are kind of like edited in a similar way to the Gacha addiction video. So here's the hoping, man. We'll see. Didn't Rexlin get into drama recently? I mean, everybody gets into drama at some point. I haven't heard about it though, but yeah, would be kind of interested to see what kind of drama. Oh, people just tried beefing with them. He ignored them. He self-destructed. Rexlin wins by doing absolutely fucking nothing. Call him Luigi. Aragon, yeah. Tuhu stream. Rare Tuhu stream. Gets sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. I mean, I hear they pay really fucking well, so just for the money, I might do it, man. Just for the fucking money. Also, Fear, thanks so much for the 52, man. Welcome back, my dude. Really appreciate it. Uh-oh, Yun Li died, actually. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Restart. Alright, time to, manually play. The horror. The fucking horror. Oh, for an Arknight stream? Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, Yun Li's probably not great against this particular enemy. This little bitch right here. Yeah, because she just fucking stuns everybody. So that's unfortunate. Oh yeah, I could use this. Who do I want to fucking murder first? I'll murder this bitch. E. Bra. E. Oh, Yunli broke that enemy, so I kind of wasted that ult. Whatever.
恐れひるまずよい
Oh, wrong character.
自分の実力
Yeah,
試
that's
してみる
fine. Should I have used Facial's ult there? Too late now. Die, bitch. Let's see, just the basic. Alright, got it.
準備はいい
Ow, ow. Ow. Let's see. Do I go after Kafka first or this bitch first? Let's go after this bitch.
お別れの時だ
Let's see. We heal or we dispel the domination on Yun
王
Li.
者再臨
Going to ult.
よい
この歌声で勝利を
Let's see. Yeah, we'll focus on the bitch on the side first.
よそ見はダメ
I'll focus on Kafka last.
焦らない
大地を割る
Brr. Let's see.
恐れひるまずすべて狩り土上昇腐敗大将は定まった
You are almost dead. Let's finish you off. Let's see, we can use skill here. Brah. Ow, ow. Slap. Actually, I should have used Yunli's ultimate there. Skill.
よい
Brah.
お別れの時
Brah.
鉄は熱いうちに撃てやっユニゾンが響く
Skill.
恐れひる
Skill.
まずす
Slap.
べて狩り尽くす上昇腐敗
Solo. Single, single, single,
大
single,
将
single.
は定まったいい時よい
Brah. Bah. Let's see here.
迷いはない
Skill. Bah.
今宵
What do you mean it's your turn? No, it ain't. Fuck you.
恐れひるまず遅い亡者再臨すべて上昇腐敗大将は定まった
Bah. Your teapots? Yeah, Aragon. I've been grinding FGO on the side here, trying to use up as many teapots as I can. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can even use them all in the next hour. Maybe if I just focused on nothing but FGO for the next hour, I might be able to get through most of it, but didn't even realize teapots were expiring today. Hoyo cooked with Phasia? Yeah, she seems to be quite popular.
鳴り響き乞うご期待
ファイアフレイム起動
本質は同じ
被爆
全てが燃え尽きるまで
Use Dr. Ratio and Hunt March here? Yeah, Hunt March seems pretty good.
いずれ風に
Kind of wish I had a really good light cone for March. Like, I really want to give her a 5-star light cone.
生きるためにアドリブで
Am I gonna roll for Bernice? Yes, I will. I'll try to remember to save my rolls for her when I stream. What, tomorrow? She comes out tomorrow. Right? Techie also got blasted. He tried to chime in and called Rex a weirdo. People the day after posted proof of him following hentai artists that do. Oh, the lolly porn thing with Tectone. Like, wasn't that like an old thing though? Like I know I know Tecton got roasted for that shit a long time ago. But then again, I think you're just saying people just bringing it up again. So what did Tecton even talk shit about Rexland for? Kind of surreal knowing that Tecton tried talking shit on Rex. Like what? I don't know where Tecton is gonna try to go with that one. Like Teki fucking roasting other people like Envy and Atsu. Yeah, that makes sense because he's got some ammo there. But against the Rex, what kind of ammo does Tecton think he's got? Are you gonna pull Bernice? Yes, I will. Hopefully we get her. Did you hear Star Rail has characters switching paths for pre-existing characters like Kafka, Silverov, and or Himeko as a past leak? I haven't heard of that leak, but I mean I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like MC already does it, and now that we have March doing the same thing, it's all right. I can see. Oh, we got this motherfucker. Oh, this is a free win. Let's see, let me check this team though. Physical, fire, and wind. I think I'll put Topaz here. No imaginary though, which is unfortunate. Because in that case, who do we want to put in here? Maybe Huohuo? Sure, let's try Huohuo. Fuck it. You just gave March Selly's light cone. Yeah, to be fair, I think Selly's light cone should be pretty good. I don't know exactly how good it is though. Set this on auto. HSR. Let me look up what March wants for light cones. Her bis light cone is Baptism of Pure Thought. Which one was that? Is that Dr. Ratio's light cone? Oh, she can either use In the Night, Worrisome Blissful, or Baptism of Pure Thought, and they're all roughly the same. Okay, then yeah, that's fine. That's fine. See, Only Silence Remains, Swordplay. I guess I can see if I can I'd have enough copies of Only Silence Remains and give that shit to March and see how well she does with it. Sally Lycon's pretty universal. Yeah, true, to be fair. Question is why Tecton is talking shit about Rexant. Well, remember Tecton is a drama farmer. So anything that he's not above anything that can potentially provide him with content, with drama farming content. So while I'm surprised that he's going after someone like Rex, like me knowing Rexlant, now that Twitch chat has given me some more context as to why Tecton was going after him, why he was going after him, then yeah, it's like, oh, okay. Because apparently Rex has gone full over some Lua characters lately. I didn't know it was like that. I mean, I guess Blue Archive changes the man. Like, hey, if you want to go full fucking cute and funny over some gacha lolly characters, then that's on you, man. But don't be surprised when people start coming after your ass for it, you know? But yeah, I didn't think of Rexlant to be that kind of person. I wasn't aware that he was part of Team Cute and Funny. Cause like I mainly know Rex as an FGO content creator, right? So, and I think one of his favorite characters was Kiara. I mean, to be fair, Kiara does have a lolly version, but I think by the time we got like Summer 5 or something, I think Rexline was already done playing FGO. So I don't know if he I'm sure he knows that Kiara from FGO, that is, does have a lolly version, but I don't know if he was around for that, or if he was still playing when you know, she was a thing. Is Rex a fellow sensei? I mean, if what you guys are saying is true, that he's gone full uo on Twitter, probably wouldn't be too surprised. I don't know. Based? Question mark. Baptism is ratios? Yeah, it felt like it was. Oh yeah, and Daniel becoming destruction. Well, to be fair, Daniel becoming destruction, he just got a whole new character. It's not quite the same as like, oh, like an already pre-existing character just switching paths. It was a LOL Shinya video, by the way. Let me pull up this video link here. Oh, I'm assuming that LOL Shinya made this video and then Tectone would just reacted to it or something. You can watch it on your own time, yeah. But yeah, daily reminder, people like this do exist, right? It's fine. For me, I have no stance on if you want to go full cute and funny or not. Right? It's the fucking internet. People are into all sorts of fucking degenerate and gross ass shit. Right? Like, you're into what you're into. Like, I'd prefer you just be honest with what you're into, rather than like try to be dishonest about, you know, or try to virtue signal or like moral. I was about to say moral FAG. But again, these days the other F word is not, you know, is not socially acceptable for good reason. But you know, like I much prefer Rexline acting like a fucking, you know, lolly creep than, you know, anybody trying to moral F. Or like virtue signal. I guess I can use the term virtue signal. It's more or less the same thing. Right. It's like nothing good ever comes out of trying to pick a fight with the cute and funny crowd. And honestly, these days, given the track record of, you know, people who try to virtue signal, if you do that, then like a lot of the time it's because you have something to hide, right? So honestly, at this point, just for the sake of your own reputation, it's better just not to try to do any virtue signaling at all. To be honest, like why even bother risking that shit? So what's that? You have sure sounds like you have something to hide yourself. Oh hey, look, I was able to full auto MOC 12. That's cool. That's cool. Time to go waste my my stellar jet on Linya's banner and get absolutely fucking nothing. Oh, what's that? Oh, I didn't get anything at all, huh? Oh, couldn't have seen that coming. Shit. Alright, last but not least, let's see here.
Oh.
Exit out of Star Rail, and then we'll go switch over to Z3. Hopefully I'm not capped on stamina on Z3. Tyrer, thanks so much for the 54-month resub, man. Welcome back. Really appreciate it, man. Haven't heard anything good about gacha content creators recently. Yeah. Because none of them fucking do anything substantial with their gacha content in the first place, so they have to resort to fucking drama farming and talking trash on each other. To be honest, lollies aren't exactly the worst thing you can be into. No, yeah, there are worse things that you could be into, but according to Twitter, it is, so. Shinya learned it the hard way. Yeah, just going through the comments, yeah, it didn't seem like this video was well received. I'm surprised he even has his video still up. Personally. Usually, whenever content creators get fucking absolutely destroyed like this, they usually don't have the balls to keep videos like this up. So hey, props to Shinya for not deleting the video. Okay. Z3 time. Crank up the audio here. There we go. I think, did Shiyu defense reset? I don't think so. I'm gonna go check real quick. No, not yet. It resets tomorrow, actually. Do not underestimate the internet's ability to find your dirty laundry. Yeah, Don't. People will find stuff on you. Eventually. What is your favorite quality of life improvements in Star Rail, Genshin, and Z3? If you had to name one that made the game much better than then one update you didn't like so much? I'm gonna be honest, I can't really think of one. Not at the moment, anyway. The one that does come to mind, however, is this, and because actually, good timing on your question here. The best quality of life that they added to Z3 was the ability for you to change to whichever part of the day you can. This should have been in the game since the very beginning, to be fair. I wouldn't even call this a quality of life update, just an update that should have been here in the game to begin with. I don't know who on Z3's production team or which developer thought that not including this from the very beginning was a good fucking idea. It wasn't. But thank God it's here now. Like, given like how much of the game depends on like what time of the day it is. Like if you're trying to run around on 100% of the maps, right? You kind of need to adjust the time of the day, right? Because there's a lot like each time of the day for each of the maps like has different shit going on. So you kind of have to travel to each different part of the day in order to like fully like 100% everything. So before this update, the fact that you couldn't change it like to whichever one you wanted to go to was bullshit. And I'm shocked that like nobody played the game enough to realize that, hey, wait a minute, this is kind of an issue, or this is kind of annoying to deal with. We might want to fix this, or we might want to change this. So honestly, that probably honestly the biggest quality of life updates that Genshin and Star Rail could ever get are just artifact or relic storage expansions. Literally, that's it. Anything short of like buffing how you obtain artifacts / relics is like whatever to me. Or just like maybe improvements of stamina, like the MiHoYo expanding our Genshin stamina max stam to 200 from 160. That's quite nice, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Might not seem like much. Like, oh, going from 160 to 200, oh, big deal. It's still helpful. Just means that you can just go on for longer without having to play Genshin and still not worry about, not worry about having to be capped. So that's not nothing. But like, realistically, anything short of like something that helps you farm more relics or just get better gear, is kind of whatever to me, to be honest. Might be possible to mod Nikke. There are Nikke modders, but they become inactive because apparently ShiftUp is on the lookout for people who are trying to mod their game, and they're not allowing it. So, a lot of Nikke modders that I knew or that I know or who used to do Nikke mods have stopped doing them because it's just been getting more and more annoying to do Nikke mods, unfortunately. Maybe over time that'll change, but for now it's unfortunately. The Nikke modding scene, from what I'm aware of, is unfortunately kind of dead at the moment. Hey Rita, welcome back, man. Why was it even daily locked? Yeah, I don't know, man. That was a little bit weird. Hoyo versus 2, this battle will be legendary. Me versus the entire country of mainland China. I was super smart in school? No, not really. I mean, even to this day, I wouldn't really consider myself to be a smart person. Because if I were smart, I wouldn't have to do a subathon because I can't pay rent this month. So yeah, if I were a truly smart person, I wouldn't be fucking wasting my life playing gacha games. But here we are. So am I smart? No. But I appreciate you thinking that I am. If nothing else, it helps inflate my ego a little bit. Change category to Z3. Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks for the reminder. I even was like, okay, I gotta change the directory to Z3 when I was switching over, except I fucking forgot instantly because that's kind of who I am. I forget shit all the fucking time. I fucking love it. How much money have I spent on Z3 so far? I've spent $100 pack. I'll show you my 24-hour store. Yeah, you can tell here I bought a $100 pack. You can tell because it doesn't have a bonus label over it. But I've only done that once. And in fact, I still have most of the currency, the premium currency, the monochromes I think they're called, from that pack that I bought. And you can see them right here. This 8400 that I still have is from that first $100 pack that I bought. Other than that, the only other money that I've spent on Z3 were the monthly passes and the battle passes. So how many months has Z3 been out so far? 3 months. So I bought the battle pass 3 times, assuming it's been out for 3 months. So that's what, 15 bucks. And then the battle pass, every patch that we've gotten. So I think we've gotten 3 patches. We're on a 3rd patch right now, because 1.0, 1.1, and we're currently on 1.2. So yeah, 3 battle passes, just the $10 one. I'm not bothering with the $20 one. So that's $30 right there. So 30, 15, 45, 100, 145. Z3 gets the fastest quality of life update among these Hoyo games. Yeah, because it's the latest one. It's the latest one. MiHoYo understands at the very least that the more gacha games they put out, the more reasons they have to give people to play more of their games. This is the reason why Star Rail seems to be getting all these POG updates every time we get a new content update, right? That's why Star Rail gets much better treatment overall than Genshin ever has. Same thing with same thing with Z3. It's just how you have to do things. Because if your later games don't show improvement over your older games, then why the fuck would anybody play them? Especially when your older games are still running, right? And MiHoYo knows that because most of their audience is casual, there's only so many games that their casual audience members, right, their casual fans are willing to play because they're casual. They're not gonna play fucking 3, 4, 5, 6 different gachas, because if they do, they're no longer casual. Even if they play every single one of them casually, at that point they wouldn't be a casual gacha player. No. Hey Gira, or Gire. Been a long time since I last streamed. How have you been? Not very good, but I'm trying to hang in there. Matter of fact, I came back to streaming for the purpose of trying to pay rent for next month, which is why I'm here. They're out of touch. It's less that they're out of touch and more because they know that they can do shit that other gacha games can't, and they can get away with it. Why? Because they're the biggest gacha game in the world. Again, a phenomenon that I colloquially like to call the top gacha privilege, where when you are the biggest gacha game in the world, you get to do shit no other gacha game can, or not most other ones anyway. You can do literally whatever the fuck you want. Stare at Jane for a little bit because I'm trying to use up as many teapots on FGO as I can before they expire in like half an hour. The free stamina, yeah. Z3's free coffee stamina is excellent. Is an excellent genius feature. Just like 60 free stamina every day is fucking amazing, man. Like, it helps so much. It helps free-to-play players so much in like just getting their account, working on their account. Honestly, that's something that all gacha games should do. And to give Blue Archive credit, it's something that Blue Archive does, where you get what, 90 AP for free every day. Once you get your PvPs going, Like, yeah, that should be something all gacha games should do. If you're gonna have a stamina system, which is inherently bullshit in the first place. Apparently, the excuse was that after 4 years, the Genshin devs felt useless because the criticism was a mix of legit concerns and toxicity. I think you're referring to Dawe. Went to America to see the players, what players actually wanted and wanted to improve what Genshin didn't have. Too bad he didn't invite me. What, he invited people like fucking Tectone and fucking Tuanto? Yeah, they can't tell him shit. What a fucking joke. Also, that's extremely soy behavior. Oh, our players are too toxic. Get the fucking your fucking heads out of your asses. Holy fucking shit. Yes, the internet is toxic. What? Like, I understand we live on opposite sides of the fucking firewall, but still. Oh, oops, forgot. Accidentally made the FGO screen full screen. Improved some things immensely. That I actually agree with, yes. It's clear that with Natlan's release, it feels like Genshin has at least shifted its trajectory at least somewhat. To be fair, because yeah, the way that so with some of the ways that MiHoYo has been handling some of the 5.0 content or the 5.x client update patches or whatever, because we're on 5.1 right now. It feels like they're trying to do different things. Like, for example, how the game gives you like fucking 500 free primos for going through the story in time, right? Like, they didn't do that before. That's certainly new. They've also been trying to handle story a little bit differently, because if you guys have gone through Genshin story, at least 5.0 so far, you guys may have noticed that they've tried like putting in like actual art, like still art, for some of their scenes, right? For example, when you go swimming with Mualani, when you go hang out with her tribe, you go swimming with her and Paimon, right? And so the story gives you a nice little artwork of the three of you going swimming. Like, they didn't do that before, I don't think. If they did, they only did it like once or twice. But they do that shit like at several intervals throughout 5.0 Natlan's story. And like, when I was going through the story myself, I was like, huh, this is a little bit different. They didn't do this before. Wonder what they're cooking. Hey, Robo Railgun, back to streaming? Yes, for now. But yes, for now, I am back. No, he went to California apparently, which was a mistake because his car got broken into. Welcome to America. How the fuck do you let how the fuck does a CEO of the company that produces the world's biggest gacha games have his fucking car broken into? Did he go to San Fran or something? Do we need mods for Nikke though? I mean, yes. If nothing else, for the fact that Nikke is technically censored, or at least some of their older assets are censored. So just to say fuck you to Tencent, yeah, sure, you can mod. Yeah, sure. Mod the shit out of Nikke, I guess. And hey, man, I've seen some Nikke mods. They ain't half bad. If I do say so myself. Excuse me. Perhaps a bit controversial, but you think combat in Wuwa is more rewarding than combat in Genshin? No, that's not controversial. I have that same opinion too, which is the core point of why I think Wuthering Waves is ultimately a better game than Genshin Impact, because Wuthering Waves has more rewarding gameplay. More rewarding and more engaging gameplay. Cannon Turtle, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for gifting 5 subs, man. Really appreciated. Cheers, cheers, my dude. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not, I don't think that's controversial to say, Aragon. Like, I think anybody who knows anything about Gacha, if you were to have them play both Genshin and Wuthering Waves, I think that's the conclusion that most of them should come to. Yeah. Because Genshin, endgame Genshin, or like Genshin's combat eventually turns into, can you hit your rotations properly? It doesn't really matter, not most of the time anyway, unless there's like some enemies that have like elemental like properties, like if you're going up against like a pyro mage or something, right, or like a pyro slime, then obviously you're not going to use pyro characters against them. But besides those, or besides bosses that have like specific hard counters, like that prism boss that you need to use Electro against, or at least, you know, at least Electro. Ideally, you use what, like Hyper Bloom or some shit, aggravate against it. But like, even in those situations, eventually what Genshin combat boils down to is, do you have the right team to fucking, you know, use the right reactions and you hit your rotations properly. If so, you don't really give a shit about what enemies do. You're just there to, they're just there to try to hit you, and most of the time they're gonna fail. Because you know, you're just gonna dodge everything that they throw at you, or if you can't dodge it, you know, Zhongli can help with that. And yeah, it's not really engaging, right? Not really, like, you're not really interacting with the enemies so much as you're just kind of blowing them up. But in Wuwa, that's not the case. Like, enemies are still threatening even if your characters are all at max level and fucking geared out of their minds. Like, you still need to respect enemies when they start fucking throwing hands at you. Because if you don't, oh, guess what? There goes three quarters of your health. And do you have a healer? Oh, you don't? Oh, get fucked. Oh, there's a hype train. So no, I completely would agree with that one. Like, I think in order to truly make Wuthering Waves combat more, like, in order to optimize or make Wuthering Waves combat better, ultimately I think we need more characters who are capable of more like off-field combat, like for example Zeji, and you know, Shorekeeper, I suppose. The more characters we have like that, then the better Wuthering Waves will become, because like, the starting roster of characters, like with a couple of exceptions, like say for example Yuenwu, because I think his skill is technically an off-field move, or it kind of hangs out on field even if you switch to another character. Most of the starting lineup of Wuthering Waves were all selfish, like DPSs or whatever, right? And they couldn't really do much off-field. So as soon as Wuthering Waves gets like a healthy roster of like characters who can provide off-field DPS or off-field utility, then I think Wuthering Waves combat-wise will get into a much better spot. Also, Omega, thanks so much for the 44-month resub, man. Welcome back. And yeah, glad to see you back. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the support. Mostly macro, yeah, mostly macro. Little bit of micro, but it's the macro part of Genshin is way more important. Whereas in Wuwa, it's kind of the opposite way around, kind of. Where at the very least it emphasizes micro a lot more. That's for sure. Zhongli's shield pretty weak now. Things just two-shot all the time. 4 years into Genshin, honestly, honestly, if Zhongli's shield can block like 1 or 2 things for you, that's good enough. Because let's face it, if you get hit more than that, or more times than that, that's a skill issue. So like, sure, you can complain about how Zhongli's shield doesn't really do anything these days, but as long as it blocks like 1 or 2 things, like 1 or 2 big hits, then that's all he really needs to do, to be honest. And he's already done his job. Yeah, weekly boss Arlecchino chews through his shield really, really fast. It's why I stopped using him there. But hey, you know what counters boss Arlecchino? Just dodge. Press shift good. Which, I mean, to be fair, you should have been doing that from the very beginning, but... Z3's combat feels satisfying? Yeah. I agree. I like Z3's combat a lot. Just don't get hit, forehead. Tier list of Z3 women. That should be... We don't have that many characters. I can do that real quick. Encore. Nicole is top tier. Jane Doe is also top tier. Zhu Yuan is top tier. I personally really like Ellen Zhou, but that's just me. I don't know if I would go so far as to say she's top tier. Yeah, I think I'll go with these 3. I think the undisputed top tiers would be these 3 for sure. And then everyone else is varied tiers beneath them. I would say if these 3 are S tier, then Ellen is kind of like in her own unique spot where it's kind of in between S and A tier, because I don't know where to exactly put her. A tier would be Rena, Caesar. I guess that would be it for now. Just those 2. Maybe we can throw Chingy in there as well. I guess if you like petite women. I don't know where I would put Soldier 11. We just don't know enough about her to be honest. I like her, but I don't know if I would be willing to put her into S tier. Probably, I'd be willing to put her into A tier, but I would need to know more about her first. Because all I know about her is, oh, she's gung-ho soldier woman who fucking throws a sword around. I mean, she's cool though. Her combat style is fucking cool as fuck. I mean, it helps that she's pyro, and I'm into pyro girls, so there's that. And the rest, I think, are, you know, dare I call them lollies. So, you know. Your mileage may vary with those. And before Shinya makes another video calling my ass out for being being too cute and funny. You can't believe that a rat waifu exists. My favorite part about Jane Doe existing is the fact that all those rat fucker memes came back in vogue. Like, I will never get tired of people reacting to, like, Jane Doe fan art, for example, with the Discord screenshots of rat fucker is typing. Are you a rat? I enjoy my memes, my Twitter memes. XDD. Rat jam. Are you a rat?
あんたがサンプルになってくれるの?
You love Ellen's design, but her gameplay's clunky for you. I don't blame you. Ellen does not have a very good dodge counter. Yeah. Ellen's invul frames are very weird compared to a lot of other characters in the game. Yeah. Having played Ellen a lot recently, I understand why you think her gameplay is clunky. She's weird when it comes to her defensive capabilities. Like the way she plays defensively is very odd. It's not like other characters. Very weird. A rubber room full of rats. Crazy. I was crazy once. She's got that first limited character clunkiness. Yeah. Unfortunate, but hey, she's still cute, and that's all I really care about. You don't really like Lycaon as a stunner? Yeah, it doesn't help that Lycaon doesn't do, like, consistent ice damage. The only way he does ice damage is, what is it? Is when he uses his skill. And obviously that requires him to, have charge, to have EX charge, and obviously that's not all the time. Maybe I'm just not playing him right? I don't know. But, like, Qingyi is definitely by far a much better stunner than Lycaon is, at least in my opinion. Because Qingyi actually has a meterless way to apply electro damage. Or to rack up electro days or whatever, right? Whatever it's called in the game. Gonna go do laundry. Chores. His charge basic also does ice damage, but the charge button gameplay is kind of annoying for it. I see. Gotcha. She stuns really fast. Mm-hmm. Does Bernice seem enticing to you? Yeah, dude. Yeah. I fucking love Bernice. She's batshit insane. She's a fucking pyromaniac. She's blonde. And she has fat tits. And thighs. What's there not to like? Like, she checks most of the boxes for me, dude. The only thing that would make it better in my book, technically, is if she had pink hair. But hey, I'll take an unhinged blonde. That's pretty good. Nice butt too. Yeah, typically if you have really good thighs, you also have a good ass too. So kind of, it's like a package. It's like a package deal. So you're not wrong there. You're pretty okay. I am once again asking for your support, ladies and gentlemen, for this subathon / donathon. You're so glad Wuwa has an Echo Pity? Echo Pity? Echo Pity, Echo Pity. Does it? Maybe I've just never noticed it having one. Excuse me. Ugh. Whoops. The real MAGA campaign starts here. Vote to Kakona. Yeah, save my fucking streaming career. Will you play the MiHoYo MMO featuring Honkai next year or two? The Animal Crossing that they're developing. I'm not really into MMOs. I'm more of a gacha dude. Like, if they are developing an MMO, then more power to them. I'm not sure if I'm going to play it, though. Because, again, I'm more of a gacha guy than I am an MMO guy, so. Also, bro, why are Twitch names hard? Thanks so much for the 5-month resub, man. Welcome back. Good to have you back again. Got the boot from your job 3 days ago. Oof, you're part of the layoff gang too, huh? Sorry to hear that, man. But I'm sure you'll get you'll grab another one. At least you'll be better at doing that than me. Make gacha great again. Am I gonna be the Asian Trump of gacha games? Kek W. From streaming to U.S. politics. Watch out, Hassan Abi. Right, the Overlord Echo. Yeah, where you're guaranteed echoes or whatever. Yeah. Also, Volshiate, thanks so much for the 53-month resub, man. Welcome back. Thanks for all the resubs for today so far. What if they add gacha though to the MMO? I mean MMO. I mean they could. I mean I'd be surprised if MMOs these days don't have gacha. I'm sure they do, or at least I'm sure some of them do to some degree, like for like cosmetic items maybe. I don't know. We do. It's called Tower of Fantasy. Hey, there you go then. Funnily enough, Tower of Fantasy devs are trying their shit again with the NTE. Funny how people have forgotten it. Yeah, because it flopped so fucking badly. Like it did not really go anywhere, dude. At least not here in the West. Maybe it actually did something out over in China, but oh, this is a free-to-play MMO thrive without gacha. You don't have to have a gacha. You can just have like a premium store that sells a whole bunch of different shit. But yeah, gacha would probably be like the best way to do it, though. Though they're the same devs. Yeah, Hot to Studio. I want to say Hot to Studio's first game was TOF, and then they got their asses handed to them by Genshin, and so now they're trying again. This time with the NTE. I want to say it feels like with them making NTE, it feels like they kind of learned a lesson as to not make an MMO and just focus solely on the whole gacha aspect. But that's just me, just as a tourist who's never played TOF. But we'll see how good NT ends up being. I mean, it's an interesting concept, basically anime GTA. But yeah, it's the same people, or same studio. Hopefully this time they don't rip off of MiHoYo's assets again. Really shouldn't have copied so many things from Genshin, which is funny because both TOF and Genshin were in development at around the same time. It's just what is it? TOF just came out like a couple months later. So kind of funny how that works. You stop playing with your damn hair. Hey, don't worry, man. I kind of have the same problem too sometimes. Like if my hands have nothing better to do, then they'll go off on a journey together somewhere. Who knows where they're going? Looks like they're ripping off of Wuwa instead with how the gameplay is. I mean, to be honest with you, there's only so many ways that you can differentiate like the whole like Wuthering Waves genre of combat, like the 3D open world combat thing. Like, you'd have to come up with something like truly unique to like really differentiate yourself from other games that kind of follow the same genre. We're getting more viewers because we're teaching to how to yap. I mean, I don't know about that one. I'm just yapping because there's stuff to talk about. And you guys are thankfully sticking around and asking me a whole bunch of shit and just talking about random stuff that I can kind of piggyback off of. So it's easy to yap, or it's easy for me to yap right now. I mean, to be fair, you don't really need to innovate. Like, honestly, for all I care, Hatsuya can fucking rip off of Wuwa, but as long as the game itself is good, like, dude, will anyone really care at the end of the day? No. I mean, there will be some detractors who will bitch about it for a couple months after release, sure, but eventually that'll go away. Like, if it becomes clear that NTE is actually a good game, if it's a good game and people recognize it as such, then who fucking cares? People will play it still, regardless of how much they, quote, ripped off of Wuwa or other games. But you know. As long as it's at least 30% different, it's fine. I like how you give a specific number. Question about Z3. What's the expansion of Z3 being the equivalent of region and planet? Oh, in this game, maps. Let me demonstrate. So, let's see. Each of these maps represent different areas that you can go to. Some of them are connected, like for example the metro station. It's kind of like a connecting area between like Lumina Station, which is this area, Lumina Square, and 6th Street, which is over here. Alright, one more minute. I think that'll do it for FGO. Tried using enough as many teapots as I could. How many teapots am I gonna lose right now? Item list 16. That's fine. I don't really care. I don't care. Those teapots can go fuck off. But yeah, RJD. In Z3. The map slash like region or planet equivalent would be like these individual maps. So, for example, our most recent update with 1.2 put in this new map called Blazewood, and it's the home map of the Sons of Caledon, basically the faction that Caesar's a part of. I mean, technically she leads them; she's their leader. But yeah, so Caesar, characters like Caesar, Bernice, Piper, and Lucy, they're all from the Sons of Caledon. And then Lighter next patch is part of their group. Yeah, sure, Piggy, how's it going, man? Yeah, I haven't streamed like the past 2 months, but I'm back now. I'm back because I gotta fucking pay rent next month, and you know, streaming will at least help me get there. In your heart, Lucy's the real leader. You're not wrong. Lucy handles like, she's like kind of the brains of the group, I think. Caesar's like the clueless big titty airhead who just kind of runs around fucking bashing people's heads in with her shield. She's like the charismatic leader. Like a good, like, I don't know, public figure piece, I guess. Whereas, and Bernice is kind of like her second in command, I guess. But yeah, Piper handles like the logistics side of things, and then Lucy's like the brains of the group, where she handles like negotiations and like trade deals and shit like that. Caesar has some charisma. Yeah, which is why I call her like the charismatic leader. Yeah, she's got the riz, the charisma. Why does every bad guy have like the same devious mustache look? Because stereotypes. Part of you wishes Caesar was kind of built like a tank. She's got a thick body but noodle arms. Yeah, welcome to Chinese character design. Or just, you know, it's not just Chinese, to be fair. It's just anime waifu character design in general. Like, this is kind of what you aspire for. Like the Aru and Kayako of Z3, kind of, yeah. Not a bad comparison. Just like Fei Xiao, yeah. Yeah, Caesar's very similar to Fei Xiao in that respect, actually. Yeah, now that you mention it, maybe Fei Xiao just doesn't have as big tits. Maybe, maybe she does. But yeah, they're both super tall. Like Caesar's quite tall for a lady, at least in this game. Okay, she's taller than Casa. She like towers above most other characters in the game. Like you put Caesar next to like Lucy or Piper, and holy fucking shit, the height difference. What are your Z3 plans for building teams? Right now, I am working with these 6 right now. These 6 who are all level 6. They're the core of my roster. With these 6, I've been able to fully clear Shiyu defense, at least the last cycle. This cycle is kind of hard because I didn't have the right characters for the job. Also, the enemies were fucking assholes. Especially in Shiyu defense 5, I think. God, those robots in the first half were fucking asses. Right now, I'm waiting for Bernice to come out. Because I'm going to heavily invest into Bernice. After Bernice is fully geared out, and I've gotten her as like level 60 and her skills are very high level, then I'll move on to leveling up some of my other characters. I think the first character I'll level after Bernice will probably be Lucy, because she's an attack buffer, so I can use her as a support for a team that needs her. After her, I might go for Caesar, maybe. Yeah, I think I'll go for Caesar next. And then after Caesar, not sure. I do not know. Maybe Nekomata? So that way I have 2 physical characters between her and Jane Doe. Something like that. And then after that, maybe I'll invest into S11. Because she's also another Pyro character. Who I can use alongside Bernice. So, those are my plans for now. Shiyu 5 was unnecessary. Yeah, the biggest problem is the fact that on the last wave of first half of Shiyu 5, the robots constantly pull away from each other. I think if you only had to deal with one of those robots, it'd be fine. But the fact that you have to deal with both of them and there's 3 waves them is kind of too much for me. It's because, like, maybe if you had characters who could hit both of those robots at the same time, then it wouldn't be as big of an issue. But because they keep moving around all over the place, you can't hit both of them at the same time. Not only that, but because the one of the robots is fucking huge, AoE abilities don't really work too well in that part, because you can only really hit one of those robots at a time. Again, if you hit both of them at the same time, then it wouldn't be as big of a deal. But you can't. At least I haven't figured out a way to. So, fuck me, I guess. It's like they swapped difficulties. Yeah, 6 I was able to S rank. 7 I wasn't able to. But like I can understand me not being able to like S rank Shiyu 7 because that's the last one, right? And all the enemies are level 70. I get that. But like not being able to clear Shiyu 5, like what the fuck? Whatever. Bernie's trailer dropped. No, nice. What's a good stat number to stop for skill? I don't know actually. For my core characters, everybody's skills are at least at level 7. Like, my Ellen has 79797. Funny how that works. My Rena has 87999. Zhu Yuan has 98899. Qingyi has 89998. And then my Jane has, what, 999 and 9s across the board. And then my because my Nicole has the best skill levels. Partly because she's a 4, she's only an A rank character, so I have 5 Alons, 5 cinemas on her. They're not called Eidolons. So she gets a couple free levels just off of her being C5. So some of her skills are higher level than they should be. But even without a cinemas, they're still quite high level. And I want to make Nicole my first character who has maxed out skills across the board. So, that's where my characters are at. If that gives you any like perspective, I guess. Mr. Bamu, thanks so much for the 49-month resub at tier 3, man. Did my sub alerts stop working again? They probably did. Yeah, it's the end of the day. At least it lasts until now. Let's see, alert box, test widgets, subscription. Work, damn you. But hey, King Bomb, welcome back, man. Hopefully you're doing well, and thanks so much for the very generous tier 3, man. Appreciate it. Here, if you want to watch it, sure. I'm kind of winding down the stream right now, so might as well. Oh, excuse me. Let's see here. Bernice character demo. There we go.
Give me a mug of your finest.
You got it. You know, sighing like that will make even the best nitro fuel taste like regret. So before you drink, we gotta take care of whatever's troubling
What can I get for you? A drink? Some snacks? Oh, a little flames! Mocktails, mixers, eyes. The snacks are real nice. Sodas,
What was she doing the caustic dance on top of that container for?
Wherever you want, wherever you need. So could you never, ever want to leave? Anything that you desire, set it on fire.
Lighter having some trouble there? The random ass dancing. I'm not into crazy blondes. I'm not into crazy blondes. I'm not into crazy blondes. Yes, that's what they all say.
Now you can drink.
Bernice passed out on the counter again?
She was up all night chatting with her friends again.
Where was that?
Seriously? All right, lend me a hand. I'll take her home. Watch it. Careful of the troll. Ew, the troll.
She's coming tomorrow, right? Yeah. She'll be here tomorrow. We'll roll for her tomorrow. 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 Level up the core passive? Yeah, I do plan on leveling the core passives on them too, yeah. I think my Nicole is the only one who has actually all of her core passes unlocked. Because you can't really upgrade these two. I think these are just like what they are. They all go all the way up to F, I believe. But yeah, most of my characters do not have their cores unlocked. Most of them have, they at least have up to C rank. Most of them don't have D's unlocked though, except for Chingy. But hey, only so many resources you have when you're playing this game without refreshing like a dirty whale. So. What's the sub milestone looking like right now? Let me check actually. Let me see. Let me check my dashboard. I don't know if it's updated. Okay, it has updated. We are currently at 105 subs. If it's updated properly. Again, I have to go look for like a proper sub count tracker. I'll try to figure that out. If I can't seem to figure it out on my own, I'll probably go ask around Discord or something. But currently, according to my dashboard, we have 105 subscribers. So there you go. Tomorrow. You like that they're not trying to shoehorn combat into demos anymore, especially now that you play them even before they come out. I guess, yeah, for me it doesn't really matter because I don't really care too much about these trailers to begin with. But yeah, if you put it that way, I guess you're right. Yeah. And besides, with how Z3's handle with all their animation and shit, yeah, it's better for them to just focus on like their just to flex their animations basically. Like, don't even bother wasting your time like showing off combat stuff. Like, who the fuck even cares? Most casual players won't. So, just go ham and just do whatever the fuck you want, I guess. Will you be playing GFL 2? Yes, I will. Across. I've already signed up for the pre-reg. So I'll be playing GFL 2 in December when it comes out. Do you feel like Hoyo and you guess gacha games as a whole? And just gacha games as a whole are becoming more Gooner material as of late? Obviously, that's where the money is, but you're surprised even Hoyo is doing it more. Well, here's the thing: gacha games have always been Gooner. Yeah. Like, do you see this gacha game right here, my dude? This gacha game called Azure Lane came out back in 2018, technically earlier in mainland China. Azure Lane probably came out like what 2017 in Azure Lane. It came out for global in Japan in 2018, I believe. This game is the definition of Gooner material. This and a couple other gacha games. So gachas have always been Gooner. The reason why I think Hoyo is letting their games become more gooner is, again, because the more gacha games they release, the more reason they have to give to their players to come start playing their newer games too. Because again, remember, most of their players are casual, and so casual players can only really play as like so many gacha games at once. Because even if you play, even if you're a casual player, right? Like, let's say if you play like 6 different gacha games, right? And you play all of them just casually, right? You're not really a hardcore player in any of them. You're not a casual gacha player overall. Because no casual gacha player is gonna play 6 different games, right? That's ridiculous. Like, ain't nobody got time for that, for 6 different fucking games, man. Like, again, even if you play them all casually. Your average casual gacha player is only ever gonna play like 1 or 2, maybe 3. Because at that point, anything more than that, then it becomes too much of a time investment. Most people don't want to sit there and just do nothing but play gacha all day, right? What kind of fucking autistic retard would you have to be to do that? So, not necessarily. Yeah, like, gacha games, again, have always been gooner. It's just that it might feel that way because of the more recent gacha games that have been coming out, but I would say the reasons there are reasons for that. Like, Wuthering Waves came out this year, and I don't really consider Wuthering Waves to be that much of a gooner game. Like, I guess Chun-Li is kind of gooner, maybe, but, like, it's not really that bad. She's not really that bad. Not as bad as what I'm used to, anyway. So, it's not really a trend, per se. You guess you're unfairly attributing Hoyo and its market presence a bit higher. No, I don't think you were doing that. Because let's be honest here. MiHoYo commands like a huge chunk of the gacha market, right? Like, let's not kid ourselves here. So no, I don't think you were unfairly attributing anything, or at least not in that context. Hoyo just seems so much more global and dominant that you guess you're more surprised to see Gooner stuff for the content when they've been so reserved in the past. I mean, again, thanks to the CCP, they would have been a little bit more liberal with their designs in Genshin, but even still, with how big Genshin became, like, they're always going to be on the more conservative side, because if they can't really take any risks with Genshin, not as much as they can with Star Rail or Z3, because Genshin is the biggest gacha game in the world. Genshin has the most eyes on it at any given time. So anything that they do is going to get blown out of proportion by their players and by their community. So just off of principle, they can't really play too fast and loose with, like, Gooner material. Because, like, if they put in a character like, say, I don't know, who's a good example in Z3? I don't know, maybe if they put in Jane into Genshin, somebody like Jane into Genshin, that would cause a huge stir, which is kind of funny because Jane kind of has like an equivalent in Yelan, I think it was. So that's kind of funny. It's only a trend with certain devs, and I don't know, man. I hesitate to even call it a trend to begin with. But that's just me. What are my streaming plans for this week? Just stream every day, basically. Stream every day. Try to stream weekends too, if I can. We'll see. I might take like days off, but those will be like whether like more off feel. I think. I don't have like a dedicated day that I'll take for time off. The CCP doesn't seem as aggressive with censorship anymore after how hard they got smacked when they tried to put restrictions on gachas. That's not how you should look at it. No, they still are aggressive with censorship. Again, I think MiHoYo can afford to play faster and looser with their more recent games because the more recent games are nowhere near as big as Genshin. They're still very big games, don't get me wrong, but like they're not Genshin level, so they can afford to put in more risky shit into like Star Rail and Z3 that they otherwise can't with like Genshin, for example. It's more of a Hoyoverse thing than a CCP thing, to be honest. Your Azure Lane devs moved to Japan. I mean, Yostar did, their publishers. That's why they can get away with Gunner skins compared to if they were still in mainland China. Yeah. I mean, they still have to censor their shit for the mainland Chinese servers, but yeah. That's why they can still keep releasing, still keep up their Gunner shit. Their Gunner content for Japan and the West. Ugh. Limbus Company releases a new character with minimal cleavage and their players go fucking apeshit over it. The autistic players. I had panties in the beta. Her and Miko, yeah. Their original design concepts had them wearing panties instead of like like bloomers or whatever the fuck they're wearing now, yeah. And you could easily fucking upskirt them constantly. And of course they had to change that. Hoyo is part of the CCP. I wouldn't say they're part of the CCP, but because MiHoYo is such a big company, the CCP definitely has their eyes on them. Because remember, the CCP does not want any other sources of power, or specifically Xi Jinping does not like it when like there's any other entity that could possibly potentially challenge his authority. And that includes companies too, which is why Jack Ma disappeared for like fucking 2 years or some shit. Z3 also has a different age rating because it's 16 plus. No, there's that too, I suppose. CCP spooked the stock market too hard. Time to harvest the chives. Bait all their people into wasting all their life savings in the stock market and fucking yoink, your money's mine, bitch. You're not against more mature content, it's just something you've noticed with the Jane trailer? Yeah, for sure. Like Z3, I want to sit here and say that Z3 is what MiHoYo's, like, what they're truly capable of, you know? Like, they're doing more and more to, like, see what they can get away with. All that good stuff. Jane sex alarm. They spooked their stock market so hard they had to axe a censor committee to member to appease the stock market regarding their tech stocks. Am I free to play in this game? No. Not technically, no. I've spent about $145. Mostly, well, I bought the first $100 pack once. And then the rest of the money I've spent on $10 battle pass and then the monthly passes. So no, I am not free to play. You do more character quests in Genshin, but man, you wish there were more engaging conflicts. Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, Chinese gacha and, you know, what are conflicts exactly? I think Genshin needs to be more anime-like. Yeah, more custom animated cutscenes, something like that. But that's what Z3 is for, yeah. Z3 just feels a lot more organic with how it's handled. So it's got that going for it. Which character do you like more, Arlecchino or Clorinde? As like a, in terms of like a total package kind of thing. Honestly, probably Clorinde. Because at the very least with Clorinde, you know she's not going to fucking rip your head off. Because who the fuck knows what Arlecchino's up to as a Harbinger? So probably Clorinde. And besides, you could, if you ever want to play D&D, Clorinde's got you covered. She can be your DM. Have I used my stamina? Oh yeah, that's right. Did I? Forgot to even check. No, I haven't. At least I'm not capped though, so I can go spend it on something. I don't know what I want to spend it on though. Maybe some burn tack chips, I guess. I don't know. Can never have enough tack chips, I suppose. Let's see, who needs more levels? We can put Seth in that one. We can put Ben in this one. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Can I put Piper in one of them? No, she's not max. She's not ascended yet, or she's not promoted yet. Yeah, there's Corin. There's Billy. There's Anton. Burn chips. Burn chips. I do like 2. Yo, 2 coming from YouTube's recommendation. What's good? Hey, thanks for watching the video, man. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I'm wrapping up the stream now because I can't stream for too much longer, but appreciate you hanging out anyway. And again, thanks for watching the video. Glad we can have you. The communists are taking the tits away from us. Those damn commies. I knew they were up to no good. You need to do the tactics course? Yeah. Luckily, it's not too bad. You just need to remember to actually do them. Yeah. Yeah. Just whatever characters you don't have max level, you just stick them in here and they can suck up the XP from these. And just do it until every course, use up all the XP from every single course and you're done. You're good. You love the French officer with her tits busting out of her outfit. Yes, sir. Oh, and also, I love Clorin's Bloodborne drip. The tricorn hat, the sword, the pistols. Excellent. You're so glad Z3 is Hoyo's acid game? Wait, what? Yeah, Gabu, how do I explain this? So, you may have noticed in the last fight that I just did, like, when the game ends, right, when you finish a game, like, the game gives you, like, a big-ass wipeout screen, and it gives you, like, several different camera angles. For whatever reason, the camera angles seem to really prefer ass shots. And this is very obvious on characters like Jane. Jane is like prime wipeout camera angle material. Mainly because Jane, almost every attack animation she has, she sticks her ass out. Like, I'm not even kidding. So the vast majority of times when you end a fight with Jane as your main character, you will probably see her ass out in full display. That's what Bubba means by that. You're telling me that Z3 wants you to look? Yeah, basically. You notice that was Zhuyuan too? Yeah. It also helps or doesn't help depending on how you look at it. The fact that there's a crotch. Zhuyuan's pants have a crotch line, right where her fucking pussy is supposed to be. So that's pretty gooner. Not only that, but she has one of her basic attack animations. Her normal attack animations has her like lift up a leg, like her right leg, I think, for a kick. If you hold it there, or if you just tap it, she just holds her leg up there, so so you can basically see her entire crotch spread. Some of you guys may have seen that shit on Twitter or something. 100% intentional? Yeah, for sure. Of course it's intentional. Why would it not be? Gooner new chat command. Yeah, the seam line, yeah. Actually, can we see it here? I mean, yeah, you can kind of see it here, to be honest. Too bad you can't, like, turn the character models around like you can in other games. I'm surprised they don't let you turn the character models around. Because you can do that in both Star Rail and Genshin. Kind of weird why you can't do it here. Maybe they know what you're up to. Am I still getting every character? I'll try, yeah. So far, so good. It's a lot easier to get all the characters in the game because I don't care about rolling for like everyone's like signature W engines, so don't need to worry about trying to get those at the very least. Poses are decent enough. Though, yeah, I like these ones. You can still kind of see it here.
何かお困りですか?
Wish the dynamic wallpapers had more camera angles. Yes, I'm sure you do. More camera angles, please. Have you S-ranked everything in Shiyu defense last cycle? Yes, I did. This time around, I could only A rank Shiyu 5 and 7, so not this time around. But I have fully S-ranked Shiyu defense once before. I'm sure you do. Shiyu 5 was harder than 7? Yeah. For no fucking reason. But yeah. Hopefully next Shiyu defense rotation or cycle is a little bit easier to deal with than this one. Oh, excuse me. Anyways, chat. I think I have to wrap up the stream here because it's getting late, and I sure as fuck don't want my upstairs neighbor calling fucking security on me and filing another noise complaint. After you built Seth and paired him with Jin, you were able to S-rank all of Disruption node, and we got Caesar, you're able to S-rank all of the Ambush node. Yeah, I think I'll probably rank up, level up Caesar for Ambush 7, or Ambush 5, I think. Yeah. I think that's what I'll do. Yeah. But anyways, chat. Yep, time for me to wrap up the stream. Thanks for sticking around for like the last hour, because we basically did nothing but yap anyway, so... Appreciate that, everybody. But hope you guys have a good start to your week. Thanks to everybody who resubbed, gifted subs, donated, whatever. Did everything you could to support the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Your support means more than you guys know at the moment anyway. So, yeah. Thanks so much, guys. And, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll roll for Bernice when she comes out for Z3, obviously. And, yeah. Take care, everybody. Sometimes streams are just long hours of talking to chat. Hey, I'm down for it, dude. I mean, hell, I've done a stream before where I just spent 8 hours doing nothing but yapping with chat. So, fuck it, dude. I'm down. If that's what it takes, I'll do it. But yeah, anyways, catch you guys next time. When you're coming back on tomorrow. Tomorrow, about at around the same time, 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. Pacific, my time. So yeah, roughly about the same time as I started earlier today. So, yeah. Let's see who I want to raid. It's been a while since I last raided somebody. Let's see. Oh, Pocket's streaming Z3 today. I didn't know she played Z3. It's been a while since I last hung out in her chat. So I'm going to send you guys over to her. I'm assuming she's rolling for somebody. Oh, Caesar, of course. Yeah, duh. It's her banner right now. But yeah, I'll send you guys over there. Tell Pocky I said what's up. And yeah, best of luck on her with her Caesar rolls. Caesar rolls. It's like I'm talking about food. But yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow, chat. Peace. Watch the YouTube video that on my YouTube channel if you guys haven't already. Make sure to go subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. And yeah, that's about